Yeah, he's in form, as Ravi said.
Yeah, I did that event actually in Geneva, and it was important for both. Novak won his 100 title, beating Hurkacz in the final, rallied, and Norrie, he's said it afterwards, that was a big week for him to qualify and go as deep as he did. So both those players gained a lot from playing in Geneva that particular week. That's the first match of the night session on Ash. Second matchup, I think this has the makings of a really, really good one. Mirra Andreeva, one of the higher seeds, will take on Taylor Townsend, who's coming off an emotional win for a couple of weeks against Aryna Ostapenko. That's been spoken about ad nauseum. She's since played doubles during that occasion. Meanwhile, I can tell you that Barbora Krejcikova is making a comeback in this first set. She was down 5-1 in the first set, now back on serve, 5-4. What do we think about Townsend and Andreeva? Andreeva, younger player, and Townsend has all these different looks and different spins.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really good match, and I think Conchita definitely is going to be getting her ready for a little bit slice, dice, high balls, somebody coming in. Taylor right now, of course, is on a major high. You know, ever since DC playing well, she wants to do well again in singles. She's already #1 doubles player in the world. And first mother, she's riding that. If you look at her social media, you know, she's excited about that. But I still go back to remembering she always wanted to be a #1 player in doubles, but she always also wanted to do well in singles. And she absolutely loves this stage. And I was trying to think about when was the last time she had an opportunity to play a night match. The year that I was working with her, she had the chance to play Serena on here.
I was there, Zina.
Oh, you were?
I was, as a fan, as a ticketed fan.
That's too funny. And I remember she was so excited that I had to calm her down. It's like, okay. But she wanted to get out there. She wanted to be playing, you know, that top player. And, you know, who wouldn't want to play Serena? But so it's interesting. She's matured now. So she's not going to be afraid of that atmosphere at all. She's going to actually, she's going to love it.
And, of course, this was a day session, but 2018, she beats Simona Halep.
That's true.
Best win of her career. Was that on Ash or Armstrong? I'm struggling to remember. But
I think it was on Ash.
I think it was probably on Ash. But, you know, Zina's spot on. Taylor's going to really savor the atmosphere. And Mirra Andreeva, I think at this point, there's really no weaknesses in her game. She's so solid everywhere. But I guess we saw this a bit at Roland Garros when she faced the hostile crowd in Paris, Louise Poisson, and she got rattled by that crowd. One of the interesting X factors tonight is how long does Djokovic-Norrie go? If it goes very long, 5 sets, you may have a lot of fans who just run out of gas at that point. But if it's a quick one, which I think Taylor will be hoping for, then you might get a really raucous atmosphere on Ash in favor of Taylor. And that will be something that will be difficult for Mirra to deal with.
That's a fantastic point. It has to be said. I will add, talking about the game of Andreeva, it's so amazing for such a young player. But I think if there is a side you want to go to off the ground, it's the forehand, because she sometimes gets into this pattern where she's just slicing and dicing on the forehand rather than driving through, whereas that backhand is just money.
Yeah, that's a great tactical point. What were you going to say?
Well, one of the shots, if she slices out to Taylor's backhand, you can guarantee Taylor has one of the best backhand return cross courts in the game. And so that she'll put you on defense right away on that.
Yeah, but Mirra does need to watch out for that, Ravi, because Taylor's going to be in behind her ground strokes. And something that I noticed actually against Alicia Parks, I was courtside for that match, and Andreeva had so much success in that particular matchup. Part of it was because Parks was hitting huge, and it wasn't bothering Andreeva. She's just an unbelievable pace absorber, because whenever she feels that she's a little bit rushed on the forehand wing, she goes to that chip. You can't rush her there, and it's very difficult to draw errors into the forehand side. So for Townsend, when she puts a good ball into the deuce corner, she'll come in and she'll be able to knock off a lot of that Andreeva forehand defensive slice.
I think it's gonna be a good, exciting match. The crowd's gonna love it. It's interesting because Taylor has an unbelievable following. So there are some people that's going to stay no matter what, because they're going to come just to see her. And if Andreeva gets anywhere just a little bit upset, Taylor's going to be like sharks trying to get a piece of food or something.
Well, let's see how it does all play out. And also, just to set the table on Armstrong, a couple of tasty matches as well. Aryna Sabalenka, world number 1, taking on Leylah Fernandez, who beat her at the U.S. Open en route to making the final. But as they both said, different players now. And Taylor Fritz, number 4, he'll be heavily favored to take on the Swiss qualifier, Jerome Kim. Zina, always a pleasure. Thanks very much for your stellar time. Gil, contributions are just fantastic as well. Have a fun one this evening.
Thank you. Thank you both. Excellent job as always.
Thank you very much. And do stay with us, because after the break, it's going to be the turn of Russ Taylor and Sophie Amiak. They're going to bring you that call. Novak and Cam Norrie. That does have the makings. Just have a feeling it's going to be a good one between Novak and Norrie. So do stay with us on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Who will be next to secure their spot in the main draw? Welcome to U.S. Open family and coverage of the qualifying tournament.
In the middle of the court, rockets and forehand. He's in behind it. Backhand volley. Winner! Into the ad court.
Who will be next to secure their spot in the main draw?
The biggest win of his career, well in hand.
Get ready for the next star to shine.
Forehand into the net. She takes it 7-5, 7-6. She battled all her physical limitations.
Get ready for the next chapter of spectacular.
Swinging volley into the open court. She raises her hand up to the sky. She gets the hole.
This is U.S. Open Radio. Presented by American Express.
Greetings and good evening. Welcome to Night 6 of the 2025 U.S. Open on U.S. Open Radio. Russ Thaler and Sophie Amiak in studio with you. Gil Gross will be on Louis Armstrong Stadium. Nick McCarville inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. We will see Novak Djokovic in action tonight. First on Arthur Ashe Stadium, followed by Taylor Townsend and Mirra Andreeva, the number 5 seed. And then on Louis Armstrong Stadium tonight, we're going to see the defending champion, Aryna Sabalenka, taking on 2021 U.S. Open finalist, Leylah Fernandez. And then Taylor Fritz, the 4th-seeded American, a finalist from a year ago, second up on Louis Armstrong Stadium. Of course, around the grounds, there's still action going on. In fact, on court 17, American Ann Lee has reached the 4th round in a major for the first time in her career, taking out Priscilla Hahn of Australia. That match just finished. As we say, good evening to Sophie Amiak, getting ready for a big night on Arthur Ashe Stadium with Novak Djokovic and Cam Norrie tonight. What are you looking forward to, Sophie?
Hi, Ross. Hi, everybody. I'm excited about Ann Lee, actually. This is incredible, 4th round, and you know, it's a huge achievement, and American tennis is feeling good. It's feeling really good.
Well,
except for today.
Tough
yes.
day,
yeah,
for,
tough
the,
day for the
American men, especially.
Yeah, very tough, definitely. But going back to tonight, yes, what am I looking for? I'm looking for, hopefully, a very, very good match between the two of them, Norrie and Djokovic. Unfortunately, Norrie doesn't look good on the head-to-head.
0-6 is that number. Yeah.
But you know what Norrie said? I heard him say, hypothetically, nobody beats me 7 times in a row.
Took a page out of Peter Gerolaitis'
right.
book on that one. Yeah.
So let's see what happens tonight. The last time they played was in Geneva. That was on clay. It was a very tight match, especially second set, 6-4 for Djokovic in the first, 7-6 Norrie, and 6-1. He cruised through the 3rd set, Djokovic, and that's clay.
This is their 3rd meeting this year. The first 2 were on clay, and at Roland Garros, it wasn't close at all.
No.
It was 2-3 and 2.
But I like to look at the close one. That's more interesting. But this is a different surface, and I think Norrie could be more dangerous on a surface of hard courts than he is on clay, just because of his style of game, which is a lot of topspin off the forehand, and this really kind of like aesthetic backhand.
Yeah, it's kind of a shovel no spin backhand.
Not aesthetic, but definitely efficient.
And consistent as well.
Consistent.
And the other thing Cam Norrie is good at is he's good at running. He's got big lung capacity.
Well, that's what we, obviously Gil was talking about. He found out that he has lung capacity that is similar than divers, which in tennis, I tell you what, when you push to 4 or 5 sets, especially in those 3 out of 5, it comes very handy.
It's going to be interesting to see what kind of physical condition Novak Djokovic is in, because he was suffering greatly in his first round match against Leonard Tien and got through it. Lost a set to Zach Zvida from the United States. Still didn't look at his physical peak. It looks like he's working his way into shape, having not played since Wimbledon, and now he's going to play with a guy who can run all day.
Yeah, and the more time he spends on the court for Novak Djokovic, the less chances he has against the big 2, the Alcaraz, the Sinner, the younger generation. I mean, it makes sense, but it has been shown of late. That's what happened at Roland Garros when he played against Sinner in the quarterfinals, where Sinner was it quarter or semis, but Sinner had to play above and beyond great that day, because I think that was one of the best match of Djokovic, and guess what? He didn't even win a set. So.
All right, we're getting ready for the pre-match interviews at Arthur Ashe Stadium, and let's listen in.
Cam, you've played on a ton of major stadiums around the world, but nothing like Ashe Stadium. This is your first time stepping foot onto this court. Are the nerves different tonight compared to other events?
No, I think if you ask your seven-year-old self what you want to be doing on a Friday night in New York here, I would like to be playing this match. So I'm so excited, and I've never played a night match in US Open, so it's a first for me.
You're 0-6 against Novak. What's it going to take to change that momentum tonight and finally get a win?
You have any tips for me? How's your record?
1-2, but no tips.
I'm just going to play the ball, just make the rallies physical and play my brand of tennis and go out and enjoy the match.
Awesome. Good luck.
That is Sam Querrey doing the pre-match interviews. Cam Norrie first, and now 2023, most recently U.S. Open champion,
Novak, how's it going? You haven't played a tournament prior to this since Wimbledon. Where do you find the confidence coming into this event, having taken 2 months off prior to getting here?
I find confidence in the amount of matches I won here in my career. Kind of feeling that comfortable on the court, but of course, you always wish to have a few matches coming into a Grand Slam, but you know, this year I made that decision and it's fine. You know, I'm through to the third round. Hopefully I can perform well tonight.
Yep. Good luck.
Thank you.
Novak Djokovic, a 4-time champion here at the U.S. Open. Here are the intros. Let's listen in.
New York, here we go. Please welcome the players for tonight's first third-round match. From Great Britain, Wimbledon semifinalist Cameron Norrie. And from Serbia, 4-time U.S. Open and 24-time Grand Slam champion, Novak Djokovic.
Novak Djokovic, a 4-time champ here at the U.S. Open. In fact, his last major win, his 24th and record number 24 for men, came at the U.S. Open in 2023. He holds the record for most major singles victories at 394, and with a win tonight, he would break the tie and surpass Roger Federer for the most ever all-time hard court major singles victories. It would be his 192nd. He and Federer are now tied at 191. Cam Norrie has played on pretty much every big court in the world except this one. He's never played at Arthur Ashe Stadium, never played a night match here at the U.S. Open. So something new for the 30-year-old.
Something new and something to be to get used to right away. I would hope and I believe that they had plenty of time to probably warm up in between the day session and the night session. To be able to get a feel for the court, as the Arthur Ashe roof, as you can see on your screen. Well, you cannot see on your screen because you're on radio.
Yes,
hello.
Tell them.
It is actually closed. It's been closed all day. Just fearing for rain around, but it hasn't rained a drop.
No, it's actually been a beautiful day for tennis.
Good evening. Just a few reminders. We're going to take a picture with Seth after the coin toss, please, in both directions. Electronic line calling like before. System makes all the calls, including foot fault. We also have video review. 3 unsuccessful ones per set for touch, not up, foul shot, and so on. Towel boxes, red and white. Red for you, Novak, today. White for you. If you need more towels, just let me know. Shot clock starts after I've announced the score. And reminder, final set would be 10-point tiebreak, first 4 sets normal. Do you have any questions? Okay, here we go. Seth? It's heads or tails? Heads, here we go. Very good. And this one is heads. Serve. Okay, pictures please both ways.
Novak Djokovic and Cam Norrie meeting for the 7th time. Norrie from Great Britain looking for his first ever win over Novak Djokovic. In 2023 U.S. Open champion, 4-time U.S. Open champion Novak Djokovic looking to move into round 4, as is Cam Norrie. This match will start up after the warm-up. Let's take you over to Louis Armstrong Stadium, where play is underway between the defending champion, Aryna Sabalenka, and the 2021 finalist here at the U.S. Open, Leylah Fernandez. This a rematch of their semifinal from that year. Gil Gross has an up-close and personal look. He's our eyes and ears. Gil, greetings and good evening to you. What are you expecting and hoping to see out of this one tonight as it unfolds at Armstrong?
Good evening, guys. Well, yeah, the fact that it's a rematch of such a consequential match between Sabalenka and Fernandez, I mean, who knows what would have happened had Sabalenka won that one and played Emma Raducanu in the final. That one was 6-4 in the third to Leylah, so it was a very competitive affair. Great touch volley for Fernandez. Break point in the opening game here for the Canadian. And look, it is a different Sabalenka who's been so consistent in the early rounds. She is on an incredible streak of 12 majors in a row, reaching at least the quarterfinals. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Sabalenka has been a little bit vulnerable in her first 2 matches in the first set, but then she's really settled down in her second sets.
It'll be interesting as well to see where the crowd lies in this one. Leylah Fernandez, I feel like, is almost getting a newfound fandom here at the U.S. Open, as she's the doubles partner of Venus Williams. They won their first round match yesterday, and Leylah's going to pick up a lot of fans, I think, just playing with Venus, and she played great on Armstrong in front of a sold-out crowd yesterday in their first round match.
Yeah, Russ, I agree with you, but Fernandez over the years at the U.S. Open, the support for her is always impeccable. And in 2021, you would have thought she was an American on that run where she upset Osaka, she upset Kerber at the time. I think she just has a very infectious way about her where the crowd loves her here in New York.
No doubt about that. Deuce, tough opening service game for Aryna Sabalenka. Gil, fair to say that Sabalenka is not coming in tip-top form?
Yeah, that's definitely fair to say, Russ. You know, you look at her recent results, and it's a quarterfinal loss to Rybakina, but I think it's the score line that stood out there. She lost that 6-1, 6-4 in Cincinnati. And then, you know, other than that, it's just the Wimbledon semis against Amanda Anisimova. So, yeah, not much to go off of. You know, the bar is set so high for Sabalenka. You basically expect her to win almost everything these days.
Well, you have to remember that she hasn't won any major this year, so this is where it's really hurtful for somebody who's number 1 in the world, and especially with the year that she had previously. And she's chasing that one major before the end of it, which is the only one left here in New York.
Well, the Americans have gotten to her this year. Maddie Keys in the final in Australia, and then Coco Gauff in Paris at Roland Garros, and Amanda Anisimova got her at Wimbledon.
Yeah, and you just heard that was a roar from Sabalenka, saving yet another break point. And that's how much it means to her. This is the first game, and already a roar from her being able to save that break point.
All right, as warm-ups now begin to conclude on Arthur Ashe Stadium, we will turn our attention back to the biggest court in tennis. Gil Gross will keep us updated on what's happening as Aryna Sabalenka and Leylah Fernandez play a marathon first game on Louis Armstrong Stadium. Djokovic and Norrie have played twice this year at Roland Garros, and of course Geneva as well. Djokovic has won them both, with Norrie winning the second set in Geneva to push it to the limit. Their biggest matchup really came in the Wimbledon semifinals back in 2022, a 4-set win by Novak Djokovic, and of course Cam Norrie playing under the British flag causes a national sensation when you do that.
Anytime there's a Brit at Wimbledon, it's causing a national sensation for sure. Yeah, I mean, 2022 is so long ago. I mean, both of them, you know, came in and you know, Norrie has been playing better and better at the end, you know, in the last probably 3 months. Really at Wimbledon, played some good tennis. He's kind of finding his marks. He's been injured, so all of this together is making him having a lot of will and hungry for something big here. So, and he knows he can definitely hang, even though he's down 6-0 the last time, obviously, in one time at least, and on clay. But I think hardcourt is a better surface for him.
Cam has said, I'm going to make it as physical as I possibly can. The roof is now open on Arthur Ashe Stadium on a beautiful Friday night of Labor Day weekend. It's a holiday weekend here in the United States, and we're so appreciative of everyone listening in on U.S. Open Radio. Tune in Sirius XM as well on the U.S. Open app and usopen.org. And of course, everybody watching on our YouTube stream, if you got some questions, by the way, you want for us, you can throw them in the comments on the YouTube screen, and we'll see if we can get to them during the match. First point of the match, Cam Norrie to serve to Novak Djokovic. First serve down the tee. Djokovic's reply is long, and it's 15-love.
So we're going to see a lot of change of pace from the racket of Norrie. Lots of spin off the forehand, lefty, and backhand very flat.
Norrie slicing that first serve out wide to the backhand of Djokovic, and another reply deep, and it's 30-love. Novak going with the black on black nighttime ensemble. Cam Norrie wearing the white shirt, white shorts. Orange stripe down the shorts, and the left side of his shirt is blue for the left-hander, and A big serve out wide. 4 first serves for Cam Norrie, and it's a 40-love lead.
Yeah, finding that range on the serve. Went for the slice on the outside here. Do it again, just wide on the first serve.
And Djokovic will have his first look at a second serve here. I should have said 3 first serves. 40-love second serve. First game of this third-round match. Cam Norrie into the forehand of Novak Djokovic. The return is long from Novak, so Norrie holds it love, and they'll change ends here on Arthur Ashe Stadium as we get underway in the night session of this Friday night here at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. And thank you for everyone coming to say hi to us at the US Open Radio booth. Hope you're enjoying the tennis today. Gorgeous day, rough day for Americans, especially the men. Ben Shelton having to retire with a shoulder injury against Adrian Mannarino. And Jan-Lennard Struff taking out Francis Tiafoe in 3 straight tight sets on grandstand earlier today. Emma Navarro, a semifinalist from last year, has won the first set from Barbora Krejcikova of Czechia. The 10 seed though serving at love 4 in the second set to the 2-time major champ in singles, Krejcikova. Second serve from Novak Djokovic. First point of his service game. Norrie returns with a backhand. Djokovic goes down the line with a forehand, and it's out of reach for Norrie, who hits his forehand long, and it's 15-love.
And you mentioned Struff beating Tiafoe. By the way, that was his 6th match because he was in the qualies. So he had to win 3 rounds and now 3 in the main draw. That's a pretty amazing achievement already.
Especially for a 35-year-old who's been doing it for a long time. Djokovic with a good first serve and then an inside-out forehand serve +1, and it's 30-love.
The serve is going to have a big play, I think, in this match, especially for Norrie. Norrie has to put a lot of first serves in if he doesn't want to be attacked on the second serve, and then hopefully get some look at second serve from Djokovic. Not happening yet. First serve wide winner.
Good first serve from Djokovic there. Both players very efficient so far in their first service games. Neither player has dropped a point yet on serve. 40-love to Djokovic here. Second game of the match. And Djokovic with an ace. First ace of the match out wide in the ad court, right on the line. And it's 1-all.
And you know, Djokovic is looking to really try to finish this match as early as possible, not have it go the distance, just because Norrie is such a difficult competitor, physically so apt to stay in long rallies, and that's exactly what he was talking about before he entered the court.
Cam Norrie, first serve, tried to go out wide with it. Left-hander puts it into the top of the net. Second serve now. First point, third game, 1-all, first set here on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Night 6 of the 2025 U.S. Open. Second serve down the tee to the backhand of Djokovic. Return deep down the middle. Now a forehand down the middle from Norrie, and Novak just winds up and crushes an inside-out forehand winner, and it's love 15. Norrie, I love 15, first serve into the backhand of Novak Djokovic, who slices it deep to the forehand side of Norrie. Norrie tries to go down the line, but overcooks it, and it's love 30.
Surprising to see that Djokovic is actually slicing the return of the slice serve, the lefty slice serve, that he's not going and cutting the angle to try to hit the two-hander and be more aggressive.
Cam Norrie now at love 30. First serve into the backhand of Djokovic, and a return is long, and it's 30-15. I know he practiced, I'm sure, on Arthur Ashe Stadium. 15-30, pardon me. I'm sure he practiced on Arthur Ashe Stadium, but there's got to be something about depth perception with fans in the audience and all of that ambient noise that goes on at Arthur Ashe Stadium. First serve, nice out wide to the Djokovic backhand. Good return down to the forehand side. Cross court. Now Norrie goes down the line to the Djokovic forehand. Cross court to the Norrie backhand is deep, and it's 30-all.
First time that Djokovic is using the two-hander on the return on this one. With the slice wide serve, I think he's going to have to start cheating to the left, maybe on his position, to ask the question of Norrie to try to go to the tee. As a lefty, it's more difficult on the outside.
30-all now. Out to the forehand return of Djokovic off the top of the net. Norrie backhand into the backhand of Djokovic. Now Norrie again down the line to the backhand of Novak. He'll run around his backhand, inside out forehand from Norrie. Now in the middle of the court, Norrie inside out. Djokovic was guessing backhand. Norrie went inside out into the open court, and it's 40-30.
He's dealing very well with anything that's short, moving his legs and his feet. You can hear the little movement on the feet and the squeaking of the shoes from Norrie. And that one was so short from Djokovic that Norrie had no problem putting that away.
So game point now for Cam Norrie. First serve into the backhand of Novak Djokovic. Return down to the forehand side of Norrie. Now Djokovic inside out to the forehand of Norrie. Now a backhand from Novak. Short angle cross court. Norrie goes cross court on the forehand. But Djokovic just redirects, guides it down the line into the open court. Easy peasy, it's deuce.
So brilliant from the racket of Djokovic. He's able to shorten the swing and go cross court really short in the service box with the angle, and then just bunting that backhand down the line to finish the point. So good.
Cam Norrie did all the running pretty much in that point. Novak controlling the play from his sort of backhand corner. First serve into the forehand of Djokovic. Return down the middle to the forehand of Norrie. Now a backhand of Norrie into the forehand of Novak. Novak rolls the forehand to the backhand of Norrie. Back to the forehand of Novak. Backhand down the line from Norrie, and a backhand attempt down the line from Djokovic clips the net, and it's a game point again for Cam Norrie.
He's playing so sound tactically right now, Djokovic. He's really trying to go to the backhand of Norrie to really kind of stabilize him so he doesn't use that forehand inside in, inside out, and he doesn't have time to do it because the ball is going too deep. But Norrie loves to go around just like a la Rafa. Not quite the same shot, but definitely efficient.
No, and to your point, Novak actually has been targeting the forehand side of the court to keep Cam running towards his forehand so he can't run around a backhand.
Exactly.
Second serve now, game point for Norrie into the body of Djokovic. Deep return to the forehand side of Norrie. Again, inside out, going for that forehand wing again, but it's too long from Djokovic, and Norrie holds for 2-1 as we'll take a quick break on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Nighttime on night 6 of the 2025 U.S. Open continues. Russ Taylor, Sophie Amiak in studio. And on Arthur Ashe Stadium, Novak Djokovic, 4-time U.S. Open champ, 24-time major singles champion, taking on Cameron Norrie of Great Britain. Djokovic with a 6-0 lifetime record against the Brit, but Norrie can do some damage, as we know. A grizzled vet of 30 years of age thinks that his chances are getting better and better as Novak Djokovic is trying to become the first 38-year-old to reach the 4th round of the U.S. Open on the men's side since Jimmy Connors and his run back in 1991. Djokovic now serving at 1-2 on serve first set, trying to go out wide, but it's deep and wide. Second serve now, heading the way of the left-hander who was born in Johannesburg, South Africa, played college tennis at TCU, did Cam Norrie. Into the body, forehand return is long, and it's 15-love. Norrie turned 30 a little less than a week ago, back on August 23rd.
It's the new 20, remember?
It is. I think on tour, I mean, Novak would tell you the same thing. And that's an ace from Novak Djokovic. His second of the match, paints the line for 30-love. Djokovic winding up and going out wide to the backhand of Cam Norrie. Norrie can't handle that first serve. It's a service winner. And quickly, 40-love for Novak Djokovic.
He hasn't been very challenged on his serve. 5 of 5 on first serve, point 1.
Djokovic starts his windup again. And here comes the first serve at 40 love, looking to go down the tee. In fact, it looked like he might have been serving and volleying. Doesn't matter because the first serve was into the net. Second serve coming now. On a beautiful night for tennis at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Norrie takes the backhand return and comes into the net. Now he goes for a little drop volley, and Djokovic pounds one into the body of Norrie, stuns him, and then hits it into the open court for a winner.
Well, remember that play that happened about, I think it was a year ago or 2 years ago when they played against each other in Rome. I think that Djokovic came to the net, hit a volley and a lob volley, and Norrie and Djokovic turned around, just didn't even look, and Norrie put the overhead right at him. I don't think Norrie even looked at what he was doing. He just executed the overhead, and that ball hit Novak Djokovic in the back of his leg. Novak Djokovic turned around. Norrie right away said sorry, but that didn't really bode well with Novak Djokovic. He was a little bit upset, to say the least.
And a double fault from Cam Norrie. The last thing you want to do is make Novak Djokovic angry, by the way. He got angry at a blister on his foot in the first round, and I think he played better once he got mad. Love 15 after the double fault from Norrie. Big first serve down the tee, returned by Djokovic. Norrie moves into the net and puts away a forehand volley. Very aggressive play from the left-hander, and it works out for 15 all.
Yeah, that's another thing when they played in Geneva, when the score was very close. Norrie came to the net quite a bit, even though it was on clay, and won 90% of the points coming forward. So when you have this kind of numbers, you know that you got to maybe do the same thing on hard if you have the opportunity to make your way forward.
Norrie misses that first serve in the deuce court at 15 all up the line. So second serve from Djokovic. Novak about 10 feet behind the baseline. He's going to wait deep and return deep to the forehand of Norrie. And now a forehand down the middle to the backhand. Norrie goes cross court to the forehand of Djokovic, who responds in kind. Cross court. Now a slice down the middle from Djokovic. Another slice backhand low to the forehand of Norrie. Norrie running around his backhand now goes inside out to the forehand of Djokovic. Now cross court to the backhand to the forehand. Djokovic goes down the line to the forehand. Norrie to the middle of the court. Norrie backhand trying to get to the backhand of Djokovic, but hits the net, and it's 15-30.
Incredible depth from Djokovic in this point. And Norrie, it's very rare to see him missing a ball, especially on the backhand side. I mean, he does hit very low margin because he's hitting it flat, so stopped right at the tape. Was that 18 shot rally, something like that?
That was the longest of the match so far, for sure. First serve from Norrie into the backhand of Djokovic, and a return error from Novak, and he is upset with himself and yelling at his box.
Yeah, well, for the best returner in the game, he has to be upset at not being able to return this kind of serve. It's in his racket, but he's not able to make it over the net.
All right, so 30 all. First serve down the tee, returned down the middle by Djokovic. Now Djokovic goes down the line with his backhand to the backhand of Norrie. Cross court to the forehand of Djokovic and into the top of the net. And it's game point for Norrie, 40-30. Cam Norrie a win over Seb Korda of the United States in the first round when Korda retired after Norrie won the first two sets. First serve into the net, second serve. He beat Francisco Comasana in the second round in 4 tight sets, did Norrie. Second serve to the backhand of Djokovic and a wild backhand return, and Norrie holds serve through 5 games. We're on serve. Norrie leads 3 games to 2. They'll change ends on Ashe. And for an update on Louis Armstrong Stadium, let's check in with Gil Gross. What's happening, Gil?
Yeah, well, the first 2 games of this match were long deuce games. Sabalenka has been just a little bit all over the place with her balance and her positioning. She sprayed some ground strokes early. Unforced errors are 6-1, but she leads on the scoreboard 2-1. So I'm sitting here wondering if this is actually a bad start for Sabalenka or if this is really a bad start for Leylah, because she's gotten some gifts and hasn't been able to convert it into a lead.
That's a good point, Gil Gross. Aryna Sabalenka isn't going to give many opportunities to do that, and will certainly punish you if you don't take advantage of them. We'll keep an eye on what's happening there on Armstrong as Sabalenka has a 15-30 lead on the Fernandez serve. in that fourth game over on Armstrong. Let's get back to Ash, because Novak Djokovic and Cam Norrie are sitting down, and Nick McCarville has sat down in our whisper position at Arthur Ashe Stadium. We're going to check in with Nick on this beautiful Friday night of Labor Day weekend at the U.S. Open. Good evening, Nick.
Good evening, guys. I did my best New Yorker here, late arriving to this match.
Fashionably late.
I'm local, you know.
Yes.
I like to be a few minutes late. Russ, Sophie, a pleasure to be with you. I can tell you, perfect conditions here courtside. Man, it is beautiful. They opened the roof only halfway, guys. I thought that was interesting. And it is a gorgeous Friday night lights here. Djokovic in that all-black kit as he opens the 6th game with an ace out wide. And I don't know if you talked about this yet, Russ, the quote from Djokovic. Someone asked him, what do you still have to prove, Novak, when you get out on court? And he said, every time I step out on court, I feel like I have something to prove. Another ace there. I loved this quote, basically saying, I'm proving myself by winning the match against the player who is across the net. And he's going to try to do that again. He hasn't lost in the 3rd round here since 2006. Amazing stuff.
Novak Djokovic at 30 love. Strong serve out wide, then goes behind Cam Norrie for 40 love. Novak cruising through this service game. One more point for 3-all. And it makes complete sense with the best tennis player we've ever seen, Novak Djokovic, feeling like he needs to live up to that every time he plays. He's the favorite against just about everybody except 2 dudes right now.
2 dudes. I love the way you put that. Yeah, he is. But right now, yeah, another ace, back-to-back aces for Novak Djokovic. And he's holding serves like there's no tomorrow. Not much pressure. 909 out of first serve point 1 right now. Only lost 3 points.
5 aces through 3 service games.
He only missed 3 points. I mean, 3 serves on the first serve. And the other thing is, if he starts returning better, it's going to be very fast if he keeps serving that way.
All right, so here's Cam Norrie at 3-all. Big first serve down the tee. Djokovic is just able to stab it. Norrie goes right back at Novak, but Novak can only put up a meek lob down the middle that Cam puts away, and it's 15 love.
15 love.
Novak Djokovic, 38 years old, doesn't appear to have one gray hair. Meanwhile, Cam Norrie, 30's got that shock of gray.
I love that,
right? It's great. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
I just want to know how Novak at 38 has 0 gray hairs. Novak rolling a forehand towards the backhand of Norrie. Norrie can't handle it, and it's 15-all.
He's having such a huge talk with his box. They're arguing constantly.
First serve into the net from Cam Norrie. Second serve.
How's your Serbian? No?
No, it's not great. It's not great.
Oh, mine's perfect, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what's he saying?
Let us know.
Second serve to the forehand of Djokovic. Returning to the middle of the court. Norrie steps in and cracks a winner cross court.
He's just not doing enough with the return, and he's getting very frustrated right now because he is the best return in the game, but it's not showing yet in this match. Mid-court ball, and Norrie is just having a feast on it.
They are absolutely shouting at Novak. He's right in front of them.
First serve off the top of the tape and long at 30-15. 3-all first set. Cam Norrie serving to Novak Djokovic. Second serve on the way from the Brit. High to the forehand of Djokovic. It goes down the middle, and then Norrie tries to go inside out down the line, clips the top of the net, and it's 30-all.
I think Norrie is shocked to see how just those returns to serve are so shallow in the middle of the court that he missed that one. And the shouting continues between Djokovic and his box.
Neither player has had a break opportunity so far in this match, but Novak's been the closest at 30-all right here. Norrie, little drop shot. Here comes Novak running in, too much time, and Novak Djokovic with a two-handed backhand into the open court off the drop shot, and he's got his first break point of the match.
Yeah, but that was really when he went from the inside-out forehand of Norrie and got that with an open stance forehand. That was what was big in this point. His defensive skills were so good, and to finish with a backhand cross-court winner on the run, absolutely perfect.
All right, 30-40 break point for Novak Djokovic into the body serve for Norrie. Makes the first serve inside out forehand. Has Djokovic running to his forehand. Norrie goes back inside out into the open court, and that's a clean winner for Norrie, and it's deuce.
It's just so short on the return again, and playing short during the rally after that. He can't get the ball deep enough to keep Norrie from being on the offensive. Once you're inside the court, it's kind of a piece of cake. Even if you're Novak Djokovic, you're going to have the advantage.
Deuce at 3-all. Norrie trying to go out wide in the deuce court to the Djokovic forehand, and it's long. Second serve coming. Novak moving closer to the baseline to return this second serve. Norrie winds up, serves down the tee to the backhand. Djokovic down the middle of the court. Norrie goes back cross court to the forehand of Djokovic. Now Norrie still going cross court into the forehand of Novak. Novak still going back to the backhand of Norrie, and Norrie just flattens it out and cracks a cross-court winner off the backhand wing, and it's advantage Norrie.
That was better, though, but the backhand of Norrie is just so flat. Absolutely no topspin in that ball. And when it gets really through the air, it's flying.
That backhand winner was playing peekaboo with the net tape. Didn't clear it by much. Now wide first serve to the backhand wing of Djokovic, and what a beautiful return deep to the forehand of Norrie, which opens up the forehand side, and the backhand side of the left-hander, and Norrie misses that backhand, and it's deuce. But the return of serve from Novak was Novakian, if you will.
Well, it's about time, because he needs that. That's like, the way he's holding serve, all he needs is one break in this match.
All right, deuce again at 3-all. And that's a let as Norrie tries to go out to the forehand wing. Cam's been all over the box, trying the body, going out wide, going up the tee. He's been doing everything he can. Norrie doesn't have a big boomer of a serve, but he can move it around the box as a lefty. And of course, in the ad court, he's got that sharp slice for serve. Another let into the forehand side of Djokovic. And now, will he go to the forehand a third time in a row?
I don't know. Only he does.
I guess we'll find out.
I wouldn't go to the forehand. I mean, tonight there's really increasing speed from the forehand of Djokovic. From 75 miles per hour, it's now to 83 tonight. On round 2, it was at 75 only.
Right, goes again towards the forehand, but this time it's deep.
It's a huge difference to go from 75 miles per hour in round 2 and now 83 tonight.
Second serve to the backhand of Djokovic down the middle. Novak takes it and drills it deep down the middle towards Norrie. Norrie's well behind the baseline. Djokovic on top of the baseline. Norrie forehand to the Djokovic backhand. He retreats. Now a backhand to the backhand side for Norrie. Now Norrie goes cross court to the backhand of Djokovic. Djokovic returns to the forehand of Norrie. Norrie backhand cross court now to the forehand of Djokovic. And now a backhand that sails long from Norrie, and it's a break chance again for Novak Djokovic.
He missed on the adjustments of the footwork. That ball was a little bit shorter, and Norrie had to extend his arms at impact on this backhand. He needed a couple more steps to get up to it.
Novak goes to the towel. Norrie's at the line, playing with fire here. Second break point opportunity for Novak Djokovic, who's been cruising through his service games in this set. Here comes Cam Norrie's first serve, break point down. Out wide and just wide.
Here comes trouble. Second serve, break point, Djokovic.
Second serve coming again to the backhand of Djokovic, who returns it deep to the forehand wing of Norrie, who goes down the line to the forehand of Djokovic. Now Novak forehand to forehand down the line. Norrie goes cross court with a backhand to the forehand. Now a slice to the backhand of Djokovic, who goes cross court to the forehand of Norrie, and Novak dropper. Norrie trying to chase, gets there with the forehand. Novak goes over Norrie's head, who retrieves and throws up a defensive lob, and Djokovic calmly puts the overhead away. And there's your first break of serve on Arthur Ashe Stadium. A big fist pump from Novak Djokovic as he sits in his chair, and we take a break with Djokovic leading 4-3 on Arthur Ashe Stadium. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express. And we are back here on U.S. Open Radio on this sixth night of the 2025 U.S. Open. Novak Djokovic up a break now. Will serve at 4-3 at Arthur Ashe Stadium in the first set of their third-round match. Over on Grandstand, the 10-seed American Emma Navarro took the first set from Barbora Krejcikova, but Krejcikova came back to win the second, and now Navarro serving first game of set number 3 on Grandstand. A match still going on from the day session here. We'll keep you updated on what's happening with last year's semifinalist Emma Navarro and a former Wimbledon and French Open champion Barbora Krejcikova out there. Navarro trying to win that first game of the third set, and she does just that with a topspin lob. Novak Djokovic stepping to the line, leading 4-3 on Cam Norrie of Great Britain here in the first set. First serve down the tee to the Norrie forehand. Big return down the middle from Norrie. Too hot to handle for Novak, and it's love 15.
He just lost a point on his serve, on his first serve.
First time.
Yep.
The whole match. So Novak is only 90% now on first serve points. First serve at love 15 down the tee, and there's an ace, sixth of the match and of the set for Djokovic.
It was 121, the fastest serve of the match for him. Each of them did serve as fast as 121.
All right, so 15 all, 4-3. Djokovic leading Norrie, and another ace from Djokovic, his seventh. Norrie was leaning heavily towards his backhand side. Novak actually hit that ace with room to spare down the tee.
I take that back. That was 114 on the last one. 123 was the fastest, but now he just beat that. 122 was the fastest. Now he beat that by 1 miles per hour.
30-15 from Djokovic, and down the tee, a third straight ace.
Like a clinic. Serve clinic.
Incredible spot serving, guys, here from Novak.
Just like your serve, Nick.
Yeah, right.
And yours and mine as well, Sophie.
You guys are good.
40-15 for 5-3, and that is another ace from Novak Djokovic. He is putting on a show and a clinic as well. His technique is so pure that it looks like he's not really even trying to hit the ball hard, and he's hitting at 122, 123 on dimes. 9 aces from Novak Djokovic, hardly any points lost on serve, and now Cam Norrie serving to stay in the first set at 3-5. First serve from Norrie to the Djokovic backhand. Return to the backhand of Norrie. Now Novak has Norrie running towards his forehand wing, and now on the backhand side. Down the middle of the court goes Norrie. Djokovic goes to the forehand of Cam Norrie. Now backhand to forehand of Djokovic, down the line to the forehand of Norrie. Novak tries to crack one down the line with a little extra speed, but maybe a little too flat, and it sails long, and it's 15 love.
And Michael is referring to what I talked about earlier. I said, does he need Djokovic to win in quick 3 sets, or at least 3 sets in all those matches, to at least make a dent or have something left when he's playing the big guys like the Sinner and Alcaraz? Yes, Michael from Connecticut. Yes, he needs to do that, and he knows it. Trust me. That's why anytime that he can break a serve and serve the way he's serving right now, he's pretty much in heaven.
All right, so first serve into the tape from Cam Norrie here at 15 love. And now into the body on a second serve. Really well done from Norrie. That slice serve really gave Novak a lot to handle there, and it's 30 love.
I'm a little surprised of how little he was able to move around that ball. He knows the slice is going to go to his left, so you're almost better off taking it with a backhand instead of trying to hit a forehand. That was 86 miles per hour. That's nothing for him.
Down the tee. Good first serve from Norrie. Novak guesses right as Norrie moves forward. Backhand pass from Djokovic. Norrie plays it well. Novak moves in over his head. Makes a stretching overhead volley. How would you describe that,
Well,
Nick?
he just put the ball right over his head.
Bunted it.
That's
it
right.
was pretty funny. Novak was ready for that. Great athleticism here from Djokovic, and yeah, what was that? Some sort of weird overhead. But guys, I have to tell you, this is as pro of a Novak crowd I think I've ever heard.
Really?
Yeah, the people are pumped for Nole.
I'll tell you something. He's enjoyed great fan support in recent years here at the U.S. Open. for sure, especially when he's been in those finals. An inside-out forehand winner.
What was that?
That was a very strange lob there
Yep.
on the backhand side, and then Novak has gone to rubbing his back and
Physio.
immediately asking for the trainer.
Oh, you're
boy.
kidding.
That was very worrying.
Yeah, and Novak just made that motion that we all sort of do when your back gets tweaked. You kind of lean back, and now as Norrie holds for 4-5 and they change ends, Novak moves to his chair, holding his back, sits down gingerly on his chair, and now is stretching towards his left side, bringing his arm over his head, trying to stretch his back out. And as they call for the trainer, let's head over to Armstrong for an update on Sabalenka and Fernandez. Gil Gross.
Hey guys, my update now seems a little bit inconsequential based on what's going on in Ash, but it is double set point for the defending champion Aryna Sabalenka at 40-15. And you know, her first serve firepower has been on display tonight so far. She's won 19 out of 23 points when she's made her first serve. It's just a high wattage weapon coming Layla's way. And you know, Fernandez has been pretty good in the rallies, good on second serve points, but she's had no answer for the first serve of Sabalenka.
I have a question for you. Do you see a lot of drop shot from the racket of Sabalenka?
None. Actually, not so far. I mean, Fernandez stands so close to the baseline, Sophie. I think it's difficult for her. Backhand down the line winner from Sabalenka, and that wraps up the opening set, 6-3 for the top seed.
But one thing she's been doing, I believe, is coming to the net a little bit more often. That's every time that she comes into the net, we see Max Mirny, who is now in our camp, who is used to be a singles player, but also a very good doubles player that they added to the camp to help her really translate that really powerful game to come forward more often. So did you see her come in quite often?
Absolutely, and she was clinical when she did come in. She won 6 out of 7 points at the net in the opening set. I mean, yeah, I guess that was pretty crucial for Aryna, but really Layla had her window early. We spoke at 2-1, right? And I said Sabalenka made 6 unforced errors.
Right.
For the rest of the set, she made 2 more.
Yeah.
So you have to take advantage when Sabalenka is spraying a little bit, and you know that eventually she's going to dial it in, and when she did, lights out.
Yeah, lights out tennis. That's right. But good for Sabalenka to using that more aggressive play, not only from the baseline with her strokes, but also to translate and come forward to the net to finish points out. Very well done.
By the way, just an update from Arthur Ashe Stadium. They have not resumed play. Novak Djokovic is going off the court to get treatment from the trainer. He was clutching the left side of his back. Now, I don't want to jump to any conclusions, but the point before he pulled up kind of lame was when he had that sort of contortionist overhead volley when he moved into the net and ran down a drop shot, and then Norrie tried to go over his head. Novak almost outran the ball and then contorted back to get it. It was his first ball on the next point that he kind of pulled out lame, as we were talking with Nick. And now Cam Norrie's put on his sort of track jacket.
Yeah,
to keep
it
himself.
Is cool.
Yeah,
it is cool.
It is a beautiful night, but you can cool off pretty quickly. Nick, what are you witnessing right now?
Yeah, no, I mean, you described it well there, Russ. Exactly that. Trainer came out, he grabbed the lower left side of his back, and they have gone all the way into the locker room, which obviously is just right down that hall, so not too far. They have not, I don't believe, started that clock just yet, so not an official medical timeout just yet, but as soon as they start treatment in the locker room, that is when they will start the clock. But that's pretty worrying, don't you think, guys? You described it well, Russ, of that shot we were trying to describe. That's when it feels like he tweaked something. And then, Sophie, I just thought it was so weird when he wasn't even pulled very wide on that backhand that he sent up that really lame. The lob just had nothing behind it on the backhand side. So Novak, in treatment.
The chair umpire is Nico Hellworth from Germany. He's now on the walkie-talkie with someone.
No, that's with the medical team. Now they started.
Yeah, there's the announcement.
Medical timeout started.
Yeah, they're just basically what happened. They have to do an assessment, and with that, he probably had to take his shirt off, so he wants the privacy of who knows if there's some taping on him already. Novak doesn't want that to be seen. That's fine. That's in his right. But guys, I was just going to say before this happened, this is exactly the kind of start that Novak Djokovic was dreaming of for this match. He was talking a lot after his second round match against Zach Svajda about how frustrated he's been with his game, and maybe not a dream start, Sophie, but the spot serving has been good, and he's got the break in hand. I think it's been a really nice start for Nole.
Yeah, but we're looking at the replay right now, and he did go to the left to hit it. So you would think that the right side would have been pulled, but it's definitely the left side that was the problem right after. It was right after this. So maybe from that volley, definitely, because he's touching his back after that play. And then as you mentioned, Nick, he just returned and hit a high ball with a backhand and then a winner from Norrie. So we knew something was definitely wrong.
All right, by the way, over on Grandstand in the third set, the 10-seed Emma Navarro and Barbora Krejcikova are into the third set, and the American Navarro has broken early in the third and now is looking to take a 3-love lead on Krejcikova. She's got an ad to her side at 2-love in the third set. Djokovic is off the court getting some medical attention. The clock is running. And we'll take a quick break and be right back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Back on US Open Radio, night session, night 6. Cam Norrie is on the court doing a little shadow tennis in the back of the court. Novak Djokovic left the court for a medical timeout after an evaluation, holding the left side of his back. Pulled up lame at the end of the last game, and Novak is now making his way back onto the court. By the way, Novak Djokovic is going to come back and serve for the first set at 5-4. Djokovic has held serve easily and frighteningly efficiently in this first set. 9 aces for Djokovic. He's putting 82% of his first serves in. He's only lost 1 point on his first serve and none on his second serve. He has literally lost 1 point on serve in this match. But let's see how that back is after he has come back to the court. He's kind of twisting a little bit to test it out.
Yeah, and if you're Norrie, you're going to want to attack that serve. You want to, because I don't think he's going to go full on right now. You know, after getting treatment on that back. So.
Yeah, rolling out the shoulder, guys, as he comes to the service line.
Yeah,
let's see what this first serve looks like at 5-4. Djokovic serving for the set, and he puts one right down the middle, hit his spot, and pretty well at 101.
109, yeah.
109, pardon me, into the forehand of Norrie. Now down the line from Djokovic, and Novak looks like nothing happened there, and he goes for the drop shot, though, earlier in the point than you might expect, and he kind of stiffens up the back after the point, right, Sophie?
Yeah, I mean, he's still, I'm sure he's not feeling comfortable at all right now. I mean, the serve on the average was 112, I think. He went to 109. That's not bad, but still, not going full on the way he's been doing full on with those 9 aces.
It's a love 15. First serve into the backhand of Norrie. And now backhand of Norrie to the forehand of Djokovic. It was 109 again. Djokovic down the line to the forehand of Norrie. Now to the backhand as Djokovic moves forward. Norrie dumps a backhand pass into the net as Djokovic winces as he walks back to the baseline at 15 all.
Yeah, grimacing here. Djokovic, and Norrie needs to forget what's going on across the net and just play his game, be himself, maybe a little bit more aggressive.
15 all now. Novak Djokovic, 3 points from the set. Cam Norrie returns to the backhand of Djokovic. Djokovic pulls it into the forehand side of Norrie. Norrie can only just throw a ball up into the middle of the court, and Novak whips a forehand winner, and it's 30-15. Look, we saw Novak looking in physical distress in his first round match against Leonard Tien, and that would seem to be more of a
blister.
A blister. Well, it was a blister on his foot, and it was also clutching his chest, like he hadn't done cardio in a few months, and maybe he hadn't.
Well, he had,
you know,
well, not that cardio.
Not match cardio,
exactly.
right?
Well, that's conjecture, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, because he didn't play a match. He literally didn't play a match since Wimbledon. So he was not in a match situation before Leonard Tien.
Fair, yes.
He's not clutching his chest now. It's his back that seems to be the issue, but he's still 2 points from the set. Second serve, 30-15 at 5-4 in the first. Down the tee to the backhand of Norrie. Norrie responds to the middle of the court, forehand Djokovic. Now Norrie goes to the backhand of Novak, to the backhand of Norrie. Slice from Novak to the middle of the court, forehand whip to the backhand of Djokovic. It goes down the line as Norrie chases it down and goes cross court to the forehand of Novak. And Norrie steps up on the baseline but puts his backhand into the net. And 2 set points now for Novak Djokovic at 40-15.
So study Novak. He just wants to get this set really in his pocket and just try to relax on the changeover, maybe getting more treatment. But in all, he's fighting very well right here.
Fighting through the pain to give himself a chance to go up a set. 5-4, 40-15. Novak Djokovic serves it down the tee, just wide. So a second serve now from Novak Djokovic. As Cam Norrie stands about 3 feet behind the baseline to return the second serve. It's set point for the number 7 seed Novak Djokovic. Norrie returns the backhand to the middle of the court. Novak goes down the line to the forehand of Norrie, who whips it cross court to the backhand of Djokovic, and then inside out from Norrie is wide, and the first set goes to Novak Djokovic. 6-4. Stoic look on the face of Novak. They'll change ends after the set, and we'll take a quick break on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Back in Arthur Ashe Stadium as Novak Djokovic has taken the first set from Cameron Norrie. Russ Thaler, Sophie Amiak in studio. Nick McCarville is in the stadium. Nick, anything that you've noticed from your perch up close on this change between sets?
No, to be honest, Sophie mentioned it, Russ. I thought that Novak might have the trainer come out because once you have an injury addressed, I believe you get 2 more visits from the trainer to address that issue during the changeover time. And Nico Hellworth specifically asked that question of Novak. The trainer did not come back out. Novak did not request it. He had a few extra. Oh, now a discussion. I guess I don't know what that discussion was, but that did surprise me. I don't know, Sophie, what you felt, but now kind of looking over to the corner of, and now Novak kind of throwing up his hands. So did he want the trainer to come? But he never specifically asked for it. And I did not. I got a decent look at the lower left back. I didn't see any tape, guys. So perhaps just a lot of massaging when he went for that medical timeout.
All right, so Cam Norrie serves first game, second set. Norrie and Novak exchanged a couple of words when they changed end. That was the discussion that Nick was talking about, but we don't know what they talked about. And this is Cam Norrie with a forehand winner down the line for 15-love.
He's gonna, just looking at the trainer, in the corner, I believe his name is Clay, one of the ATP trainers. He's coming out on the next changeover, so I don't know what happened with that miscommunication.
All right, so they're into the second point here as Djokovic goes down the line to the backhand of Norrie and then cross-court with a forehand that entices the backhand error from Cam Norrie, and it's 15-all.
Do you think Norrie could have said, so you have a bad back, but you didn't ask for the trainer?
No, it didn't seem confrontational.
No, it just seemed like generally confusing, but like it should have been a straightforward situation.
First serve into the forehand of Djokovic, and now Novak goes with a backhand cross-court long, and it's 30-15. And by the way, on grandstand, Emma Navarro is indeed out to a 3-love lead on the third on Barbora Krejcikova. 30-15 Norrie. First serve going down the tee off the top of the net. Sails well long. It'll be a second serve for Norrie. 30-15, first game, second set. Djokovic won the first 6 games to 4. Second serve into the forehand of Djokovic, who goes down the line with his forehand. Norrie goes to the forehand of Djokovic, full stretch and slide from Novak, but Norrie's able to open up the court and hit a winner for 40-15. Good get from Novak, but he kind of stayed in his spot once he slid to the forehand side.
Cam Norrie's got to, sorry Russ, Cam Norrie's got to lock down here a little bit. He's got to clean up his game. He's got an injured Novak on the other side of the net.
Well, there's a big first serve down the tee from Cam Norrie. Heck of a first serve. It's a service winner. And Norrie holds for 1-love in the second set.
Now Novak.
Well, you can't have it.
Super
over.
But Sophie, he didn't ask for it during the set, and now he's throwing his arms up. He knows the rules. You have to request the trainer again. I'm confused at his confusion that the trainer didn't come out between sets. You have to ask for that specifically.
Exactly. That's not an automatic because you had an injury that the trainer comes in. He has to request it, like you said, Nick. And you know the fact that he's getting upset is like rookie move.
Here comes Novak Djokovic, first service game of the second set, and there's a 10th ace of the match right down the tee. Novak Djokovic has lost 2 points on serve in this match. 2. It was 118 down the tee for Novak, trying to go out wide to the Norrie forehand into the net on the first serve, and second serve going right now. Novak's second serve. Norrie takes a forehand, kind of hits a shanker up the middle. Got nothing on that at all, and Novak steps in and hits a clean winner. That was kind of odd looking. Norrie was well behind the baseline. Yeah.
Totally mishit the shot. Happens to all of us. Well, that was a very slow serve, too. 78 miles per hour. I can assure you that the serves are so much lower than the first. First and second serve, definitely.
30-love now for Novak Djokovic. His first service game of the second set. He won the first, and Norrie held to start the second. Cam Norrie had to look at an open court forehand there and put it into the net. He had Novak on the run, and to Nick's point, the opportunities were there, and Norrie hasn't taken advantage of them a little bit. And Novak's still sort of grimacing a little bit, still looking up at his box. And it's still 40-love on the Novak Djokovic serve. He's still dominant in his service games. Second serve coming at 40-love for Novak Djokovic. Cam Norrie backhand pulls it down the line to the forehand of Novak, and the back looked just fine there as he unleashed on a forehand down the line winner.
Yeah, it started to play more behind the body of Norrie and going down the line to his forehand than instead of going cross courts. And I think that this has been working very well for Novak.
All right, so Cam Norrie now serving at 1-all. Question from our YouTube viewers here. Masquiko, I think that's the name. I'm seeing forehand into the body, serve into the body, and then a drop shot from Norrie. Drop shot winner that Djokovic didn't run for, and it's 15-love. Does Djokovic look like he's playing well enough to win the tournament? I'll say not yet.
Not right now, especially, I mean, with what's going on with his body. But and I say not yet, even though you're right. Oh, what a serve. Flat down the tee. That's the first one, really, that it goes down the tee. He's been going wide on the outside. Norrie with the slider, the lefty special. And this one, absolutely so clean. First ace of the match.
All right, so it's 30-love and a second ace of the match for Cam Norrie. Down the tee. More traditional left-hander slice down the tee in the deuce court. And quickly to 40-love for Cam Norrie. Love for Cam Norrie, out wide to the backhanded Djokovic, returned into the middle of the court. Norrie served +1 into the open court with a forehand, a hold at love for Cam Norrie. He leads 2-1. Novak Djokovic took the first on Arthur Ashe Stadium. The trainer will come out to look at Novak Djokovic, and we will turn to Gil Gross for an update on the happenings at Louis Armstrong Stadium. What's going on, Gil?
Well, Russ, we've still only had one break of serve in this match. We're an hour and change in. Sabalenka took the first 6-3. On serve, Fernandez leads in the second 3-2. So both women serving very well. I still think Fernandez has been very sharp from the back of the court. She just hasn't made a lot of returns. She's getting overpowered on the Sabalenka first. I know I said that last time, but I want to ask Sophie a question because watching Fernandez throughout the years, she always likes to hug the baseline. And I look at a serve in Sabalenka who averages about 111 miles per hour on the first serve. Okay, the crowd is reacting, folks. There has been a proposal inside Louis Armstrong Stadium. We've got a proposal.
Did she say yes? That's what I want to know. Did she say yes? All right.
She did.
She said yes.
That's far more important than Fernandez's return position. Congratulations to them.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, back
Sophie,
to your question.
What do you make of Leylah? Like, sometimes I think if she gave herself a little ground, moved back, she would absorb the serve +1 firepower a little bit better of Sabalenka.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And she's changing her position on the outside and the deuce side, by the way. She's not in the same position to return, but she's sometimes way too close. And I agree with that because what you want to do is to give a different look, but you want to have more time, especially against the best server, Rybakina, Sabalenka. You know, that reminds me of what Garcia used to do on the court, and she was already on the baseline returning Rybakina's serve, Sabalenka's serve, and it was almost like a flip of a coin, in or out on the return. When it was in, it was superb, but was that really, percentage-wise, really working? That was the question.
All right, so Sabalenka took the first set from Fernandez, just one break, 6-3 in the first. Sabalenka serves at 2-3 in the second set on Armstrong. We'll keep you up to date there with Gil Gross on the grounds. And Novak Djokovic had the medical pit crew working on him on the changeover.
That's good. The pit crew was working furiously on that lower left back, Russ. A rubbing cream was applied throughout with a massage, and then he was given tablets by the doctor.
And by the way, on the first serve speed, when the injury, pre-injury, the average first serve was 117, post-injury 110.
Well, he
so
just hit one
difference.
121, so
yeah.
I'm wondering if that
maybe
worked.
It's warming up again, but this is what happened. So, but he was able to obviously win that first set. So.
Novak Djokovic quickly out to a 40-love lead, sort of back to the dominant serving that we saw in the first set from Novak.
Exactement.
It was a beautiful slice out wide, not an ace. He's hit 10 of them already, but basically Norrie just hit a backhand right to the forehand of Novak, who blocked it into the open court, cross court, for a clean winner. Now it's 40-love. Points for 2-all in the second set. First serve into the net, second serve coming. Cam Norrie about 8 feet behind the baseline, hasn't really changed his position between first and second serve. Now will step up and return it with a forehand right on top of the baseline, which Novak then redirects down the line, and as Norrie moving, Norrie running to his backhand side. Novak picks it up as he moves in, and Cam Norrie just misses a wide open push forehand. He had the whole court to work with, but Djokovic holds it love as Norrie pushes it wide.
That was a great get from Novak, though, on the very short cross-court shot from Norrie, and very good hands to hit the drop shots. Norrie made a mess out of his forehand to push it wide. He had, as you mentioned, the whole court. So hold that love. It's exactly what the doctor ordered for Novak Djokovic here. 2-all in the second set. By the way, Navarro and Krejcikova
back on serve.
2-3 Krejcikova serving in that final set.
So we got good action going on all around the grounds
everywhere
right now. Yeah. Here in Arthur Ashe Stadium, it's 2 games all in the second set. Cam Norrie serving, first point of the 5th game, and a double fault from Cam Norrie. Second of the match, first of the set, and it's love 15. It was only 1 break of serve in the first set. And that's all Novak Djokovic needed. He has been dominant on serve throughout this match, despite the back injury that required a medical timeout and then a subsequent visit from the trainer and the doctor. Cam Norrie out to the backhand of Djokovic at love 15. Now they're into the rally. Norrie inside into the backhand of Djokovic. Now to the forehand of Novak, and Cam Norrie down the line, forehand winner, 15-all.
A little bit hesitant now, Nick, on this point, going back, side to side for Djokovic.
Yeah, he was there, Sophie, and I was speaking to some of the British journalists before this match, and that was what they were speaking about. The strategy had to be for Norrie before this injury is pull Novak into the corners. Haven't really, Sophie, Russ, curious your perspective. I feel like this has been a below average, a C- match so far for Cam Norrie. Just has not played that well yet.
Second serve down the tee. Novak returns deep to the forehand and Norrie. Norrie's forehand down the line, a clean winner. And Nick,
okay, prove me wrong, Cam.
He's listening to you with that forehand, absolutely grand forehand down the line winner, the lefty. And Novak not even close, not even trying to go for it.
And to your specific point, Nick, about not getting Novak into the corners, I wholeheartedly agree. Novak's been the one dictating these points from the baseline, moving Norrie at will.
But Norrie has a reputation on tour for just being a snake. He's so tough to get anything past. And tonight just hasn't felt like he's hit his stride yet.
All right, serve into the backhand of Djokovic. Down the line, return. Norrie goes hard and flat and deep cross court. Too strong for Novak, and it's 40-15.
40-15.
Should I keep critiquing the Norrie game? Because every time I do, then he hits a great shot.
Apparently he likes it.
Is that how this works, Cam? I'm over here. Good service game here, 40-15.
Cam Norrie, former top 10 player in its own right. First serve at 40-15, and now a drop shot that Novak makes no effort whatsoever to run down. So Cam Norrie holds for 3-2 in the second. They'll change ends. We'll take a break on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. We are back with, man, everything is happening right now on the grounds of the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center on Grandstand. The 10 seed, Emma Navarro, 3-all in the third with Barbora Krejcikova as Navarro serves at 3-all 30-15. She led 3-love in the third Krejcikov has come back. They're at 3-all in the second set on Armstrong, with Leylah Fernandez serving at 30-15. Aryna Sabalenka took the first set there, 6-3. Novak Djokovic serving at 2-3 in the second set after winning the first from Cam Norrie. This is the first point of the 6th game of the second set, and they're into a long rally. Forehand from Norrie to the backhand of Djokovic, down the line into the backhand of Norrie, and it's 15-love.
15 love.
I can tell you the trainer did not come out there, so is that the end of that injury treatment? I don't know. By the rules, he's got one more visit.
Correct. He doesn't have to have them in a row.
Ah, right.
I don't think so.
Just curious the way that's all timed out.
Yep.
15-love for Novak Djokovic. Again, he has been utterly dominant on serve in this match. Novak Djokovic hasn't faced a break point, has hardly lost any points on serve. In fact, he's only lost 4 points on serve, 2 points on serve, pardon me. Nine for 9 on second serve points, and here's the second serve at 15-love. Into the backhand of Norrie, returns down the middle, who Djokovic slices to Norrie. Norrie slices back to Djokovic. Now a forehand from Norrie into the backhand of Novak, and a forehand to the middle. Novak forehand tries to whip it inside in. It's nice and deep and in. Norrie now scrambling, slice down the middle, the reset, and Novak just winds up and shoots a forehand winner on the line inside out. And it's 30-love. Incredible.
Incredible, because he was so far behind the baseline to be able to have the accuracy and to put so much pace in it. It was at least 2 feet behind the baseline and still executed the perfect shot and a winner.
And Novak had
17,
to create,
by the way.
He had to create most of the pace there, too, right?
22 winners in this match so far, 10 from the serve, so 12 from the ground set. That's very, very impressive from Novak. And only 10 unforced errors.
30-love. Second serve coming from Novak Djokovic. Looking to level this second set at 3 games all, and that's first double fault of the match from Novak. (30-15) Novak Djokovic serving. Won the first from Cam Norrie. 2-3. 30-15. Djokovic serving near court to Norrie into the backhand of Cam Norrie, and all Norrie can do is block that, and it's wide. 40-15 now. Game points for 3-all. Novak Djokovic winding up down the tee. That's ace number 11 for the match. Second of the set. The dominance on serve from Novak Djokovic continues.
3 games all, second set.
And it's 3-all second set. I mean,
Well,
yep.
You got to think that this back is feeling better if he's able to serve to that extent. And that was much more pace in the serve. See now the movement on the baseline.
Yeah, I saw a little grimace after the double fault, but I think that was just the reaction to the double fault from Novak there. Otherwise, I think he's looked prime, guys.
Yeah, I mean, for the back injury and the visits from the trainer and the doctor, Novak Djokovic has played an incredibly clean match so far tonight.
What's a Novak match these days without one niggle, though, right?
That is true. All right, forehand return to the backhand of Norrie, and Norrie blows it deep and wide. Although it is something to keep an eye on, because Novak has lamented that when he's gotten to the later stages of the majors this season, and then he faces either Carlos or Jannik, he's been injured in some way, and they have not. That's the difference between 38 and early 20s for at least mere mortals. All right, 15 love 15 on the Norrie serve. Into the rally they go. Novak deep forehand into the backhand corner of Norrie, forces the error, and look out now as Cam Norrie is at love 30 on his serve at 3-all.
And it's all credits to how Djokovic is moving Norrie a lot more.
He's hitting so crisply from the baseline, Novak. Great depth in that rally.
All right, love 30. First serve here from Norrie. He could use a couple of big first serves. This one directly into the body and a return from Novak into the backhand of Norrie. Now Norrie tries to change direction and go down the line, and it's into the net, and it's love 40.
Huge moment right now for Djokovic. And Norrie is really giving him a lot of free points.
It is starting to get late early here. Just an hour, 6 minutes into this match. This feels like it could be a turning point. Certainly in this second set, the way Djokovic has been dominating his service games. All right, first serve way out wide from Norrie. That was well done. Short angle can opener that Djokovic just dumped into the net, and still 2 break chances should he need them for Novak Djokovic. One saved from Norrie here in this game.
Norrie trying to pump himself up, screaming at himself.
And now a big first serve out wide to the forehand. Good return from Djokovic. Norrie moves forward. Djokovic puts up a defensive lob, and Norrie angles it away for the winner. Off the overhead, it's 30-40.
Oh, both guys just playing an exquisite point here. It's not easy to get the overhead at the end from Norrie. He was going to the left side, which is exactly the right side, sorry, which is exactly where you want to hit when you have a lefty player, but he went around it, hit the winner.
Norrie, big first serve down the tee, but a better return down the middle from Djokovic. They're into the rally. Novak moves him to the backhand side, opens up the court, but Novak blocks a backhand into the net. One of the few balls he's kind of missed while going to the open court, and it's deuce.
Yeah, a little bit tentative, didn't go really for it. You have to applaud Norrie for coming back from love 40 here to deuce.
Yeah, we're all making little marks in our notebooks here, guys, this moment.
Long and wide on the first serve offering at deuce. 3-all. Cam Norrie serving in the far court to Novak Djokovic. Norrie in the white top and white shorts. Djokovic all black from head to toe. Second serve now to the forehand of Djokovic. Return to the middle of the court forehand. Norrie goes back to the forehand side, inside out again to the forehand of Djokovic, and Novak misses a forehand long, puts both hands in the air, drops them in exasperation. His head shakes as he walks to the ad court, and from love 40, it's now game point for Norrie.
It really feels like Norrie, when he was down love 40, said to himself, you've got to be more aggressive than this, because he's really now penetrating the court a lot more and hitting a lot harder.
Game point for Norrie. First serve to the backhand of Djokovic, and what a great, deep, penetrating return of serve right down the middle. That is vintage
that is.
Novak Djokovic.
Yep, much better than in the first set where he was returning a bit too shallow in the middle of this court. Back to deuce.
All right, deuce at 3-all. And a big ace out wide from Cam Norrie to give himself another game point for 4-3. Norrie's really fighting it now. All right, out wide on the first serve to the backhand of Djokovic. Big return to the backhand of Norrie, but a forehand sails long from Novak Djokovic. Norrie holds from love 40 down to take a 4-3 lead at Arthur Ashe Stadium. We'll take a quick break on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Back on Louis Armstrong Stadium on this night 5 at the U.S. Open, 6 with the Sunday start. Beginning of Labor Day weekend, it is the Armstrong night session. And this has been a very competitive affair, a rematch of the 2021 semifinal between Aryna Sabalenka and Leylah Fernandez. Right now we are 4-all in the second after Sabalenka took the first 6-3. And you've got to say, on balance, throughout the second set, Fernandez has been applying more pressure in the Sabalenka service games than vice versa. But it's been the serve of Sabalenka that continues to bail her out. She's just relying on these free points. And, you know, that way she just doesn't need to be quite as good off the ground, where it still feels like she's looking for her range. She's had that cushion, and now it's actually the tightest moment of the set for Fernandez, serving at 30-all here at 4-all.
You know, let's stay here until the end of this game, as Novak Djokovic is at 15-all at the 3-4 mark of the second set on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Pivotal moment on Armstrong. This is Leylah Fernandez serving at 4-all, 30-all in the near court to Aryna Sabalenka, the defending champ, in the far court. Fernandez comes in and then makes a drop volley cross-court winner with a big fist pump to her team, and it's a game point for 5-4 for Leylah Fernandez.
Or maybe all these doubles that she's playing with Venus Williams has been helpful, because she approached the net knowing that Sabalenka was in trouble, reverting to one-handed slice backhand, and took advantage of it, snuck into the net, and hit the winner volley. Bravo.
Not an easy volley either to make. She went near side. First serve at 40-30. It's a service winner out wide to Sabalenka's backhand. They'll change ends as Leylah Fernandez takes a 5-4 lead on Louis Armstrong Stadium. Aryna Sabalenka won the first set. They'll change ends there. We will shift our focus back to Arthur Ashe Stadium, where Novak Djokovic won the first set from Cam Norrie 6-4. He's serving at 3-4, 30-15 to the Brit. And there's an ace. 12th of the match for Novak Djokovic. Make it 40-15. Just on the outside of the line, too. Novak has been spot serving like Novak Djokovic only can at this point.
And Navarro and Krejcikova. Navarro was up 3-love in the third. Krejcikova 5 games in a row, 5-3. Navarro held at 3-5, and now it will be Krejcikova serving for the match at 5-4.
And that's on grandstand. All right, 40-15 from Novak Djokovic, serving to Cam Norrie down the tee, just long. Missed his mark. And a double fault from Novak Djokovic. Just his second of the match. Yep. That'll be 40-30. Nick, Novak seemed to be given some sort of elixir in a water bottle that he was curious about what was in. He had a whole conversation
he was
with his
very
team.
inquisitive as to how many elixirs were in said elixir. Guys, you can't make this stuff up.
It's amazing.
And he's like, should I take that now? And they're like showing that it's good for his stomach.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
like, what is going on?
Bellies.
But then he's like, how many? And they're like, this many. And he's like, but how many?
It's crazy.
The intensity
between
is
them and the box.
high.
Oh my.
Does anyone watch what they put more into their body than Mr. Djokovic?
No,
not at all. Second serve at 40-30 down the backhand of Norrie. Norrie goes into the backhand of Djokovic down the line. Now it goes down the middle of the court to the forehand. Djokovic responds to the middle of Norrie. Norrie goes inside out with the backhand into the backhand of Djokovic. Now Norrie really working the backhand side of Novak, who goes deep cross court to Norrie. That was an incredible backhand from Novak Djokovic from an awkward position, and Norrie can't handle it. It's 4-all.
I mean, you see Novak Djokovic hitting an open stance backhand cross court, and he just puts the ball in a dime when he hits it. It's so spectacular. Incredible play from Novak Djokovic. 4-all here with Norrie to serve. This is the time that he could be able to, maybe with a little bit of pressure, take the serve of Norrie. Remember, he was up love 40 on the last service game of Cameron Norrie. Wasn't able to break. Norrie played exquisitely well, being more aggressive in that game to hold.
All right, so 4-all, first serve, first point of the 9th game here into the rally. And it's Norrie down the line, backhand to backhand. Now Norrie goes inside out to the Djokovic forehand. Djokovic forehand down the line. And Norrie backhand towards the forehand of Djokovic, sliding defensive forehand. And Djokovic bangs a forehand deep and then sort of trips over his racket as he tries to regain his balance to get back to the middle of the court. He seems fine. He's wiping his hand on his shirt, just a little off balance. And Nick, again, things continue to happen out there. Interesting things.
Yeah.
He like tripped over his own feet.
I don't know, guys.
I'm not sure
I
what
don't
that
know.
was. That was
We
a little
kinda
bit
just
of
collapsed.
I think
to be
it was
honest,
a little bit of
Russ.
I am beaten, and I'm
There's
gonna.
there's some melodrama
Yeah, a
out
little
there.
bit.
Yes, there is indeed. Big first serve from Norrie, and Djokovic misses the backhand return. It's 30-love. And by the way, it's 5-all on Louis Armstrong Stadium between Sabalenka and Fernandez. Aryna has held, and now the pressure and the serve goes back to Leylah Fernandez. Meanwhile, Barbora Krejcikova, 2 points from the match. Match point now on grandstand for Krejcikova, serving at 5-4, 40-15 to Emma Navarro. Back on Armstrong, Norrie into the forehand of Djokovic. Now Norrie tries to go down the line and hits it long, and it's 30-15.
And the last point, after the end of that point, Djokovic starting to stretch again with his racket, his upper body. Not sure if he's starting to feel it physically as well.
Shaking out his face, Sophie.
Yeah.
First serve to the forehand of Djokovic, and then Norrie goes down the line for a forehand winner, and it's 40-15. And meanwhile on grandstand, the number 10 seed on the women's side, last year's semifinalist Emma Navarro, has been knocked out in 3 tight sets by Barbora Krejcikova. 6-4 in the third on grandstand for Krejcikova. Rough day for the young Americans. Ben Shelton and Frances Tiafoe out of the men's draw. Shelton with the shoulder injury forced to retire. Tiafoe taken out in straight sets by Jan-Lennard Struff of Germany. And now it's Krejcikova, who looks super fired up as she runs over to her box for high fives, has just taken out last year's semifinalist Emma Navarro, the number 10 seed on the women's side. Back to this, the 9th game on Ash, where Cam Norrie had a 40-15 lead. Now it's deuce at 4-all in the second set. 40-30, sorry, for Cam Norrie.
And Navarro will drop to number 16 on the live ranking because of the loss of all the points from the semifinals last year. So it's a tough break from Emma Navarro, who was up 3-love in that final set.
Yeah, and you guys, Tiafoe is going to drop down to 29th.
Wow.
Wow, Cam Norrie all the way at the double side for this wide serve.
And he tried to go super wide and short on that first serve to Novak Djokovic.
What was that?
Well, he was going for the super lefty angle. But now second serve from a more traditional service position, and Norrie right into the body of Novak Djokovic off his second ball. Elicits the error. They'll change ends. Novak Djokovic will serve up a set, and 4-5 in the second when we come back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. It is nighttime at the U.S. Open. There is drama across the grounds. Russ Thaler and Sophie Amiak in studio. Nick McCarville courtside at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Gil Gross at Louis Armstrong Stadium. Over in Ashe, Novak Djokovic won the first set 6-4 from Cam Norrie. Djokovic now serving at 4-5 in the second set. He's had issues with his back. He's gotten treatment from the trainer twice. got some medication from the doctor and something in a water bottle from his team. And now Novak, who has been utterly dominant on serve, serves to stay in the second set. First serve is wide. So a second serve coming. Cam Norrie has not been in the Novak Djokovic service games pretty much at all in this match, but the pressure's now on. The 7th seed and a double fault to start this service game from Novak Djokovic.
I guess the pressure has changed ends now, with Djokovic serving to stay in the set. Third double fault of the match for Djokovic. 12 aces in the match.
First serve at love 15. And Djokovic tries to go down the tee. And it hits the top of the net and sails long. So Norrie will get a look at a second serve. Remember, Djokovic double faulted on the first point of this game. He's taking some extra bounces before he winds up for this second serve. And second serve short to the backhand, and Norrie goes inside in down the line, and Djokovic rips a forehand cross court, takes control of the point, moves forward, and Norrie with an error. It's 15-all.
Yeah, he's 10 of 10 coming forward at the net, Djokovic, since the beginning of the match. So I would think that anything that short, you got to keep charging.
Norrie probably felt like he hit a pretty good return of serve on that point. It wasn't
Yeah,
bad.
but the forehand response cross court was so good from Djokovic.
That was exquisite, and it did damage for sure. It is 15-all. First serve wide to the Norrie backhand, and now back to the backhand side for Djokovic. Now to the forehand of Norrie, opens up the court. Djokovic comes forward. Backhand pass attempt from Norrie's into the net, and it's 30-15.
The depth of Djokovic right now, he's just moving side to side, Norrie, and sometimes putting a ball right behind his body, which puts Norrie really in a very awkward position and unstable. But sneaking in again, 11 of 11 coming forward to the net. 3 of 3 in this set for Djokovic.
So it's 30-15 for Novak Djokovic at 4-5. First serve into the net, second serve coming from Novak Djokovic. 1 hour, 23 minutes into this match. Third round action here at the 2025 U.S. Open, the night session. First match of the night up next in Arthur Ashe Stadium. Mirra Andreeva taking on American Taylor Townsend, and another double fault from Novak Djokovic. And now it's pressure time. 4-5, 30-all.
Pulling off those second serves, guys, just a little bit, getting his team there, telling him to keep his stature through pronation and then the swing, but maybe there's the back injury just niggling its way in to those double faults. 2 of them in this game.
First serve at 30-all. Djokovic tries to go down the tee and misses another first serve.
Can't find one in this game alone.
So a second serve now for Cam Norrie. It'll be interesting to see how he handles the pressure of knowing that this is the opportunity. Second serve to the backhand of Norrie. Return real short in the middle of the court. Djokovic moves in, hits a backhand volley into the open court. Norrie's backhand cross-court pass right to the forehand volley of Djokovic, and it's a winner for 40-30.
You know, I'm wondering if the camp is really, with all the, you know, they have tablets right there with them with all the stats, and if they look at the stats of Djokovic coming forward, they have to be aware of telling him, you know, if you have the opportunity, get to the net, because he has yet to lose a point coming forward.
12 of 12 for Djokovic into the forecourt. And now a point for 5-all in the second set. First serve down the tee and back to Novak Djokovic, serving like Novak Djokovic. That's ace number 13. And it is indeed 5-all.
Clutch stuff there, guys, from Novak. Those 2 volleys were beautiful. And then that serve. Sophie, I've been watching the team pretty closely. It does not appear to me that they're using any sort of tablet in the box.
It's there, though.
Sure. Yeah, of course.
But,
it doesn't feel like they're actively using it.
Yeah.
All right, first serve from Norrie, quickly into the forehand of Djokovic. Now they go cross-court. Norrie, little drop shot. Djokovic runs forward and has way too much time. Norrie can only guess, and Novak pushes it into the open court for love 15.
Yeah, his movement is so much better from Djokovic, just side to side and forward, and then easy put away of the drop shot of Norrie down the line.
And just to keep you updated, tiebreak is underway in the second set on Armstrong between Aryna Sabalenka and Leylah Fernandez. Sabalenka took the first set and the first point of the tiebreak. It's 1-love to Sabalenka. I'll keep you updated on that, because if Sabalenka wins the tiebreak, she wins the match and moves into the fourth round. Meanwhile, Cam Norrie has leveled this 5-all game at 15-all. So 15-all. First serve down the tee is wide. So Djokovic has a look at a second serve.
Yeah, on that 15-all, on that point, he actually hit behind the body of Djokovic for a winner.
Second serve, Novak will take it in the middle of the court with his forehand, but
missed.
Way behind it and shanks it wide.
And again, you know, the Norrie serve's got slice, and when it goes to the due side and it keeps traveling, when it hits the ground, it travels to the left of Djokovic, who keeps trying to hit a forehand. He should be hitting a backhand on this.
Yeah, he basically ran himself into the ball there. All right, Norrie trying for the tee on the ad court, but misses long. So it'll be a second serve. 30-15, 5-all, second set. Here in Arthur Ashe Stadium. Second serve to the backhand of Djokovic, and a wild miss long from Novak, and it's 40-15 for Cam Norrie. Points now for 6-5 in the second set for Cam Norrie. Novak Djokovic took the first 6 games to 4. There have been no breaks of serve in the second set. Just 1 break of serve in the first set. Novak Djokovic has been dominant on serve so far in this match. Cam Norrie, though, looking to put his nose ahead here in the second set. And meanwhile, over on Armstrong, Leylah Fernandez and Aryna Sabalenka continue to play that second set tiebreak. Fernandez has just double faulted, and Sabalenka leads 3-1 in that tiebreak in the second set. Novak Djokovic went for a forehand winner off the return, and he missed wide. They'll change ends with Cam Norrie up 6-5 in the second set, and we will turn our attention right now with a live call of the second set tiebreak on Louis Armstrong. Leylah Fernandez serving at 1-3. Sabalenka, big forehand into the backhand corner of Fernandez, and Leylah cannot handle the firepower of Sabalenka. It's 4-1.
Well, she's got something on her side, Sabalenka. She's 19-1 in tiebreak this year alone, 2025. The last tiebreak she played was against Polina Kudermetova. That was her last round, and she only lost one. That was back in February 9th to be exact, against Alexandrova.
Sabalenka hasn't lost a tiebreak since February.
Nope.
Yep. 4-1 to Sabalenka. First serve into the backhand of Fernandez, who puts it up into the middle of the court, and Aryna just spanks a forehand cross-court winner, and it's 5-1 Sabalenka as they change ends.
She's about to be 20-1. I can tell you that much, the way that she's handling tiebreak. I mean, when you have this kind of record, you go into a tiebreak going, I am going to win this tiebreak because I'm tiebreak tough. And for all of you watching and for all of you listening, go and work on tie breaks, because a lot of the players don't do that. And when it comes to tie breaks, they get all like kind of like off rhythm. Do 2 out of 3 set tie breaks only, or 3 out of 5 set tie breaks only.
Right.
And you're going to get the groove, and you're going to get used to that.
I'll tell you something. Sabalenka's not waiting for Fernandez to miss either. She is going front foot in this tiebreak. 5-1 to Sabalenka as they change ends. First serve from Aryna, and an ace. And here come the match points, a full handful for the defending champion and #1 seed.
Exquisite.
Leylah Fernandez will step to the line, serving at 1-6. Leylah Fernandez serves to the forehand of Sabalenka. Now Leylah whips a forehand to the backhand of Aryna. Now Aryna tries to throw up a defensive forehand on the run. That's not her forte, and it looked very much like that.
Yeah, she tried to loop that forehand and didn't even make contact properly. Yeah, you're right. Hit it, please, Sabalenka. Just smack it.
It doesn't come naturally to Aryna to be playing defense. We just saw it there, but she still has 4 match points as Fernandez serves at 2-6 in the breaker. So here they are on the deuce court. The left-hander starts her motion, but didn't like the toss, so she'll start again. Leylah Fernandez down match point. This is match point #2. First serve into the backhand of Sabalenka. Now a backhand from Fernandez down to the backhand of Sabalenka. Now a forehand down the line to the forehand of Aryna. Now cross court to the backhand of Leylah Fernandez. Leylah goes down the line on her backhand as Aryna Sabalenka chips one cross court. Fernandez moves in. Sabalenka with the splits hits a forehand winner to take the match. Finishing with flair, the #1 seed on the full run, going to the splits. The cross-court pass is in, and Sabalenka is into round number 4.
How funny, she looked at her box as she was on the ground, in the split saying, is it good? Because she couldn't tell because she was below the level of the net. Yes, it was, and then she's now 20-1 in tiebreaks.
All right, so as this match ends, they're on the verge of a tiebreaker on Ash. So we're going to take a quick break on US Open Radio presented by American Express. When we come back, it'll be a tiebreaker in set number 2 between Novak Djokovic and Cameron Norrie. Back on the night session on a Friday night of Labor Day weekend at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Novak Djokovic and Cam Norrie are beginning the second set tiebreak as Novak Djokovic took the first set 6-4. This is the first point of the tiebreak, and it is taken on the Norrie serve by Novak Djokovic thanks to a big inside-out forehand that Norrie couldn't handle. 1-love to Djokovic. Russ Taylor, Sophie Amiak on the call in studio. Nick McCarville is sidelined in Arthur Ashe Stadium. Gil Gross is awaiting the arrival of Aryna Sabalenka, who just beat Leylah Fernandez in straight sets in Louis Armstrong Stadium to move into round 4. We will hear from the defending champ with Gil when she gets out to him. Let's turn our attention to this tiebreaker in the second set. Djokovic has taken the first point. It's 1-love. Novak serves down the tee to the Norrie backhand. It clips off the top of the net. Djokovic runs it down, and Norrie can't handle the reply up close to the net. And it's 2-love as Novak puts his hand to his ear. He wants the crowd behind him, and they oblige.
Well, this crowd just losing its mind. What foot speed from Novak. And actually, I thought a mistake here, guys. Cam Norrie ran all the way up nearly to the net. And then before Novak even hit the ball, Cam overran the ball. He was there.
What a get for the veteran. 39, 38, whatever he is, that was pretty quick.
He was there in plenty of time, for
Looks
sure.
a little bit like pickleball, by the way, on that play.
In the kitchen, in the kitchen. What a moment there.
In the kitchen.
All right, 2-love. Djokovic serving now to Cam Norrie. And a forehand into the net from Novak Djokovic. Norrie's on the board, gets the mini break back. And it's 1-2 now. Norrie serving back on serve. Cam Norrie needs this desperately. He certainly does. 1-2. First serve into the backhand of Djokovic, trying to go with the forehand down the line into the open court, but it's no good. And make it 1-3 on the Norrie serve in this second set tiebreak. When they played in Geneva earlier this year in the semifinals, Djokovic won the first set 6-4. Norrie won the second set in a tiebreak, 7-6, before Djokovic took the third and the match, 6-1 in the third. All right, first serve down the tee. Norrie into the backhand of Djokovic, and he can only float it long. And it's 2-3. Novak Djokovic still with his nose out in front. He's got the mini break. He'll serve at 3-2. And Novak has been so strong on serve all match long. But everything is amplified in the tiebreak. So here comes Novak Djokovic serving at 3-2 in the second set tiebreak. Novak goes into the forehand of Norrie. Deep reply into the forehand of Djokovic. Norrie moves forward. Novak hits the first shot low. Norrie volleys back. Novak's there for the reply, but Cam Norrie knocks off the forehand volley. It's 3-all, and they'll change ends.
You gotta love what Norrie's doing right now, coming in himself to the net. Of course, he had the opportunity to do so because of a short ball right in the middle of the court from Djokovic, but he has such great feel at the net, Cameron Norrie, and sometimes, you know, people don't really realize that because he stays so much on the baseline. Very good, and very well done. So 3-0 in this tiebreak. The record 8-11 tiebreak 2025 for Djokovic, 16-9 for Norrie. That's a pretty good record. Nothing like Sabalenka, that's for sure.
Nobody's like Sabalenka when it comes to tiebreaks, at least not this year.
Well, when it comes for Sabalenka, she's been like a cyclone, also known as a hurricane. 20-1 now.
3-all now. They've changed ends. Novak Djokovic serving. Deuce court to the backhand of Norrie into the forehand side. Norrie's passing shot clips the top of the tape. Novak is able to reflex it back, and Novak Djokovic is basically a brick wall that Norrie finally penetrates to take a 4-3 lead.
Wow. Getting some really exciting play in this tiebreak, to say the least. Great reflexes, and once again, it's Norrie who comes through this time. Remember that the net point won for Novak Djokovic since the beginning of the match, 16 out of 18. And for Norrie, 7 out of 13. And this one was absolutely grand.
Crazy hands there from Novak. That was amazing.
And Norrie gets the applause from the crowd there. Cam Norrie serving at 4-3. Big first serve elicits the return error. 5-3 Norrie. Djokovic yelling and gesticulating wildly towards his box. And Norrie now with a 5-3 lead. Novak having some heated words for his box. And Norrie down the tee to the Novak backhand, right to the middle of the court. Norrie goes right back to the middle on the backhand side of Djokovic. Backhand from Djokovic, cross court to the forehand of Norrie, who returns to backhand of Djokovic, who goes down the line. Forehand cross court from Norrie, and then he changes direction, goes behind Djokovic down the line. And it's 6-3 Norrie after Novak can't handle the forehand. Set points for Norrie, starting on the Djokovic serve.
And again, losing it with his box on the after the last point, that cannot be helpful when you need to be so focused into what's at task. They're really having some big word to each other with the box, and it's definitely not helpful. Set points. Djokovic serving at 3-6 in this tiebreak.
Here comes the first serve from Djokovic. Out wide to the forehand of Norrie. The return is into the net. That's one set point saved. Another one coming. Still on the Djokovic serve. It's 4-6. Djokovic won the first set 6-4. Not in the tiebreak, of course. Set point number 2 for Cam Norrie. Djokovic taking his time and now winds up and misses his first serve, going wide towards the Norrie backhand in the deuce court. Now a second serve for Cam Norrie. Novak Djokovic, he's won 71% of his second serve points in this set. 79 for the match. Second serve, and it's a double fault. Fifth double fault of the match for Novak Djokovic, gives the second set to Cam Norrie. And a look of utter disbelief in the Djokovic box. But we are all tied up at one set apiece on Arthur Ashe Stadium. We're taking a quick break on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Things are getting spicy on a Friday night in the big city. Novak Djokovic and Cam Norrie all locked up at one set apiece. Djokovic took the first. Norrie just took the second set in a tiebreak, with Novak Djokovic double faulting to finish that tiebreak in favor of Norrie. Russ Taylor, Sophie Amiak in studio. Cam Norrie left the court between sets. Nick McCarville is courtside on Ash. Novak looked very unhappy at the end of that tiebreak. Nick?
We might have lost Nick, but yes, he looked unhappy. He was obviously chatting with his box, and I think that he might have even kind of hit something with his racket. So I think that in all, he was unhappy during the tiebreak. He was unhappy during the second set. I think this is probably the worst thing that could happen to him, is to lose a set in that length, 56 minutes. 7-6 after winning the first one 6-4 in 44 minutes. So in all, an hour and 40 minutes on court, and we're not even close for either of these men to win this match. So tough task ahead of Djokovic, I would think, in this match, the longer it gets.
All right, so while Cam Norrie is now back on the court, they're ready for set number 2. Let's toss it over to Gil Gross, who has Aryna Sabalenka, who beat Leylah Fernandez in straight sets on Armstrong.
That's right, Russ. Aryna, great match. Only one break of serve the whole time, so each of you were really hanging on to your serve. Why do you think it played out that way on the court?
Honestly, I was just trying to focus on myself, and I was just trying to stay aggressive, and definitely focusing on my serve and putting as much pressure as I could on her. On her serve was the key of today's match, and I'm super happy with the revanche, super happy with the level I played, and hopefully with every match I play, I can bring a better level every time.
You saved all 4 break points that you faced, and you played awesome tennis in that second set tiebreak to run away with it. What's your approach on the big points? Are you trying to be more aggressive, more safe, or just the same like it's any other point?
I think I just try to stay aggressive, try to stick to my plan, and I'm trying to trust my game and go after shots that I feel like the right one for the moment.
Thanks, Aryna. Good luck moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you.
Gil Gross with Aryna Sabalenka, a winner over Leylah Fernandez in 2 tight sets, tightly contested on Louis Armstrong Stadium. And Cam Norrie has just hit a forehand down the line. Djokovic serving, first game, third set, 15 all.
Yeah, and by the way, I looked at the most tiebreak won by a woman in a single season in the Open era, and guess what? She is now on top of everything. 18, well, now 20 for Aryna Sabalenka. In 71, it was Billie Jean King with 16, Wendy Turnbull, the Aussie, in 1978 with 16 as well, and Elena Rybakina in 2023 with 16. So she has pretty much blasted that number now at 20 tiebreaks won in one season for Sabalenka.
Sabalenka will take on Busca from Spain in round number 4. An upset winner over Elise Mertens from Belgium, the 19 seed, in 3 sets earlier today.
Huge upset.
Crazy win for Busca.
And quickly to 40-15 for Novak Djokovic, who's not faced much adversity at all on his serve. Nary a break point for the Brit, Cam Norrie. And game points now for Djokovic in the opening game of set number 3. Novak lost a set in his last match against American Zach Zvida, but he cruised in the final 2 sets of that match as Zvida's withered physically just a little bit. Norrie, big forehand into the backhand of Djokovic. Now a little slice forehand to the backhand of Djokovic. Norrie whips another forehand that clips the line, and it's 40-30. Both players kind of took a second look, because it wasn't in by much, was it, Nick?
99% out is 100% in.
That's right.
That is true.
Whipping forehand there. Here's a little look for Cam Norrie. 40-30.
Novak Djokovic, game point again, down the tee, big first serve lands in, now a swinging volley from the middle of the court, and Novak puts it into the net, and it's deuce.
And did he smash his racket at the end of the second set?
Did Novak?
Yes.
I do not believe so, no.
Okay. It seemed to be very angry at his
He
box,
was
though.
so
Yeah.
angry,
Yeah.
so frustrated. At one point asked all of the box to leave. They did not oblige.
He did?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So it's deuce in the first game, and a big first serve and an even bigger return from Cam Norrie. He pushes Djokovic back and then whips a forehand inside in. A big fist bump because Norrie has his first break point of the match in the opening game of the third set.
So aggressive. Love to see this from Cameron Norrie. He knows that he can't do this. He's believing a lot more right now. And of course, winning that second set was huge for him. Boost, a big boost for the Brit.
And that first serve sails long from Novak Djokovic. And Cam Norrie's got to look at his second serve on his first break point opportunity of the match. Head out. Djokovic serving far court, second serve to the backhand of Norrie, to the backhand of Djokovic, now into the forehand of Norrie, wide to the backhand of Djokovic into the open court. Novak just slices one down the middle, and Norrie comes up with a forehand drop shot winner to break the serve of Novak Djokovic for the first time tonight. And they'll change ends at 1-love to Norrie.
So smart. Such a great touch from the Brits. He saw that Djokovic was way beyond his baseline. He's moving him quite a bit. And that drop shot was perfectly placed at the right time.
Guys, that was the strategy we discussed earlier that I believe the Norrie camp was coming into this match with. And Cam's now, Russ, you called it out, more aggression at the end of the second set. And then that was a much more strategic sort of chess move, a few points there to get that. Was that his first break of the night?
It was his first break point chances that he's seen.
Right.
Yeah. So now Norrie with a lead on serve, 1-love. First serve is returned by Djokovic. Forehand into the forehand corner from Novak. Now Norrie to the middle of the court, and Cam Norrie starting to dictate a little bit more here, and it's 15-love.
Yeah, he's trying to not really let Novak breathe and have any time to himself get into the point by being so aggressive. Great depth again.
Now a first serve into the Djokovic forehand. Strong return from Novak. And Norrie can't handle the reply. It's 15-all.
That was, what, the third Norrie set he's won against Djokovic in 7 matches. For him to do that in that tiebreak, now the question is, can he really start to feel like the front runner in this match? Up a break here in this third set.
All right, first serve from Norrie out wide to the Djokovic forehand. The return is good, but the reply from Norrie is too hot to handle for Djokovic, and it's 30-15.
Well, you know that physically you can feel that Norrie is much better off right now. There's no doubt. Mentally as well, with winning that second set in 56 minutes. All of those parts are really in favor of the Brit, no doubt.
First serve to the backhand of Djokovic, and a backhand return winner from Novak Djokovic. Norrie took a little bit off that first serve to go wide. Didn't get it wide enough.
But it was the best return of the match from Djokovic, finally getting to that slider and able to translate it with a winner of the backhand return. I don't think we've seen one winner of the return yet, at least from the backhand side from Djokovic.
First serve now at 30-all into the forehand of Novak. Deep return down the middle. Norrie goes forehand to forehand. Now more forehand to backhand cross court. It's Norrie. And now Djokovic shows up the line with the backhand into the open court for a winner and a break chance to get the break right back.
To raise his level so much, Novak, right now, and that's exactly what he's doing in his last 2 points. Brilliant. Down the line backhand, easy winner. That was the 4th winner of the set here, which is just 1 game old.
All right, break point for Novak Djokovic. Forehand down the middle. Norrie goes inside out to the forehand. Novak returns back to the backhand corner of Cam Norrie. Norrie whips a forehand cross court that Djokovic tries to go down the line, but he goes long, and it's deuce. So break point saved from Cam Norrie.
Almost felt like it could have coming in on this pass ball that was a little mid-court for Novak and didn't follow that to the net. That's unfortunate.
First serve down the tee into the net from Cam Norrie. So it's 1-love deuce. Norrie just saved a break point. And now Djokovic has a look at a second serve at deuce, trying to get the break back here at the start of set number 3. 1 set all. Novak Djokovic took the first with 1 break of serve, 6-4. No breaks in the second set. Norrie took it in a tiebreak when Novak Djokovic double faulted to end it. And now it's deuce. Norrie's backhand off the top of the tape. Novak goes inside out with a forehand. Norrie sees the open court, but can't execute the down the line forehand, and Djokovic has another break point.
So where's Norrie going to serve? Is he going to go wide again or go with a flat serve down the tee?
I say tee.
Yeah, one of his aces was flat down the tee earlier in this match.
And here comes the first serve. He goes
Yep,
down the
he
tee
got
for
it.
another ace.
Good call, Nick.
Djokovic just been, sorry Russ, been cheating a little bit to try to cover. That's why he hit that beautiful return winner a couple points ago. Cam saw that.
And I would think on the big points you have to defend the wide serve from a lefty. So well done from Cam Norrie. Popping one down the tee for an ace, saving another break point. Second break point saved of this game, and it's deuce number 2. And Norrie goes out wide but long on the first serve, offering it deuce. Second serve now to Djokovic. Norrie broke to open the third set here. And now a return forehand to the backhand of Norrie, who goes back to the forehand of Djokovic. Now forehand from Norrie to the backhand of Djokovic. Again, cross court they go. Norrie cross court to the backhand. Now Djokovic changes direction into the backhand of Norrie. Now a slice to the forehand of Cam Norrie. Djokovic trying to go down the line again. Sort of came off of that one a little bit.
Yep, imbalanced. An
Put it into
impact.
the net.
Yep, and that didn't make it over.
This game just feels like it's got so much weight for Cam Norrie after that first break of the night for him, Russ. To consolidate that, can feel the stress.
Well, game point here for Cam Norrie. Certainly hasn't been an easy service game for Norrie after breaking. First serve into the backhand of Djokovic. Now a forehand down the line from Norrie. It's got Novak on the run. Norrie backhand back to the forehand of Djokovic. Novak into the middle of the court. Forehand pounding the backhand side. The depth, a huge problem for Norrie. A backhand error from Cam, and it's back to deuce for the third time.
Forehand winners for Norrie, 18 altogether in this match. Backhand winners for Norrie, 1. So you would think that this is definitely where to go.
Deuce, first serve down the tee, return down the middle from Djokovic, and Norrie misses a backhand down the line. He was going for a second backhand winner, but he couldn't find his spot, and it's a third breakpoint opportunity for Novak Djokovic.
Listen to this crowd.
Norrie's first serve is well wide, not even close to the mark. Second serve that Djokovic will have a look at. Norrie, deep and long. A double fault from Cam Norrie, and there goes the break. It's 1-all.
Just like that, things turning back to the favor of Djokovic, the way that it was able to handle this pressure, and the pressure was really on Norrie. But when you look at the way that Djokovic just hanging by a thread in this game, the return, I think backhand return was really explicit. But in all, it's really Norrie that gave away this game, no doubt.
New balls now for Novak Djokovic. 1 set apiece, 1 game all. Third set, first point, Djokovic serving to Cam Norrie. Out to the backhand, and a return wide from Cam Norrie. It's 15-love. Russ Taylor, Sophie Amiak in studio. Nick McCarville courtside at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Gil Gross courtside at Louis Armstrong Stadium, as Taylor Fritz and Jerome Kim are just underway. Fritz, of course, finalist a year ago here at the U.S. Open, the number 4 seed. Looking to move into the 4th round against the Swiss player Kim. Djokovic at 15 love at 1-all here in set number 3. Serve down the tee to the backhand of Norrie. Backhand cross court from Norrie is wide. And Cam Norrie's calibration seems to be a little bit off now after getting broken back.
Just didn't play that service game with outright confidence, Cam Norrie. The stress, you could feel it. It was palpable courtside.
30 love to Djokovic. And there's an ace. 14th of the match. 40 love for Novak. And there's the first serve in. Return to the middle of the court. Djokovic runs Norrie to his backhand side. Cam doesn't even bother getting back into the court as Novak just pushes a forehand into the open court. A hold at love. And it's 2-1 to Djokovic in the third. We'll take a break on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. We've got ourselves a good one going on Arthur Ashe Stadium here on night 6 of the 2025 U.S. Open. Cam Norrie and Novak Djokovic locked at 1 set apiece on serve, even though there have been 2 breaks of serve in the third set. Cam Norrie was broken his last time serving, and he steps to the line, trailing 2-1 to Novak Djokovic. First serve from Norrie in this, the 4th game of the third set. Djokovic returns down the middle. Norrie forehand down the line to the forehand of Djokovic. Now a backhand down the line to the backhand of Novak. Norrie runs around a backhand and goes inside in. Now Novak goes inside out and long, and it's 15 love. And just to keep everyone updated, the second match of the night, the final match of the night on Louis Armstrong Stadium is underway between the 4-seed Taylor Fritz and Jerome Kim, the qualifier from Switzerland, who's playing his 3rd straight American in the main draw, and his 4th if you want to count the qualifiers, because he played 2 Americans in he played an American in qualifiers as well. So his 4th American during his time here at the US Open this year. We'll get to Gil Gross, who's sidelined on Louis Armstrong Stadium for that. 15 love to Norrie, but Norrie shanks a forehand and is 15-all. Nice catch by a fan, by the way.
Very good catch.
Well, off the bounce. The initial catch. No. This is New York, guys. We're a sports town. That guy missed the catch off the front row. Sir, you know who you are.
15-all. First serve into the backhand of Djokovic, and a backhand error from Norrie. It's 15-30.
I mean, it's such a letdown all of a sudden from Djokovic, from Norrie. After being able to break in the first game of the third, he's like just MIA right now.
So Norrie, 15-30. Djokovic might be smelling blood in the water here a little bit. First serve out wide to the backhand. Djokovic returns deep to the forehand side of Norrie. Down the line to the forehand of Djokovic. Goes across court. Norrie's sharp backhand angle is good. Djokovic gets it back and resets the point. Now Novak running to his forehand again. Norrie going down the line to the Djokovic backhand. It goes deep down the middle. Norrie again to the backhand side and moving forward in a beautiful low backhand volley angle winner from Cam Norrie.
Again, showing off really how good he is and the hands that he has at the net. That ball was so low on his backhand side that he was able to hit one of the most perfect volley off of it. Down his sock line, letting go the two-handers to go with a one-handed backhand volley cross-court winner. That was absolutely fantastic.
So it's 30-all after a long rally finished off with a beautiful touch volley from Cam Norrie, taking it off his toes for the winner. Second serve returned down the middle from Novak Djokovic. Now Novak sets up and pounds a backhand cross court into the forehand side. It was all set up by a beautiful deep return, and Novak is really fighting and talking
to the crowd.
Who is he talking to?
Well,
Nick?
they're both frustrated. A fan yelled out during that point, and Cam saying to Nico Helmworth, "You keep letting this happen." 4 times Cam said that someone shouted out mid-point, but Helmworth then not addressing the crowd thereafter, so both guys somewhat frustrated.
Break point now for Novak Djokovic, looking for back-to-back breaks on the Norrie serve. Big first serve down the tee, but Novak has the return. Now he whips the forehand into the backhand of Cam Norrie, and another error off the backhand wing, and Novak Djokovic has taken a 3-1 lead in the third on Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Well, I didn't see that coming, I tell you, because you know, after what Norrie was able to do in that second set, he just blew a chance, and a huge chance in this third set, being up 1-love, breaking the serve of Novak, and now he's himself facing a lot of pressure in this third set. Novak serving at 3-1.
So Novak Djokovic, who was broken early in this third set, has now broken back and then broken again to take a 3-1 lead. He was so buttoned up on serve in the first 2 sets. Now Djokovic with a second serve. First point of the 5th game of the third set. Into the backhand of Norrie. Sharp backhand reply cross court, and then inside out forehand towards the forehand wing, and then Norrie steps in and cracks a forehand inside in for a winner.
That's more like it. That's kind of what he did on the opening game of the third. Just was so aggressive, taking really the match in that first game, at least in his own hands.
Cam Norrie, one of the numerous former college players, played in the United States at TCU, Texas Christian University. He's a Horned Frog, a 3-time All-American. Was #1 in the NCAA.
Yeah, let's not forget I was a former also number 8 in the world. That was back in 2022.
Oh yeah, that's when he got to the semis of Wimbledon and played
exactly.
Novak.
So he's been there, done that.
He's ranking just outside the seed zone. He's one of the dangerous guys without a number next to his name in this draw, for sure. Cam Norrie, backhand returned into the forehand of Djokovic. It's love 15. Djokovic serving at 3-1, and now a forehand error by Novak, and it's love 30.
He's got 11 career top 10 wins. Cameron Norrie.
This set feels like a total roller coaster here, guys.
Yep.
No doubt about that. After the first 2 sets went pretty routinely to the servers, all the way to a tiebreak in set 2. A lot more uncertainty in the outcomes and also the play of these guys. It's been a lot more up and down as far as form goes here in set 3. Norrie blasts a backhand into the net. Rally ball missed there from Norrie. Not sure what he was going for that early in the rally against Djokovic, but it's 15-30. Novak taking his time, looking up, kind of waving his arms just a little bit before he steps to the line, and now...
Is it hot out there, Nick? Is it getting hot?
It's remained rather cool.
Interesting.
It's a perfect night for viewing tennis, at least. Novak Djokovic. And by the way, we should mention that Novak did something to his back
earlier
in this match, and that has not really been an issue since. He got 2 visits from the trainer. He got some pills of some sort from the doctor, got the cream rubbed into his back, went off the court for a medical timeout, and now it's 30-all after a big first serve that Cam Norrie can't handle, and there's some frustration from Norrie not being able to put that in play.
That back and medical timeout came at 5-4 in the first set when he was ready to serve for the set. And since then, won the set, and then eventually lost the second.
So Djokovic 30-all from love 30 at 3-1 in the second set. First serve into the top of the net. Second serve coming now for Novak Djokovic. We haven't seen him cringe or wince in quite some time. Novak's back seems to be doing just fine, whether it's the medication or the adrenaline. And now at 30-all, Djokovic forehand cross court to the backhand of Norrie, down the line to the backhand of Novak, down the middle of the court to the forehand of Norrie, to the backhand of Novak. Norrie again going to the backhand corner of Djokovic. Again, Norrie trying to punch it to the backhand corner of Novak, but he overhits it, and it's 40-30.
That's not even close. He hit that ball like at least 6 feet deep.
Sophie, I want your opinion on this, but you know, Cam Norrie coming in 0-6 against Novak Djokovic in their career. He's won 2 of 15 sets before tonight. And I was speaking to some of the Brits and I said, does Cam believe that he can win? They said yes, but I feel like he put so much mental energy into winning that second set that he's sort of gone away early doors after that break here in the third.
First serve into the net from Djokovic.
I totally agree with you. It was cruising. It was up 1-love, break the serve of Djokovic, which you would feel like all he's got to do now is hold to take that third set, but none of that. He's completely lost his focus.
Second serve down the tee, return to the forehand of Djokovic. Now Norrie goes down the middle and misses again. So from love 30, Novak Djokovic rolls away with that service game. It's 4-1 Novak in the third on Cam Norrie. They'll change ends there, and we'll check in with Gil Gross, who's courtside on Armstrong for Taylor Fritz and Jerome Kim.
Well, Russ, you mentioned that Jerome Kim beat 2 straight Americans on the way here. Let me one-up you on that, because I'm sitting next to Brad Gilbert here courtside on Armstrong, who's from Malibu, California. So he pointed out to me that it's actually the 3rd straight match against a Californian for Jerome Quinn. Nakashima's from San Diego. You've got Ethan Quinn from Fresno, California, which is up north, and now Taylor Fritz is the Los Angeles native. This is Kim's major debut, qualifier from Switzerland, 22 years old. He's got a big serve and a big game, so he doesn't lack weapons. Taylor Fritz is going to test his consistency tonight and his movement from the back of the court, because he is a big guy. So as soon as you get him moving side to side, Taylor is really going to like his chances in those rallies. But what a run it's been so far for Kim, and really looking forward to seeing what he can do again in his major debut here in the third round at a night session in New York for Jerome Kim against Taylor Fritz, who, I'll add this, hopefully doesn't believe in bad voodoo, because the tournament lost Ben Shelton and Frances Tiafoe today.
And Emma Navarro, if you want to flip over to the women's side as well. Kim, 22 years old, listed as 6'6". So similar in stature to Taylor Fritz, but Taylor, obviously the much more accomplished of the two at the moment, a finalist a year ago here at the U.S. Open, falling to Jannik Sinner, our defending champion, who's still in the draw, of course. He'll play tomorrow. And here's Cam Norrie serving at 1-4 in the third to Novak Djokovic. It's 1 set apiece, but Djokovic is taking control of this third set. Forehand to the backhand of Norrie, down the middle it goes. Djokovic into the forehand of Norrie here with a backhand. Now down the line, he's sort of moving Norrie side to side. Now a slice from Djokovic, and Norrie takes advantage by pushing Novak to his forehand and then slicing one behind him as Novak tries to cover what would be a drop shot, but it's not. It's a winner for Norrie, and it's 15-love.
Not sure what happened at the end of this point, but Novak was kind of gingerly running the opposite direction of where obviously Norrie hit, and Norrie looked at him and kind of like had a smile on his face, saying, "What is he gonna fake now?" kind of thing.
Nice first serve out wide. Novak Djokovic just floats it up, doesn't even go for the reply as Norrie knocks off a backhand winner.
Cam did say before the match, I'll be ready for Novak to disrupt the match.
Really? There you go. It's been disrupted already.
30-love to Cam Norrie. Big first serve into the forehand of Djokovic. Djokovic makes the return, and again, doesn't make his way back into the middle of the point, kind of conceding it to Norrie, and it's 40-love. I mean, could Novak just be confident of his break advantage here at 4-1, and he'll be fine serving at 4-2? Hasn't really made a move for second balls. Novak again, this time throws up a defensive lob return to the middle of the court, which Norrie then throws in a slice forehand, and Djokovic hits a backhand down the line winner. All right, I'm going to stop trying to figure out why things are happening.
And I think Norrie needs to do the same thing. He needs to play the point. He's trying to drop shot, kind of hits shorter with the slice forehand, but he paid the price. And it is an ace from the racket of Norrie now, who holds here. And it is 4-2 Djokovic.
Yeah, if I can, Cam Norrie said, I'm ready for anything. I'm ready for him to play unreal, for him to play not that great, and I'm also ready for him to stop the match for something and then play really good again. Yeah. I think he's so good at competing and tactics.
Well,
apparently he knows
clairvoyant.
Yeah. So 4-2 Djokovic serving in this third, 1 set all.
Yeah, first serve into the forehand of Norrie and a forehand long on the return. It's 15-love for Djokovic.
Does not feel like there's a lot of love lost between these two.
No, not at all. It also feels like there's a little bit of a lull in the intensity in the crowd there at Ash. Does it feel like that too, Nick?
Correct.
First serve, good. Forehand winner, 30-love Djokovic.
Novak has steadied his ship, though, guys, really well in this third set.
Djokovic back to his dominating service ways that we saw for most of the first 2 sets. Third set was a little wonky at the start, but Djokovic was able to get the break back that he gave away early and then get another, and it's 30-love. And a forehand from Norrie into the backhand of Novak. He slices it deep to the backhand of Norrie, and Norrie misses another backhand, and it's 40-love. So points now for 5-2 in this third set for Novak Djokovic. 1 set apiece here in Arthur Ashe Stadium. This is our first match of the night. Mike Cation, David McPherson, they're going to call the second match between Mirra Andreeva and American Taylor Townsend. Djokovic goes behind Norrie and then flattens out a forehand down the line a la Federer, and Norrie is standing right there to crack a backhand cross-court passing shot winner.
Yeah, and again, Djokovic not quite trying to get to that ball.
Fascinating, the fake drop shot and then push it deep, and Norrie didn't bite.
Nope.
But it's 40-15, still points for 5-2. All right, second serve now for Novak Djokovic, 40-15. 4-2 in the third, looking to make it 5-2. Djokovic taking a little bit of an extended bounce before his second serve. Reply is deep on the return into the backhand of Djokovic, and Novak can't handle it, and it's 40-30. Energy level dropping.
Yeah, completely. Both players, really, and the fans.
Yeah. We're all in this together here. It's still game point for Novak Djokovic. First serve coming at 40-30. It was 40-love. Now it's 40-30, and here comes Novak. Wind up down the tee.
Good serve.
Norrie can only get a racket on it. Can't get it in play, and Novak Djokovic holds for 5-2, a game away from a 2-1 lead. They'll change ends. We'll take a break on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Absolutely gorgeous night. It is Friday night of Labor Day weekend here in the United States at the U.S. Open at Billie Jean King USTA National Tennis Center in Queens, New York. Russ Taylor and Sophie Amiak in studio. Nick McCarville courtside at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Gil Grosser, eyes and ears at Armstrong. And Cam Norrie serving to stay in the third set at 2-5, and a big return to serve down the line from Novak Djokovic that Cam Norrie can't connect with, and it's love 15. The energy in some way has been sucked out of this match. Djokovic is just fine with that. He's kind of running away, it feels like, with this second set. Norrie's backhand hits the back of the baseline, so they'll continue play. Norrie moves forward and knocks off a forehand volley. It's 15-all.
And we haven't seen him coming forward much in this set. I think that he forgot about this tactic that was really paying off, not only here, but also in one of their close encounter in Geneva on clay.
It's a great point, Sophie, because it's been when Cam Norrie has been his most aggressive, is when he's found his most happiness in this match, and it's now Novak Djokovic who's standing on his front foot. Backhand winner from Djokovic makes it 15-30. That was a thing of beauty from the 24-time major winner. There's an ace from Cam Norrie down the tee. His third of the set, sixth of the match, and it's 30-all. Remember, Cam Norrie serving to stay in this third set. It's 2-5. 30-all. And there's another ace from Cam Norrie.
Now this one wide. A lot of pace in that ball.
It's at least the second time. He only has 7 aces in the match, but he's gone back-to-back aces at least twice. Now a first serve at 40-30. Djokovic, big backhand return down the line that Norrie can't handle, and it's deuce.
Once again, on the slice of Norrie, he was able to cut off the angle. Djokovic going towards the bounce of the ball when that ball was going away from him on the backhand. Cut it off, go down the line. That was pure beauty.
Novak Djokovic, historically so tough against left-handers. Here's Norrie and a forehand into the net, and here comes a set point now for Novak Djokovic. 141 and 42 all time against lefties. And
how many were that against Nadal? That's
well,
probably...
on a hard court, Novak is 20 and 7 lifetime against Novak Djokovic.
Yeah, we're not going to mention clay, right?
Well, on clay, it's kind of reverse it pretty much. They're 31 and 29 all time. Novak with the advantage on Rafa Nadal. And here they're into the point. It's break point for Djokovic. Set point as well. Big forehand down the line elicits the error from Norrie. And Novak Djokovic, with a small fist pump and a deep breath, has taken the third set 6-2 and a 2-1 lead on Arthur Ashe Stadium. All right, so let's head over as they change clothes and sit down between sets on Arthur Ashe Stadium and see what's happening on Armstrong. Gil Gross is there. What's going on, Gil?
Well, what's happening is the 22-year-old qualifier who's ranked 175 coming in hasn't been past the semifinal stage at a challenger all year, has been really, really impressive. He's hung on to his serve pretty easily so far in the set. But here's a pressure point, 4-all, 30-all on the Kim serve. Just bombed it up the tee for a service winner. Taylor was late to catch up with it at 129, and that's been the most impressive part of Kim's game, undoubtedly. That serve is big.
Well, one more thing about the Swiss. He mainly plays on clay. I mean, he played 29 matches this year on clay and only 11 on hard court. So this is telling of playing a lot of challengers. Played in Australia, the Australian Open, tried to qualify, didn't do it. Didn't do it at the French Open either. But here, oh boy, has he been unbelievable.
Beauty of a backhand volley from Kim, and he holds for 5-4. Gil, did you say he's never made it past the semifinal of a challenger, or hasn't made the semifinal of a challenger?
So this year, I was talking about 2025.
Yeah.
He's been to the semifinals 4 times at the challenger level. hasn't won. Now, last year he did win a couple of challengers. It was actually a better year for Kim in 2024 at that level. Now, this year, he hasn't had the best year, but obviously this changes everything. Regardless of what happens tonight, he's going to draw a lot of confidence from what he's done at this U.S. Open.
Yeah, the fact the money also is going to be helpful for him to get a coach and team and to keep going. But yeah, he played challenges most of the time. He did play all the majors. Second round in qualies at the Australian Open, French Open first round in qualies, Wimbledon first round in qualies, lost. So this is explosion here.
This is the breakout of Jerome Kim, for sure.
Don't you love those stories? I love those stories.
It's tremendous, and Gil Gross will keep us updated on what's happening on Louis Armstrong Stadium as we turn our attention back to Arthur Ashe Stadium for the start of set number 4. Novak Djokovic up 2-1 on Cam Norrie. 6-0 lifetime against the Brit. Norrie won the second in a tiebreak. Djokovic the first and third sets. The latter 6-2. And here we go. First point, set 4 between Djokovic and Norrie. And that is deep and wide. Second serve. First point, set number 4.
That was a mental walkabout, that third set from Cam Norrie. Where'd he go?
Really?
He wasn't on Ashe.
Nope, it was on Ashe for the first game.
That's it.
Return into the forehand of Novak. Down the line has Norrie on the run. Now Novak's got Norrie moving to his backhand and then a forehand into the open court. And Djokovic has Norrie on a string at the moment. And he's jogging with a little bit of panache. At first I thought maybe he was a little bit hobbled. No. It was almost like a strut from Novak after that point.
On that last point, he's the one who's moving Norrie sideways, side to side, visiting the Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Djokovic, big
Great
first serve down the middle, and Norrie mentally. That's the first time I've seen Norrie mentally kind of look like he dropped his head a little bit.
And Djokovic is playing faster and faster on his service game. Already ready at the line.
He's going to try to run him out the gym, as they say. 30 love into the backhand of Norrie. Djokovic tried to go into the open court and hit the top of the net. It's worth noting that the winner of this match will take on Jan-Lennard Struff.
Yep, who's been through the qualies, also a qualifier. And that would be his 7th match of the tournament.
For the 35-year-old, but he is certainly not having a breakout event. Everyone on tour knows Jan-Lennard Struff. He's been a mainstay in the top 50 in the last several years, but injuries have really hurt him this year, and his ranking has dropped, and that's why he was in qualies. But he took out Francis Tiafoe in front of a very partisan crowd on grandstand earlier today in straight sets, no less. So here's 30 love from Djokovic off the return. Novak goes behind Cam Norrie. Excuse me, it was 30-15. Now it's 40-15.
And Struff would be playing his 7th match, and there's normally when you start in the main draw here, 7 match to win the tournament. So
it's his final, is what you're saying.
Well, and
probably
in a
won't
way
feel like
it is.
yeah.
And an ace from the racket of Djokovic right down the tee, and he holds at 40-15 here for a 1-love lead in this 4th set, up 2-1.
Sophie, let me ask you this, because you're the only former player of the 3 of us here. That 6-0 lifetime record, when Norrie won the second set, maybe he thought this could be the time. Mentally, when Novak takes a lead here in the 4th, how tough is it for Norrie to convince himself that he can come back in this match? He's never done it before.
It's not easy, and this is the first time, as you mentioned in the interview, that he's playing on Ashe at night and on Ashe period. So it's not an easy task right now, I'm sure, but he's going to have to dig really deep to find a way here to kind of get the energy and get himself back in this game. I would try to be as aggressive as I can. I would try to, on top of that, come forward as much as I can, because I think that really his volley and his net play has been really successful tonight. So is the net play of Djokovic. 18 points at the net out of 22 for the Serb.
Little gift from Novak on the first point of the Norrie service game, a backhand error into the net, so it's 15 love. Novak deep to the Norrie forehand, and then again to the forehand side, and for a clean winner from Novak Djokovic.
Yeah, what's amazing, I don't know if, Nick, you feel the same way, but all of a sudden Djokovic is just so much calmer on the court, and he's hitting deeper. He's like flawless the way that he's hitting right now.
It's almost like he needed that tension at the end of the second set. You know, obviously he dropped it, but, you know, the screaming at his box and the double fault on set point, feel like it broke some of the tension for Novak. And guys, I have to say, I'm rather shocked at the way that Cam Norrie has left the building.
Left the
mentally.
building. I was going to say, Elvis left the building.
He's over there in the with you guys in the studio. Do you see Cam?
No, I'm not. But yep, I mean, he's definitely not.
But this is a Masters 1000 winner, a Grand Slam semifinal, and maybe it is Ash. You know, he's out here earlier warming up on it, but.
Or maybe it's Novak Djokovic, and a double fault from Cam Norrie gives Novak 2 break points.
And himself trying to like actually stretch his hip on this after this point. Wondering if he's feeling the heat as well. We know that he has the biggest and very big lungs capacity with bigger lungs, but it doesn't seem like those lungs are helpful tonight.
Cam Norrie, first serve into the backhand of Djokovic. Now Norrie goes cross-court into the forehand of Novak. Novak is there. Norrie moves into the net, and Novak's backhand slice is deep and wide, and it's 30-40. I think I saw what you saw, Sophie.
Hesitant to come in on the first ball, and he kind of backtracked, and he was lucky that the second ball was even shorter.
Still break point. Yeah.
Yep.
First serve from Norrie, down to the forehand of Novak. Chips a forehand, return to the middle. Now Novak retrieving on his backhand side. Norrie back to the backhand of Novak. Now Norrie a backhand into the net. And there's a break of serve for Novak Djokovic. A 2-love lead in the fourth over Cam Norrie.
I was just going to say, Cam had better body language the last couple points. A couple vamoses towards Facunde Lugones, his longtime coach. But Novak, guys, the screw is tightening here. He can smell the blood, and he can see the finish line.
2-love, Djokovic, 4th set.
And now Novak will try to squeeze the life out of Cam Norrie. Up a break, serving at 2-love. First serve to Norrie down the tees and ace.
He's squeezing all right with that first ace down the tee.
16th of the match. He is the boa constrictor of the ATP Tour.
Sure is.
15-love, first serve now to Norrie's forehand side is deep. Now a second serve for Novak Djokovic. 2-love, 15-love. Return from Norrie, backhand down the middle, a backhand from Djokovic down the middle, forehand into the backhand to Djokovic. Now Cam Norrie in his backhand corner, hitting inside out on his forehand, but whips it long, and it's 30-love.
And by the way, Louis Armstrong, this is unbelievable with this young man, Jerome Kim, 22 years old, Swiss, is up 6-5, and they're on serve, Fritz serving to try to push it to a tiebreak in this first set, 3rd round here at the US Open 2025.
Yeah, we're definitely going to get over to Gil Gross for an update shortly, but let's see if Djokovic can consolidate the break here. Opening stages of set number 4.
Yeah, if they go to a tiebreak, I'd love to maybe go jump into that one with Gil.
All right, serve into the Norrie forehand, now inside out to the Djokovic forehand. And now he has to just lob a defensive lob up, tries to reset it, lands just inside the baseline, and Norrie misses the overhead on the bounce from beyond the baseline, and it's 40-love. The defense of Novak Djokovic coming into play.
That's incredible. He is just not able to make a dent in the Djokovic game right now, and even that overhead, how can you miss this? I mean, you're far from the net, I agree, but still, this probably should have gone cross-court, but in any shape, that was an amazing defensive lob from Djokovic.
And Novak Djokovic into the net, punches a forehand volley deep into the backhand corner of Norrie. The reply is long, and a hold it love for 3-love in the fourth, already up 2-1 for Novak Djokovic on Cameron Norrie here in Arthur Ashe Stadium. At Louis Armstrong, they have entered a tiebreak in the first set. It's the 4 seed. Taylor Fritz, a finalist a year ago here at the US Open, and 22-year-old Jerome Kim from Switzerland, who is serving to start this tiebreak. And here's the first serve from Kim, out wide to the forehand of Taylor Fritz. Backhand winner from Kim on the reply. I want to get down to Gil Gross. Gil, how did we get here?
Well, it's been somewhat of a serve fest, which is really impressive on Kim's part, because we've seen Taylor Fritz actually throughout the summer conquer a lot of the best servers in the world. Wimbledon, he beat Pechi Perricard and Diallo and Khachanov. Ace for Fritz up the tee, 1-all now in the tiebreak. So Taylor's going with that tight on the baseline block return strategy that actually torments a lot of the big servers, but Kim so far has been able to handle it quite well.
All right, so 1-all, first set tiebreak. Fritz first serve down the tee. There's an ace.
Well, and you have to remember, when you're playing a guy like him that you don't know, there's a lot of work to be done by the coaching team. And I know they're good, but they don't have that much on the guy. It's very difficult. I mean, it's not somebody that you picked in the quali and say, oh, yeah, this guy could make it, because first you don't know where he's going to be placed in the draw coming out of the qualies. And, you don't expect, a qualifier going that deep. So very, very interesting and difficult to play somebody who's brand new on the tour and peaking at this time.
All right, second serve from Kim at 1-2 in the tiebreak. Fritz forehand return down the middle of the court. Now Fritz into the forehand wing of Kim. Kim goes down the line to the backhand of Fritz. Cross court to the backhand of Fritz. Now backhand to backhand. Kim goes down the line. Forehand cross court from Taylor Fritz. Now Fritz loops one down the middle. Kim goes inside out to the backhand of Fritz. Inside out forehand attempt again from Kim, but this time it's into the net. And Taylor Fritz has taken a 3-1 lead in the first set tiebreak.
A little bit late around that ball to hit a forehand inside out, and you can't blame a guy who's been going so long and playing so many rounds in qualies to this point. The legs have to be feeling it a lot more than Fritz.
Kim, big serve down the tee, returned by Fritz. Kim moves forward, backhand volley into the Fritz forehand corner. Defensive lob sails just long. So Kim wins the point. Fritz has a 3-2 lead, and now the American will serve.
Michael Russell nodding his head saying, good point, good point. He's a coach that's very process oriented. He's not so caught up in, well, did we win or we lose? But he liked what Taylor did there, especially on the return. Great stab by Taylor.
Yeah, he's all about the process, Michael. Great coach.
First serve into the net for Taylor Fritz.
And by the way, probably the most and best shape of any coaches out there on the tour.
He's got to be the fittest coach on tour.
Crazy.
3-2, Taylor Fritz serving. Kim moving forward on a forehand approach, and Fritz whiffs on the forehand. He kind of looks at his box and smiles and shakes his head. They'll change ends at 3-all. What happened there, Gil?
Did that hit off the service line? I mean, I don't have the best view on it, but obviously the ball skid through, and Taylor thought it was going to check up.
Yeah, that was very strange. And they're on the changing as we're looking. Yeah, I think it was a bad bounce. Something happened. It's not the first time that I see this happening throughout this tournament. So that ball completely didn't kick up. It actually went much lower, and no contact at all. Strike one.
All right, so Taylor Fritz now serving at 3-all. He's got the black Hugo Boss kit, top to bottom, including the black headband and the Asics black shoes. Serving to Kim. Kim's forehand return down the middle. Fritz backhand down the middle. Now it's an inside-out forehand. Fritz running to his backhand side. Kim trying to run him to the other side of the court, but misses a forehand into the net. Kim's got the blue and white head kit. He's head to toe in head and also the head racket.
By the way, Norrie did hold, and it is 3-1 Djokovic serving in this fourth set.
And we'll certainly get back to Ash as Novak Djokovic is going to try to serve his way through to round 4 at the US Open. But first, it's Jerome Kim at 3-4 on serve in the first set tiebreak. Qualifier from Switzerland winds and fires, but it's long. And a second serve that Taylor Fritz will have a look at. Second serve from the big Swiss, 6'6", return from Fritz into the middle of the court, and a forehand error from Kim into the middle of the net, and it's 3-5.
That's the difference in the tiebreak so far. 3 forehand errors from Kim, and 2 of them were runarounds. That one was a slight runaround, but definitely one he had to take on the forehand.
So a big first serve down the tee, and Kim really wound back and threw one down there at 134. The problem was it was about 5 feet long. So a second serve now at 3-5. Fritz with a chance to pick up some set points here should he take this one. Fritz goes forehand dropper. Kim runs in and has it. Fritz goes topspin lob, and it's a topspin lob winner. Big fist pump and a finger to the air from Taylor Fritz. The crowd responds, and it's set points for the American.
What a lob, what a touch. First on the drop shot, and the sequence drop shot lob. It hurts so badly when you're a player. You feel like an idiot on the court. Oh, so good. He's getting the crowd behind him as well, Taylor Fritz.
That was a double celly fist pump, finger to the air. Taylor Fritz finishing in style. His 7th ace of the set, takes the set. 7-6 in the tiebreak to Taylor Fritz, and a big fist pump and a come on as Fritz sits down, and we turn our attention back to Arthur Ashe Stadium as Novak Djokovic has a point for 4-1. That first serve's out wide. That was the second serve, and that's a double fault from Novak Djokovic. Pardon me. His 6th of the match. But it is still 40-30. He's got a point for 4-1 in the 4th set, up 2-1 on Cam Norrie. First serve coming for Novak Djokovic, looking to extend his lead in the 4th. Down the tee it goes, backhand return into the net. Novak Djokovic leads 2-1 and 4-1 in the 4th. We'll be right back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. And we are back on night 6 of the 2025 U.S. Open. Russ Thaler, Sophie Amiak in studio, Nick McCarville, courtside at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Thank you so much to all of you tuning in on the U.S. Open app and usopen.org. Tune in radio, Sirius XM, and on the YouTube channel where the live stream exists, as well as the live video on usopen.org. Novak Djokovic up 2-1, leading 4-1. Cam Norrie serving at 1-4 to Djokovic in the 4th. And the first point to Djokovic, inducing another backhand error from Cam Norrie, and it's love 15. It's been pretty much one-way traffic since Djokovic got an early break back in the 3rd set, kind of ran away with it 6-2. There was so much going on, Sophie, in the first couple sets here.
It's been a one-way traffic, really, from one love. You're right. When in the 3rd set, when actually Norrie was able to break Djokovic. Since then, nothing from Norrie. Norrie has been just playing poorly, not able, giving a lot of points. He's now at 34 unforced errors for the match. Mind you, he still has 41 winners, which is +7. But oh boy.
Love 30 here, and now 15-30 after the forehand return error into the net from Novak. Boy, it seems like a different day that Novak Djokovic was having a loud argument with his box and seemed to throw his back out and had to get some treatment. Even went off the court for a medical timeout in the first set when he was up 5-4, about to serve for the set. And now from love 30, it's 30-all. A couple of return errors from Novak. Maybe a little bit of a lapse in concentration. Cam Norrie first serve down the tee to the backhand. Novak was well out in front of that and missed the third straight return of serve.
And Cameron, keep trying to stretch his upper body as well. Not sure if he's feeling that great himself. But a chance for a 2-4.
Tried to go down the tee, which is where some of those aces have come from. He's had 8 in the match, as Cam Norrie. Novak has doubled them up. He's got 16. Second serve now. Djokovic backhand return down the middle. Norrie forehand down the middle of the court. Forehand from Djokovic is long. And from love 30, Cam Norrie holds.
Just feels like, guys, that Cam Norrie fell off a mental cliff early in the third set. His entire box now standing up, clapping, trying to give him energy. And certainly Novak can see the finish line, but I will say it's only the one break of serve. So, and we've seen Novak throw in some questionable games so far this U.S. Open. So let's see if he indeed can get across the finish line. But right now, the Norrie camp really trying to get the energy up.
And Novak responds with an ace down the tee, his 17th of the match, and it's 15 love.
Cam just put so much into winning that second set. Doesn't feel like he had anything left to give.
First serve at 15 love down the tee. Norrie just pops one up in the middle of the court, and Novak swinging volley moving forward, and it's 30 love. And it seems to be a familiar storyline with Novak Djokovic against most players. It takes so much effort to just get one set from the guy, and Novak has much more in the tank after that and seems to raise his level. And another
sure
ace.
I think he did raise his level, especially on his depth of shots and just playing a little bit calmer, which really helped the whole body maybe relaxed.
40 love, points for 5-2. First serve down the tee. Norrie responds down the middle. Now Novak Djokovic from the middle of the court as Norrie just guesses backhand. Novak acts like he is locking and loading his gun. Cracks a winner. It's 5-2 Djokovic. They'll change ends. We'll take a break on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Nighttime at the U.S. Open on this Friday of Labor Day weekend, and Novak Djokovic is closing in on the fourth round. He leads 5-2 and 2-1 over Cam Norrie of Great Britain, who's taken the first point of his service game here as he serves to stay in the match. Russ Thaler, Sophie Amiak in studio. Nick McCarville courtside at Arthur Ashe Stadium. 2 hours and 46 minutes into this third round match. And Cam Norrie with a first serve into the Djokovic forehand, a chip forehand return deep into the corner that Norrie runs down, a forehand down the line from Djokovic, and Norrie with a forehand winner cross court. It was a little bit like nonchalant from both players and spectacular all at once.
Yeah, the return serve was exceptional. The backhand from Norrie even better. The forehand down the line from Djokovic outstanding, but then nobody was home to come back with the forehand cross-court of Norrie. And an ace on the outside of the box for Norrie himself, trying to hold at 40 love. By the way, Djokovic tonight, 9 games holding at 40 love. 9 games and 18 aces so far. That is impressive, especially considering that he had a problem with his back at one point.
Norrie went all the way over towards the doubles alley for that first serve, wide into the Djokovic backhand. The return is deep, and Novak Djokovic, who has been mostly dominant on serve in this match, will now step to the line, looking to serve himself into the 4th round of the 2025 U.S. Open.
Sophie, what sort of strategy do you want to see from Cam here? Want him to see pressed up on the return?
He's gonna have to do something. But the way that Djokovic has been serving, I mean, yeah, move up or just move wherever you are. Just give him something else to look at. Maybe don't have the same standing when you're returning, because the way Djokovic again has been serving is so clutch tonight.
And here's Novak Djokovic, first point, 5-3 in the 4th. And he misses that first serve long and wide. Second serve now.
I would take advantage of that and try to just be aggressive on the second. It's now or never for Norrie.
Djokovic into his windup here. Norrie moving closer to the baseline, takes the return inside the baseline to the forehand of Djokovic. And Djokovic pushes him back with that forehand. Now Norrie from the middle of the court to the backhand of Djokovic. Now with forehand to the backhand of Novak. Cross court to the forehand. Wider from Norrie, pushes Djokovic out wide, but then it's another backhand error from Cam Norrie. Looks at his box, puts his palms in the air as if he can't believe that he's missed another backhand, and it's 15 love.
It looks like he's a step too late to get to that backhand. I mean, credit to how Novak is moving him around.
Backhand errors have really, really just been multiplying over the last couple of sets. A lot of them forced, of course, from Novak Djokovic, but Cam getting more and more frustrated. First serve at 15 love, down the tee to the Norrie backhand, and it's a backhand return error this time. That puts Novak Djokovic 2 points from the match, and he's immediately up on the line, ready to serve again. Quickly into his motion, Novak Djokovic, 2 points from the match. Serves to the backhand of Norrie. Nice deep return into the forehand of Djokovic. Now Novak inside out to the backhand of Norrie. Now a forehand down the line that Norrie can't quite handle. And Novak Djokovic is strutting his way to the line. Feels all around at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Match points for Novak Djokovic. First serve from Novak on match point is deep. Second serve coming.
Peace.
Into his motion, second serve from Novak Djokovic. Kicker to the forehand of Cam Norrie. Return down the middle. Norrie now with a backhand again, and it's long. It's long. And for the first time since 1991, a 38-year-old man is into the 4th round of the U.S. Open. Back then, it was James Scott Connors. Today, it is Novak Djokovic. 6'4", 6'7", 6'2", 6'3", over Cam Norrie.
That was surreal, and the crowd is loving it. What an effort here, considering of all the stuff that he's been through in this first set, and especially with this back problem. But it is now 10 games holding at love throughout this match. 18 aces. The numbers are pretty spectacular. 51 winners for 31 unforced errors. Yeah, it's a good day at the office, considering especially what he went through, losing a second set 7-6, being down 1 love and getting broken in the first game. I mean, it keeps on giving.
2 hours and 50 minutes, but it didn't feel like the hard yards for Novak Djokovic, especially in the 3rd and 4th sets. He's playing his violin on his racket, just like he played Cam Norrie, who's about to leave the court. Quick word from Nick McCarville before we get the on-court interview. Nick, what are your observations?
Yeah, as Cam Norrie walks off, I just think that Cam was gone after winning that second set, Russ. It just felt like he had nothing else to give. And listen, there were question marks about Novak Djokovic coming into this tournament. We saw it in the first round against Leonard Tien. We saw it in the second round against Zach Schweida, maybe a couple of them tonight. But guys, He is working his way into this tournament, and the draw has been friendly to him. Francis Tiafoe would have been very dangerous. I'm going to say that Novak Djokovic is a heavy, heavy favorite, especially the way that he served tonight against Jan-Lennard Struff. That will be on Sunday. Russ, I thought that that was a veteran performance. I love that you call out the Jimmy Connors stat. And the drive for 25 is still alive.
Let's listen in to the post-match interview. Sam Querrey on the mic with Novak Djokovic.
Novak, another amazing match. You probably don't know this, you had 18 aces tonight. That's tied for the most you've ever had at a US Open match. I guess I want to know what got into the serve tonight.
I mean, now I know how it feels to be you know. When you played, you were serving in average 20 aces per match. So it makes your life easier, obviously, on the court when you're serving big. In the second set, in some crucial moments, the serve percentage dropped. I made some double faults. But, you know, I think in general, overall, you know, it was probably the best serving performance of the tournament. So, of course, I'm glad for that. It's probably one of the most, if not the most important shot in the game. So, yeah, I'm glad how I executed that shot.
You've played 3 matches so far. At some point during all those matches, you've been tested. Going into the US Open, you didn't play for about 2 months. Your last event was Wimbledon. Do you feel like it takes you a little longer to find your game each match with that long break you had before coming in here?
Look, I guess coming into the match, any match, you really want to win in straight sets without any drama, just kind of ease through, but that's not possible, obviously. My team wants me to suffer on the court so I can get some more minutes spent in the match play. And I guess, you know, looking at it from that perspective, it's good. It's good that I get tested. Obviously, I haven't had any matches since Wimbledon, and it's been, for us, quite a long time, you know, 5-6 weeks. So still trying to find my groove and my rhythm on the court. I think today I've played probably the best that I've played so far in the tournament, and I want to thank you all for being present here tonight, and hope you guys enjoy the tennis.
And finally, we saw you call the trainer out earlier, little back injury. Obviously, you got through this match, played well. How is your body feeling through 3 tough matches here in New York?
Yeah, it's all right. You know, you have some ups and downs. I guess you don't want to reveal too much to the rivals listening and watching this interview. I'm good, man. I'm as young as ever and strong as ever. Yeah, of course. It's New York, you know. Even if you're feeling something body-wise, the energy that you feel in this court just overrides it, you know. So you guys are amazing, honestly. Night sessions are so electric, so special in this court. I mean, some incredible music. One of the most famous rappers is in the house tonight, and when they played his song, I was tempted. I was tempted to stand up and start dancing, but you know, I don't think I would look very serious, you know, after that. But thanks for showing up, man. Appreciate it.
He's talking about Fat Joe.
Anyway, what was the question?
You answered the question.
Okay, I answered the question. Right.
I think everyone appreciates the effort you put in each night. Ladies and gentlemen,
thank you guys.
Novak Djokovic.
Yeah, everyone is appreciative of the effort. There's no doubt. Love to see him still out there fighting and competing to that level. I think the depth also, we didn't talk about this, but how deep he was playing throughout the last 2 sets. That was pretty exceptional also, besides the return and the serve and the 40 love holds, 10 of them.
Novak Djokovic improving to 7-0 against Cam Norrie. Next up, he will take on 35-year-old German veteran, the big hitter and big server, Jan-Lennard Struff. You want to guess what the head-to-head in that one is?
I would say maybe 4-0 for Novak.
we have a little bit of symmetry here. 7-0.
7-0. Oh,
it
boy.
is 7-0 to Novak Djokovic against Jan-Lennard Struff. Really good opportunity for Novak to move into the quarterfinals, but first he's got to take care of the round of 16. Novak Djokovic with a 4-set win over Cam Norrie of Great Britain, becoming again the second 38-year-old man since the first since Jimmy Connors in '91 to reach the 4th round of the U.S. Open. Our work is not done, though. On Arthur Ashe Stadium, up next, Mike Cation and David McPherson have the call of Mirra Andreeva and American Taylor Townsend, as well as the thrilling conclusion of Jerome Kim and Taylor Fritz, as well as one more match on Armstrong as well. The night is young, folks. It's New York, but Sophie and I, we're out. Mike and David are in.
Back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Gil Gross here, courtside inside Louis Armstrong Stadium. Novak Djokovic in Ashe, victorious in 4 sets against Cam Norrie moments ago. Taylor Fritz is his top seed on the other half of the quarter, so it would be a Fritz-Djokovic quarterfinal clash if the seeding held. But tonight, Taylor Fritz getting a good test against somebody who is ranked 271 spots below him. Jerome Kim did lose the first set tiebreak against Fritz, but we have not had a break point yet. It is 3-all in the second set. It's been all about the serving from both. Again, Fritz up a set, 3-all in the second, no break points yet, but in that tiebreak, Kim made 3 forehand errors, so that's the side that broke down for the Swiss qualifier, who's 22 years old. Fritz, on the other hand, served really well, hit 3 aces in that breaker, and came through in the clutch, but Kim really with a great showcase so far tonight and giving Fritz everything he can handle by keeping it tight. We'll be back with more on U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. The night session is coming up. It's going to be Taylor Townsend against Mirra Andreeva. Mike Cation and David McPherson. Maka will have the call.
This is where barrier breakers meet dream chasers. And the OGs meet the next to bees. where the stars, under these lights, sensational, meet a whole new electricity. This is where tradition meets trendy. And every moment is history. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
Time for the night shift. Mike Cation, David McPherson joining you here inside Arthur Ashe Stadium as we get you ready for Taylor Townsend and Mirra Andreeva. Keeping an eye, of course, as well on Taylor Fritz and Jerome Kim. Macca, it is great to be with you here once again. Listen, obviously a gorgeous night, cool one here, and Mirra Andreeva getting the big stage here on Ashe against an American in Taylor Townsend. It's a really interesting dynamic because I think everybody knows the talent in the 18-year-old, but Taylor Townsend on this stage, it could be really special.
Yes, Mike, it's a juicy matchup. I think highly anticipated around the grounds here and in Ashe. Taylor Townsend is a very unique player, a left-hander with a lot of skill. She volleys brilliantly. She can hit with penetration. And I feel like she's getting sort of savvier with experience and age, and I feel like she's playing some of the best tennis of her career, and it'll be a very interesting battle, contrasting styles with Mirra Andreeva, who hits so powerfully from both sides.
Indeed, she does. Taylor Townsend, her ranking has actually fallen down to 139 in the world. It's been a tougher year for her. Had a concussion in Miami earlier this year while playing doubles. Took her a couple of months to really be able to get back into even in action, let alone getting back into form, and just starting to round back over the last couple of weeks. Third round in Miami, a Washington quarterfinal, and Cincy got a wild card into a third round there. Rounding into form at maybe the best time.
I just think she's a dangerous sleeper. I still have haunting memories of her snatching a World Team Tennis title from my grasp in San Diego when she came out in the fourth set and just demolished poor Danny Hantikova 5-0. And then Mike and Bob were just so flummoxed in the fifth set that they even lost. They were Taylor just changed the momentum of that World Team Tennis semi-final. So I have nothing but great respect for Taylor's game, and I'll be very interested to see if she can have an impact on the tremendous young player Mirra Andreeva.
At least you don't hold a grudge.
No, look at me. I'm talking about it as if it's a fond memory, but at the time we were a little bit disappointed.
I can imagine. I mean, those things do kind of haunt you for a little bit of time, especially on that type of a stage. Mirra Andreeva at 18 years of age at a career high of world number 5, coming through in short over Alicia Parks and Potapova, both in straight sets, has lost just 5 games through 2 rounds. And her ability with the all-court game and the pop-off of both wings, her ability to turn defense into offense, technically so proficient and mentally so strong. But the one match everybody has kind of pointed to over the last couple of days since we saw this matchup was against Lois Bossan at Roland Garros earlier this year. She was the overwhelming favorite in that quarterfinal, but the crowd got to her a little bit in that one, and you wonder if that's going to be the same here in Ashe in New York City.
Well, I think therein lies the opportunity for Taylor Townsend, because if she plays sizzling tennis and upsets Mirra Andreeva, gets a lead, I think the crowd will just be electric, and it will really test Mirra's poise if she gets down early and the crowd is rowdy. That's where I think it could test her mettle. We shall see.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point because of the fact that Taylor certainly does. We've seen it both in mixed doubles and doubles over the last couple of years. We obviously will have to talk about what happened with Jelena Ostapenko a couple days ago as well. She has that capability with her game style especially. It's electric, right? I mean, there's movement, there's athleticism involved, and she really has that ability to draw the crowd to her.
She can legitimately serve volleys. She's got a nasty lefty serve and beautiful volleys. And let's face it, you just don't have to contend with that on the WTA tour. So let's say Taylor goes out there,
really.
And good point. Let's say she goes out there and serves 70% first serves and dicing away volleys. I mean, the crowd's going bananas. I see the scenario where this could, really be a stern test for a young Mirra Andreeva.
Winner of this one gets Barbora Krejcikova 6-4 in the third over one of our semifinalists from 1 year ago, Emma Navarro. That was a bit of a surprising win.
Yes, it hasn't been the most successful day for USA Tennis. We've had a couple of major casualties. A couple of our battleships have been sunk today. If you'd like to fill us in on the scores, Mike, it's been a bit of a Pearl Harbor type day here at the US Open.
Well, I think obviously on the men's side is what we're talking about, right? Francis Tiafoe, Ben Shelton both getting bounced. Tiafoe by Jan-Lennard Struff. Shelton, 2 sets all, had to retire due to a shoulder injury. And I think that was the one that I think drew everybody's attention. As much as I love Francis Tiafoe and what he is able to do athletically out there on the court, and same thing, draw a crowd to him, Shelton was the one who has the danger to Carlos Alcaraz in that half of the draw.
Yes, it was certainly a surprise, but Adrian Mannarino, I can't say how difficult, can't tell you how difficult he is to play against. He strings his racket the loosest of any player on the tour. He's got compact strokes and the ball just trampolines off his racket. He's got quick hands, so when Ben Shelton didn't hit his best spots on serve, even though they were served at a mighty clip and nasty spin, Mannarino was dealing with that serve better than hardly anyone else on tour.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough matchup, but it's really hard to see that for Mr. Ben Shelton. But let's hear from Chris
Taylor,
Eubanks and Taylor Townsend.
You had court 11 rocking. Tonight, it's going to be a bit of a different stage, Arthur Ashe Stadium. What are you most looking forward to about the energy tonight?
I'm just really excited to be back out on this court. I haven't played a night match since 2019, so I'm just looking forward to feeling the energy and showing up as my best self.
I know the last 48 hours has probably been a bit of a whirlwind for you. How have you been able to remain focused on the task at hand?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't allow anything to distract me. We still had a job to do, had doubles yesterday, have this match today, so I'm just keeping the main thing.
Best of luck, Tay.
There was about 1.5 feet height difference between the two of them there. Eubanks towering over everyone. Now he talks to Mirra Andreeva.
Hi, Mirra. You've played on Arthur Ashe Stadium a couple times already in your young career. What is it about this court that is so special?
Well, obviously we have that famous sign when you just walk onto the court from Billie Jean King saying pressure is a privilege, and I think that just when you come to play on this court, the aura and the atmosphere just changes right away, and I am honored to play on that court again, and I think the atmosphere tonight is going to be super electric.
Awesome. You've had a pretty meteoric rise over this past year. You've beaten a lot of different opponents, but Taylor has a very unique game style. What are you going to have to do in order to get the win tonight against her?
Yeah, she's a very tricky opponent. She's a great doubles player. Now she's playing great in singles as well. So obviously she's not an easy opponent to face. So we've been preparing with Conchita for this match. And I'm going to have to just stick to my game plan, be focused and, just be brave and aggressive. And then we'll see how this match goes.
Good luck tonight, Mirra.
Thank you.
All right, time for the introduction of our two competitors tonight here on Arthur Ashe Stadium.
New York. Please welcome the players for tonight's next third-round match. Two-time Grand Slam doubles champion and the #1 doubles player in the world, Taylor Townsend. Semi-finalist and the #5 player in the world, Mirra Andreeva.
To the sounds of House of Pain, Mirra Andreeva introduced to this crowd here on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Good composure on that interview as well. She is a very impressive young woman, both on and off the court. Really looking forward to this one. Let's get a quick update from Gil Gross, who's keeping an eye on the Jerome Kim Taylor Fritz battle. It's been really high level over there. And Gil, we're going to ask you for an update on that and then your thoughts on Andreeva Townsend here tonight.
Okay, well, first off, something quite remarkable just happened. Fritz was serving at 4-all 40-15, and Jerome Kim hit a hard forehand down the line and let out a grunt. Now, it's important to note he had not been grunting on his ground strokes throughout the match, but it was kind of a delayed, extended grunt, and it actually drew the error, but the chair umpire called a hindrance. And Taylor was looking for it right away, but I just don't see that called very often. I think it was debatable whether or not it should have been called, but I can say very confidently it is not often called in a tennis match.
Definitely not. Yeah, it's a very, very rare thing that we hear a hindrance nowadays, especially with all the grunting we've had over the last several years. So very interesting. And give me your thoughts, Gil. I know you've watched a ton of Andreeva over the last year and a half, as you heard about with Eubanks saying this meteoric rise. Your thoughts on her game and how it matches up against this unique game style of Taylor Townsend?
Yeah, you know, it's a good question. I've been thinking about it a lot throughout the day, and I think Andreeva, the completeness of her game makes it almost completely agnostic to matchup, meaning there's not exactly, look, I always say, in order for there to be a tactic, there needs to be a weakness to exploit. And if I'm thinking about, okay, is Andreeva a good or a bad matchup for Townsend? Well, what exactly is it about Andreeva's game that's exploitable other than coming in on the forehand? And I think Townsend should try to test that, come in on Andreeva's forehand and look for those chips.
Interesting. And you, I think you heard me talk about it just a couple minutes ago. That match against Lois Boisson, right? That was the one where we first saw the little bit of a chink in the armor in terms of that mental acuity that we know from Mirra Andreeva.
Exactly, Mike. But my question, and I know that there's going to be fans left supporting Taylor Townsend. She's very popular. There's no work tomorrow for anybody on this Friday night of Labor Day weekend. But the Djokovic-Norrie match did go 4, and I think that Taylor would have liked that to go a little bit quicker so that the atmosphere would be more raucous for her. But you guys will have to kind of feel that out.
Indeed, we will. Thank you so much, Gil. Kim with a couple of game points here to get it to 5-all. It's good to see a young qualifier, and I think you and I have both been very impressed from what we've seen of Jerome Kim here tonight so far. But it is a warm-up right now for Taylor Townsend and Mirra Andreeva. Obviously, that was part of the discussion with Jelena Ostapenko, as Townsend does like to start in a very different warm-up position in, I guess, you know, the mini warm-up up at the net as opposed to starting from the baseline. We have so many unwritten rules in this sport. Almost every sport does. I just think, listen, go do your thing, and if your opponent doesn't like it, so be it. Deal with it.
Yes, but Taylor likes to take her volleys before her ground strokes. It's just her unique thing, and I think she's the only player on the tour that does that warming up, and that irked Ostapenko right from the get-go, and then the match got feistier and feistier, and culminated in Ostapenko, you know, saying some fairly confrontational things to Taylor at the handshake, and then that escalated into a little bit of a square off, so to speak. But I think, you know, Taylor's put that behind her. That was the heat of the moment, and now she's focused on the task at hand.
Yeah, I hope Jelena Ostapenko learns from this, because there are a lot of microaggressions in some of the words that she used, and I just really am struggling to think about how that's an okay situation for Ostapenko to use some of the words that she did, and hopefully it's a teaching moment for a lot of other pros, right? And we'll see how she reacts to it over the next couple of years, but I think you're exactly right. Taylor Townsend handled it incredibly well, and I don't think you're going to have that same type of output from Mirra Andreeva. There's a pretty distinct difference in terms of the reputations of those two young women, and Andreeva here tonight. I think what Gil said, I mean, there are not too many weaknesses technically for Mirra Andreeva here today, and as much as we know Taylor Townsend has that ability to be offensive moving forward, it's going to be tough for her to get started, I think.
Yeah, it's a fascinating matchup, Mike. We'll see. Taylor really has a penetrating, flat two-handed backhand cross-court into the Andreeva forehand. I'm interested to see how Mirra defends that, if she comes over all of them, if she chips a few. But if she chips that forehand, I feel like that's an opportunity for Taylor Townsend to approach the net, and if the quality of her approach shot is good, all Taylor Townsend needs to do when she's at the net is get her racket on the ball for it to be a winning volley. She is that talented a volley. So there's a lot of pressure on the passer when you feel like, oh my goodness, if I don't pass them outright, she's going to just hit a drop volley winner. So I'm really looking forward to the doubles specialist, the #1 doubles player in the world, putting her skills up against one of the great singles players.
We have to say, though, Mirra Andreeva is 14th in the world in doubles. That's a very talented doubles player as well. So, I mean, that's the thing, is she's just got that entire complete game, and that's why it's one of those things that, you know, Andy Roddick recently on a podcast said that he is pretty well convinced that she is going to be the world #1 at some point over the next couple of years, and I think you're going to be hard-pressed to find anybody who will disagree with that moving forward at just the age of 18. Taylor Townsend came out in her very own TT jacket, has taken that off right now. The black kit that she has been wearing with the fire on the side as an Aries. I don't know what that means. I'm not somebody who's into the astrological signs, but apparently that is a thing.
Yes, I can't say I can speak to that, Mike, but super cool.
I can talk to you about Pokemon, and I can talk to you about the fire Pokemon, but I don't know anything about astrological
that
signs.
You know Pokemon.
I'm
so
a
well.
big
Good for you.
Charmander guy, you know? I mean, how are you not? Okay, that's just me.
Japanese culture.
Okay.
Yeah. My younger daughter Isabella, she loves Japan more than any country in the world. So you're speaking her language.
It's going to be Mirra Andreeva serving from the far side as we're ready here on a Friday night. Mike Cation, David McPherson, Gil Gross over on Armstrong. Should be a fun one here tonight. Andreeva will get the proceedings started. Tosses up. Serve is good. Townsend with the backhand cross. Andreeva forehand up the line is well long. Andreeva is wearing a powder blue kit with, we're going to call those pink shoes on our monitors, Macca.
Everything looks pink on our monitor, Mike.
That's the thing, is I'm trying to actually see what actual color that is. Serve here for Andreeva is good. Townsend with a forehand just short. Andreeva forehand cross. Slice there from Townsend up the line. Andreeva short backhand in behind it. Forehand from Townsend is into the net. It's 15 all. Let's give you the particulars for Mirra Andreeva. As I mentioned, 18 years of age, 5 in the world. That is a career high. This is the first time she's made it to the 3rd round here in New York. Of course, coached by Conchita Martinez. 38 in 12 this year as she throws up her toss. Serve is wide and long. 4th round in Australia, quarterfinal at Roland Garros, quarterfinal at Wimbledon this year. Second serve is good. Townsend goes backhand cross. Andreeva forehand up the line. Running forehand, Townsend cross goes wide. The big concern for her coming into this tournament for Andreeva is the fact that she did hurt her left ankle in a loss in Montreal to McCartney Kessler. Skipped Cincinnati as a result. So hasn't bothered her so far. You do wonder if it does start to bother her as the tournament goes on, but we will see. 30-15 here in our opener. Andreeva serve good. Townsend return off the backhand wing is into the net and gain points for Andreeva.
A nice tactical start for serving for Andreeva. 3 of the 4 first serves that she's hit have deliberately been at Taylor Townsend's body, which limits her ability to crack a return with full velocity. And I think that's a really smart. Another one into the body there. I think Conchita Martinez, obviously such an incredible tactician. What a smart player she was. And I think that's really good tactics, because that night that I spoke about in World Team Tennis, Danny Hentakova was serving a little bit to the wings, and those returns were just coming off with such velocity. It was she was getting ahead in the point too quickly. So right away you just see the chess game, and I think Mirra Andreeva served a very intelligent first game.
On the other side, Taylor Townsend, 29 years of age, born in Chicago, raised in Atlanta. Obviously, that incredible connection she had with Donald Young and his family. Now coached by John Williams, her son, Aiden Aubrey, now 4 years of age. 139 in the world at this stage, has dropped about 40 spots over the last couple of weeks since the entry list came out. She serves here from the far side. Serve is into the net. Current doubles #1. Of course, won the Australian Open earlier this year with Siniakova. Second serve here at love 1 from the far side. Serve is long. It's double fault for Townsend.
I'll be very interested, Mike, to see her serve-volley ratio tonight, how much she goes with the serve-volley on first serve. At night, the conditions play much slower, and I think Taylor would have probably preferred to play this match in the day with the hotter conditions to get more out of the serve-volley aspect of her game.
This is another serve here. First round at Australia. Qualifying losses at Roland Garros and Wimbledon this year. Second serve is long. It's another double fault. And part of that is, again, as she was coming back from the concussion and really wasn't at top form during that stretch. You hear this crowd rising to come along with her here.
Yes, I mean, because Wimbledon is a tournament that Taylor Townsend could have a big run
Indeed.
at any stage. I mean, with her skills, you could see her really making a deep run at Wimbledon at some point.
Serve is good. Andreeva with a backhand through the middle. Townsend inside out forehand. Andreeva forehand cross will miss wide.
So far, Taylor Townsend staying back on first serve, trying to just get the +1 forehand or short backhand involved.
Yeah,
just a little nervous start there with the double faults.
I actually pulled it up. She hasn't made it past the second round of Wimbledon in her career.
That is remarkable to me. Maybe there's one glorious run later in her career ahead of her.
Misses a backhand, a pretty routine one in the middle of the court into the middle of the net. It's going to be 2 chances here for Andreeva early.
It's so far not the start on serve that Taylor would have liked, missing her couple of double faults and then a first shot. Sometimes it takes a service game or two to get into your best rhythm.
Serve good. Andreeva goes back in through the middle. Drop shot Townsend. Andreeva there. Backhand cross. Townsend puts away a volley high on that forehand wing.
Very lucky to get a volley. The drop shot was fairly deep. Andreeva really got there in plenty of time to make a clean passing shot there, but just picked the wrong side, didn't get a lot of angle. And as I said before, if Taylor Townsend gets her racket on the volley, she expects to win the point. And there was a good example of that right there.
30-40 serve is long. And has missed her only other 2 second serves so far tonight with those 2 doubles. On this 30-40 point, second serve good. Andreeva goes back in through the middle. Townsend backhand cross to a running forehand. Andreeva cross. Townsend backhand through the middle. Andreeva digs out a backhand. Running squash shot from Townsend will miss wide. So a quick break for the 5 seed. Mirra Andreeva gets it to 2-love.
Yes, Mike, for Taylor to be successful tonight, I think she's got to serve at about 70% to bring her serve volley and +1 game into play. She clearly didn't do that there and was broken comfortably. But if she can get into a rhythm where that lefty serve is first serve is finding its mark consistently, perhaps she can be competitive here tonight.
It is a tie-break right now for Jerome Kim and Taylor Fritz in their second set. Gil Gross will give us an update in just a couple of minutes. Mirra Andreeva's waiting for somebody in the second row right behind Taylor Townsend to take a seat before she serves here at 2-love. Serve good. Townsend backhand middle. Andreeva digs out a backhand. Townsend yanks a forehand, not even close to the court. She's got a smile on her face right now. I think she knows this is a rough start. Just relax, get yourself into it and go from there. But that's easier said than done.
Definitely lost her balance on that forehand, leaning backwards and away. So far, her forehand has not looked sharp. The backhand looks fine as always. But that's a shot for Taylor that can either be very good, lefty and spinny and nasty, or it can be error prone.
Second serve, Andreeva's not even close to the box. Her first double. It is contagious, apparently.
We have seen far too many double faults in the ladies' event thus far.
Listen, Sasha Zverev threw in a bunch last night as well. I mean, it's not just on the women's side, that is for sure. 15-all at 2-love. Serve is good. Townsend through the middle. Andreeva backhand inside out to a Townsend backhand. Andreeva backhand inside out. Townsend backhand up the line. Andreeva goes backhand back up the line. Townsend backhand cross squash shot from Andreeva. A backhand there from Townsend off the net and good. And Andreeva misses the ensuing forehand a little bit long. And now 15-30.
Yeah, a little bit of life in the crowd there as Taylor wins a protracted point. A loose forehand from Mirra Andreeva. Fairly long backswing and didn't get a lot of racket head speed through it and sailed long.
So little mini opening here for Townsend. Serve, Andreeva, netted. Second serve for Mirra is long. It's another double fault for her. And 2 chances here for Taylor Townsend to get the break right back.
Yeah, that's the annoying coach Conchita Martinez there. You've got the underdogs off to a bad start, down 2-love. All you need to do there is play a solid game, and she's double faults have led to a 15-40 right out of the gates.
Backhand to backhand we go. Townsend now with a backhand cross. Misses just long. Another pretty routine error. She is 1 winner, 6 unforced errors. Andreeva not a lot better. 0 winners, 5 unforced errors. A little bit of sloppy start for both.
I was expecting more early from Taylor. It does seem like she is not in full flight as yet.
Serve Andreeva T. Chip return short. Andreeva rushing to the net. Backhand goes cross. Townsend with the forehand up the line. Right past Andreeva. We're back on serve. Couple of double faults from both players, allowing these breaks to happen. So we're on serve at 2-1. Let's go over to Gil Gross, who's going to take us home through this second set tiebreak here. As we get to Gil over on Armstrong, it is 4-all for Jerome Kim and Taylor Fritz. Gil, take it away.
Mike Maka, this has felt kind of like a John Isner against Milos Raonic match. I mean, the returners haven't gotten a sniff yet. No break points either side. It's 4-all in the tiebreak after a forehand error by Kim. T-serve by Fritz off the tip of the frame and into the stands off the frame of Jerome Kim, the qualifier from Switzerland.
Gil, that's just really impressive serving because let's face it, it's fairly cool tonight. Night conditions should be better for the returners, and Taylor Fritz is one of the premier returners in the game. So how well is young Kim serving to be holding serve like this?
I have the same thought, Maka. It's a silky smooth motion platform stance. First serve into the net with Fritz up 4-5. This is hush play-by-play because I'm courtside here in Armstrong. Second serve, Kim, toss out in front into the Fritz backhand, return middle. Kim forehand inside out. Fritz backhand cross. Kim unloads on a forehand inside out. Fritz deflects the slice backhand deep. Kim with another big forehand in behind it. Backhand volley into the ad corner. Fritz blocks it back, but Kim overhead. A winner into the deuce corner.
So clutch. Taylor Fritz played some remarkable defense there, giving young Kim, Jerome Kim, every chance to get nervous and make a mistake, but he did not blink. A flurry of good approach shots and then a sharp volley and then back for the overhead to finish the point. Really showing his mettle in this tiebreaker.
And that makes it 5-all. Still Jerome Kim serve, this time on the deuce side. Chair umpire Miriam Billie asking for this crowd to settle. First serve, Kim. Up the tee, Fritz return is short. Kim kind of lays off that forehand, plays it in the middle, neutral, then falling backwards, nets the forehand, does Jerome Kim, and it's going to be a set point for Taylor Fritz at 6-5.
That's the little blink that Taylor Fritz needed. It's always the sign that separates the truly great players from the very good players. Those little blinks in moments like that. And now Taylor Fritz with the set on his racket and one of the best first serves in men's tennis.
Maka, I thought that Kim was going to attack that +1 forehand, and he just rolled it in. Set point Fritz, rocks back, fires out wide, just missed it.
Kim playing super deep on first serve.
Further up for the second, Fritz into the Kim forehand, fights it off with a hard return. Steps inside the court for a forehand approach, cross court. Fritz with the pass, just missed wide. Forehand cross court, just missed it. It's 6-all, and they'll change ends.
Yes, Taylor Fritz's second serve has improved as his career has developed, but it's still somewhat hittable. He dropped it fairly middle of the box and short, and Jerome Kim was brave enough to take it on and get control of the point, and he did not relent. Came in on a solid forehand approach and applied pressure. Taylor Fritz tried to whip it cross court, but just overcooked the angle.
So 6 apiece as Taylor Fritz now takes the near baseline. First serve, out wide, block return by Kim is deep up the middle. Fritz falling backwards with a forehand. Steps into another buggy whip forehand middle. Fritz forehand, middle, Kim forehand, cross. Fritz on the run, forehand, hits the tape. Jerome Kim with his first set point.
Just love Jerome Kim's composure. Like, he wins a huge point like that, but looking on his face, you'd think it was Jannik Sinner. He's just that composed. It's like, this is just business as usual. Next point, bring it on.
Looks towards his coaching box ahead of this 7-6 point as he takes balls from the member of the ball crew in the corner of the court. Now on the baseline. A couple of bounces of the ball. Kim delivers. Net on the first serve. Fritz upright, ready for the return. Second serve into the forehand. It's a middle return from Taylor. Ranges to his left for the backhand cross court. Kim backhand cross court. Fritz replies. Now a run around for Kim inside out. Fritz backhand cross. Slice by Kim. Fritz forehand inside out. Has Kim on the stretch. Gets the short ball. Fritz steps into a forehand down the line. And he's got Kim chasing shadows. Kim gets to the deuce side. Fritz hit it to the ad for the winner.
Yeah, Gil, the quality of ground striking is so high. If one player gets control of the point, there are a very high chance to win it. And that time, Taylor was able to force a slice backhand from Kim. It just dropped a little bit in the middle of the court, and you just knew Taylor Fritz, his forehand was going to dominate from there.
Each man has now saved a set point. It's 7-all in a second set tiebreak after Fritz took the first. First serve Kim, slice out wide, and it missed it wide. Kim has won 66% of his second serve points. Deep return from Fritz. Forehand, slight shank, but off the baseline and good. Taylor Fritz backhand cross court. Kim forehand inside in. Approach. Low volley from Kim. Backhand lob from Fritz. Overhead Kim. He missed it wide. Up the right sideline. That was one that Kim may have nightmares about.
Wow, he came in bravely. Taylor didn't really make an incredible passing shot, was forced back deep, flipped up the lob, and Kim's so tall, it would have, that topspin lob was quite good. It would have beaten a lot of players. It didn't beat Kim for depth or height, but Kim had the slice serve cross court open and available to him, but he chose to go inside out and missed it a few feet wide.
Set point number 2 for Fritz. Good tee serve, short ball on the forehand, inside out, in comes Fritz, backhand volley, deep. Kim has the reply, backhand down the line, past him. Fritz left the volley hanging, and Kim makes him pay.
Oh, Taylor Fritz has always been a little bit reluctant to hone those net skills. I feel like that, these huge moments sometimes, the little things, the nuances of the game. It was a very routine backhand volley, should have been diced wider and sharper, and he just floated it in the middle and paid a steep price at that juncture of the match for not having the deftness at the net.
Fritz now 11 of 15 at the net. He's got his second serve here into the Kim backhand, return middle, Fritz forehand cross court, Kim forehand cross court, Fritz forehand line, Kim steps into a backhand middle, Kim now to his right, hard forehand cross court, Fritz with some squash defense on the forehand, Kim drop shot in the net on the backhand side.
Ooh, Taylor Fritz. That was a great defensive effort yet again. I mean, his defense has really improved over the years. Great job by Mike Russell, his coach, just working on every aspect of the game, and the defense really has bailed him out on a few critical points here. He's primarily known as an offensive player, but it's been the squash shot defense there that gives him another set point.
8-9, serve of Jerome Kim on the ad side. Fires it into the net, off the tape. Packed crowd inside Armstrong on this Friday night. Kim tosses it into the night sky for the second serve. Forehand return, Fritz in the net, dumped. And they'll change ends at 9-all.
Gil, I'll step in just for a second to give an update over on Ash, where we can tell you we're at 2-3, Townsend serving. We are on serve. The two women actually just traded holds to love. And now Townsend is serving here 2-3. It's been really interesting because both women are starting to move forward a little bit more. Townsend 4 for 4 at the net at this moment. And then Andreeva is starting to use the forehand a little bit more, trying to get Townsend pinned into her deuce corner, that backhand corner. So we'll see how that progresses here over the next couple of hours. Back to you, Gil.
Thanks, Mike. And if we could do a quick reset, Taylor Fritz, finalist at the U.S. Open last year, the number 4 seed. This is a third-round match against a qualifier-ranked 275 from Switzerland in Jerome Kim. This is his major main draw debut, and he's in the third round. 9-all, second set tiebreak. First serve, Kim up the tee. Fritz miss-hit return, but it's good. Kim slashes at the forehand cross-court to draw the error.
Tremendous shoulder height forehand there. He elected not to serve volley, just thundered the serve down the tee. Taylor Fritz so good at getting returns back, made him play, but Jerome Kim was up to the challenge, just loaded up on the outside leg and uncorked a huge forehand.
We are an hour 43 in. This is set point number 2 for the 22-year-old, returning from deep. Fritz first serve, tee, it's a let. This has been a serve-dominant affair. No break points on either side. Taylor Fritz took the first set in a tiebreak, and here we are in a second set tiebreak. That was a first serve after the let. Second serve from Fritz. Kim in tight forehand, up the middle. They rally up the middle. Fritz backhand middle. Kim takes control with the forehand inside out for the winner.
just out of the reach of Taylor Fritz, who got passive on that point. And Jerome Kim has leveled at a set apiece inside Armstrong.
Gil, you are so right. That was such a passive backhand from Taylor Fritz. Normally his backhand is so penetrating and accurate. He rolled that one right into the middle of the court at the service line, and Jerome Kim is not afraid to seize the moment, as he showed there. Pounced on that ball and thundered a forehand approach winner.
Gil, great stuff. Get some rest. You're going to have some more tennis to cover over there on Armstrong, as they're at a set apiece as we bring you back inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. It is Mirra Andreeva serving here 3-all now. 30 love, just hit her first ace of the night. Feels like after a few nerves in those opening few service games, now just kind of settling into some much more comfortable patterns. Some of the errors have decreased. First serve here from Andreeva. Near side is into the net. Second serve for Andreeva. Toss is up. Serve is good. Townsend back in middle. Andreeva digs out a forehand. Townsend back at the baseline, hits a forehand to an Andreeva. Forehand into the net. 30-15 now.
That's 3 or 4 loose forehand mistakes so far. She's got a fairly long backswing and just lacked a little racket head speed through that. I think of the two sides, I trust her backhand a fraction more than a forehand.
I think she does as well. Serve, T, chip return, lands short. Forehand through the middle, lob from Townsend. Overhead Andreeva into the net. It's 30-all. Yikes, I have spoken too soon about the errors going away. 2 of them in a row here from Andreeva to get us to 30-all.
Well, Taylor has done a great job of getting control of her service game. She played a couple of exquisite volleys to get a love hold there to get her first game, and then she's consolidated, stuck around in the set, and starting to apply a little bit of pressure, getting a bit more comfortable.
Second serve, Andreeva to a Townsend backhand cross. Andreeva back here, a forehand squash shot right to the feet of Taylor Townsend. That was unbelievably good. Even Townsend with a smile on her face.
Wow, that was a big point. Taylor's cross-court backhand, which I think is just one of her very best returns. Forced a squash shot slice from Andreeva, and had that slice been a couple of inches higher, Taylor would have just dropped volley to win her there. That was a little fortunate, to be honest.
Serve, Andreeva, good into the backhand. Andreeva has to dig out a backhand up the line. Sliced there from Townsend into the bottom of the net. That was a tough little game there for Mirra Andreeva. Comes up with some really good defensive shots. That gets us to 4-3. And a ball change and a break on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Closing in on 11 o'clock local time. Taylor Townsend, Mirra Andreeva closing down Arthur Ashe on day number 6, a Friday night, Labor Day weekend here in the States. Townsend on what is a cool night. The top is long sleeves here tonight with some fire stripes, pinstripes down those two sleeves.
Dragon flames, a very cool.
So a little drag
outfit.
Racing action as well. Serve here is good to a backhand Andreeva. Backhand Townsend. Andreeva goes forehand cross. Townsend backhand cross to an Andreeva forehand cross. Townsend digs out a backhand, catches the baseline. Now a backhand up the line to a backhand from Andreeva, back up the line into the net. And Andreeva now starting to show this frustration. Smacks her quad furiously. It was a forced error there, but she is not playing clean Mirra Andreeva tennis right now.
Yes, Taylor came into the backhand there. I felt like that was an unforced error. By her standards, her backhand is so pure, that should have been a winning passing shot that she taped going down the line.
3-4, 15 love, serve good, in behind it. Townsend just lets the return slide long. Beautiful slider, in behind it.
And yes, exactly, one of her first serve volleys of the match thus far, and it was very effective. I thought Andreeva was a little deep, allowing the lefty swing to take her out of the court, and then it was a case where if she didn't hit a winner, Taylor would have just diced the volley away. No problem at all.
30 love for Taylor Townsend. Serve good. Andreeva back in up the line. Short forehand from Townsend. Back up the line. Squash shot Andreeva. Townsend lets it go, but it lands inside the line. That is a rare leave mistake, and Taylor Townsend can't believe she let that one drop.
For such a great doubles player, that's the cardinal rule of sort of playing the net. When in doubt, you always play the volley, especially when you're so talented. She would have hit a swinging volley, 9 out of 10 for the winner there. So instead
and on
of
her
40
forehand
love
side, too.
and an easy hold, we've got a nervy 30-15 now with kicking yourself for letting that go.
Pulls down her toss there as that one was going to be way back behind her. Let's try this one again. Again, 3-4, 30-15. First set here for Townsend and Andreeva. Serve, good. Swinger wide. Return's not going to get even to the service line. And yeah, Andreeva's going to have to adjust that return position.
Absolutely, Mike. And Conchita would, I'm sure, be calling that in. I'm a little surprised that she's that deep to begin with. I mean, Conchita played Martina Navratilova. She knows what it's like to see a lefty swinger out wide. That was a beauty from Taylor Townsend.
Game points here for Taylor. Serve into the net. Both women serving above 75% right now. Second serve at 40-15 for TT. Serve is long. That is her third double fault.
Two wasteful errors here. She's still at 40-30, in position to hold, but really should have held this game already there. The easy swinging volley opportunity, and now a double fault.
But this is where she's had a lot of success, a lot of joy here out to this ad side with that lefty action. Andreeva was, again, about 6 feet back behind that baseline. Townsend misses a T serve there, trying to flatten it out. Second serve, Andreeva taking a couple of steps forward towards the baseline. Second serve, Taylor. Good, just catches the outside of the line. Volley is good. Running forehand Andreeva. Townsend puts that away comfortably. Gets us to 4-all. Listen, I wanted to talk a little bit about something that you and Taylor have in common. I don't know if, I don't know if you knew this about her. I know it about you, but she uses about $650 worth of sweat-friendly beauty products on match days, much like you in terms of just your beauty products before you hop on the YouTube stream that we have here on US Open Radio.
I spend so much time powdering and, polishing the bald head.
I mean, these are bright lights.
Renowned for that.
Surfer Andreeva, just a tad bit long. But yeah, it's been interesting. She's been talking a lot about the fashion side of our sport, beauty side of our sport. Goes backhand cross to an Andreeva squash shot. Townsend forehand. Yikes. Andreeva had to just duck to get out of the way.
Oh my goodness. That forehand.
Oh my.
Just atrocious footwork from Taylor Townsend, and she almost hit the back fence on the full. Hard to believe. Now, her forehand is a big concern for me right now. I don't feel like Mirra Andreeva. Wow, that was incredible. She had to duck to get away from the forehand.
She looked like Neo there.
I just feel like there's great opportunity here for Taylor Townsend. I don't think Mirra Andreeva looks comfortable when Taylor's playing her good tennis, but the forehand, if she's going to miss the forehands like that, it won't matter what she does at the net in other areas.
Townsend in behind a forehand. Lob for Andreeva. Townsend can't get it. It's a good lob over the back shoulder for 30 love.
Mike, don't you agree that if Taylor Townsend was firing forehands with aplomb here, this would be a real danger danger bells would be going off for Mirra Andreeva. She's not handling the lefty serve particularly well.
No.
Taylor Townsend's backhand has been effective. It's right now the forehand holding her back.
I feel like both women are actually kind of really struggling to find a foothold here. I think Townsend certainly has more winners here today. I don't think there's any doubt about that, but there have been times when some of these misses are just laughable. Serve here for Andreeva. T is good. It's a service winner, as that gets us to 5-4, her second hold to love. But I think you're exactly right. Neither one playing at that peak level, but Townsend applying more pressure just hasn't been able to get over the top.
Well, this is what I anticipated. I thought if Taylor could come out and really red what do we say? Red line. Red line. Thank you.
Okay.
Red line. If she could come out and red line and play her 100% game, her A game, I really thought there was a chance for an upset tonight. And I feel like I've been justified because when she's played her best tennis, Mirra's looked very uncomfortable. But I am really worried that the forehand errors are going to harpoon her chances tonight. The footwork was just a little off, and Mirra's. It's easy to serve aces when you're up 30 love.
Yep.
Taylor allowed her up 30 love, and then Mirra was able to relax and pound down a couple of fantastic aces.
Just had a very awkward moment here as we're watching on the monitors. Mirra Andreeva, actually both women right now are in their notebook. Both of them bring notebooks out there for a couple of motivational moments, also some strategical things within their notebooks. But again, we're on radio here, but on our monitors, Mirra Andreeva just broke what we call the fourth wall in television, just stared right into our soul. She just looked at the camera that was in front of her and just looked right through us, which is something you just don't see very often, the players actually making contact with the lens of the camera there. And I'm a little bit unnerved right now.
She is not camera shy, obviously.
No, she's not.
She intimidated you right there.
She really did.
Yeah.
A really interesting watch, her podcast that she recently did with Aryna Tomljanovic, where they were joking about how they both had a teenage crush on Andy Murray. Ayla a few years ago. Mirra's been pretty upfront about it and her admiration for Andy Murray's career.
I had a crush on his backhand.
Yeah, who didn't?
Crush on his topspin lob.
Goodness.
Not on Andy himself.
Yeah,
even though he's a good bloke.
That's your loss.
4-5. He's a terrific bloke. Great sense of humor, Andy Murray.
Really? Did you see his eagle the other day?
I did not.
Well, I'll show that to you later. 4-5, serve good. Andreeva forehand lands on the baseline and good. Now she steps into a backhand cross. Running forehand, Townsend is into the net. It's love 15.
Taylor's forehand grand stroke letting her down again. Gee, that was a good chance to serve volley, Mike. It was a nice wide serve. The return was right over the middle and high. Had she followed that in, that would have been a routine put away first volley for Taylor Townsend. So I feel like she needs to keep up the serve volleying if she's going to be successful.
Andreeva about 6 feet behind the baseline. Serve T, chip return through the middle. Townsend goes forehand inside out to a running forehand Andreeva that's missed wide. 15 all.
Another very loose forehand from Mirra Andreeva. Taylor Townsend's first strike was decent, but it wasn't that difficult. The shot tolerance should have been greater there. Once again, just not a ton of racket head speed through that Andreeva forehand.
At 15 all, at 4-5. Townsend serve T, sliding away. In behind it, goes forehand inside out. Andreeva lob is going to be short, doesn't get to the net. I have to just say this is a quite below standard performance for Andreeva. There's no way around it here. This is far from even an average level for her.
Yes, and probably playing at night on ash.
It's a different beast.
A little bit nervous, and the feet and the preparation for her shots seem a fraction slow. And subsequently, she's being exposed on her forehand wing without that great footwork.
But Townsend then just misses a very routine forehand herself, inside out into the doubles alley, and Andreeva 2 points away from this first set. And for the first time, Townsend showing some frustration. She's been handling some of the mistakes with really good ease and just a relaxed tone. Not so much here. 4-5, 30 all on the Taylor Townsend serve from the far side. Serve well wide. Second serve now for Taylor. Andreeva creeps in towards the baseline. Second serve now, good. Andreeva backhand through the middle. Townsend backhand middle. Andreeva backhand into the net. And again, she just smacks her quad, this time with her racket.
Mike, but I'm just astounded by the lack of wherewithal about where she was trying to hit that backhand. Taylor Townsend has struggled mightily on her forehand side all set. It's 30 all at 4-5. and she aimed the backhand down the line at Taylor Townsend's backhand. I'm just astounded that she didn't go cross-court to the forehand there.
Townsend serve out wide, in behind it, volley good. Andreeva running lob, Townsend overhead is good into the deuce corner, and Andreeva again smacking the heck out of her left quad with the racket, Andrei Rublev-esque. This has been a weird one from Andreeva, and Townsend fighting off what could have been a real disaster there. It's 5-all.
I'm just really surprised, Mike. I feel like she's standing too deep on the ad side to return, allowing Taylor Townsend's favorite serve to be doubly effective, take her wider out of the court. And Taylor Townsend's volleys are world class. They may be as good as anyone in women's tennis. You just don't want to allow Taylor Townsend to just dice you up with that first volley.
Second serve here for Andreeva. From the near side, 5-all serve is good. Townsend backhand cross. Andreeva digs out a forehand to it. Townsend backing up the line. In behind it, a lob's going to miss wide, and here comes Taylor Townsend. It's love 15.
And that's where I feel like you can see Andreeva's so vulnerable if Townsend plays her best tennis. Cross-court backhand rip, got a short ball, approach down the line. And Mirra Andreeva, you don't see that. You don't see the ladies coming in as much. When she approaches like that, she can really give Andreeva problems.
Another missed first serve here for Andreeva. She's just 4 of 8 on her second serve points. Serve is a double. Third double of the night.
And Mike, her emotions are not in check right now. She has slammed her quad multiple occasions. The irritation is clear to see on her face. Clearly not learning the lesson that she should have learned in Paris.
I love 30 serve. Andreeva T. Chip return lands good. Forehand from Andreeva. Another forehand. This one goes up the line and not even close to the court. This is shocking stuff from Mirra Andreeva. And Townsend, 3 chances already, 1 of 2 here on the night.
Just a wild forehand long. Now the crowd yelling out. Andreeva stops her toss there. A little bit rattled.
And Andreeva this is shades of Paris right now. She is letting the crowd get to her. She has pulled off a couple of times. This crowd is rowdy. A first serve here off the net and long. Second serve here for Andreeva. 3 break points down. Townsend taking a couple of steps forward towards the baseline. Tosses up, serve is good. Townsend backing up the line. Chip forehand, put away in the volley. No, it's a lob from Andreeva. Townsend overhead, good. Andreeva there, pops it up the line. Townsend forehand, back up the line. Andreeva forehand into the net. Taylor Townsend breaks it, love. 6-5, she will serve for the set in a moment here on US Open Radio. Presented by American Express. Mike Cation, David McPherson join you here. Night number 6 at the Open. 36 minutes in. And Taylor Townsend now with the opportunity to close down this first set. 6-5. Just a quick update from over on Armstrong. Kim Fritz staying on serve once again. There's not been a single break chance over there yet. Not one. Middle of the third set, they're at 3-all. Fritz has an opening at love 30, though. We'll keep you updated over there. Gil Gross heading back there in just a couple of moments. Townsend from the near side. Serve is good. Andreeva swing and a miss. It's like we're at Citi Field here right now.
Forehand
Strike
body
one.
swinger. That was a Bob Bryan special. That was his favorite spot to the deuce and the ad, just carving that ball into the right-hander's hip. And too long a backswing from Mirra Andreeva for a return of serve. Whiffed it.
15 love, serve is good. Andreeva backhand cross misses just wide.
Mike, I'm confounded with the strategy. I just cannot believe that coming into the match that Conchita Martinez would want Mirra Andreeva to stand this deep on the ad side and allow Taylor Townsend's best serve, the one she can make all night, be so effective.
2 points away from this first set is Taylor Townsend. Toss is up, serve is long, and Andreeva smacking the you-know-what out of that forehand after she knew the serve was missed long. Second serve for Townsend. It's good. Andreeva forehand middle. Townsend backhand cross. Andreeva runs down a forehand, goes middle. Townsend forehand catches the baseline and good. Andreeva backhand. Forehand from Townsend. That's nowhere close to the court either. And I think that's where you have been most frustrated, the fact that Andreeva's not going through that forehand side here tonight. Well, it's one of the frustrations for you.
Yes, and I just feel like if Taylor Townsend can get her forehand under control, she's going to win this match if she can hold her nerve. The matchup to me seems to be very favorable to her, but that forehand ground stroke is really wild right now. It could drag her down.
Return is into the net after a slider tee from Townsend to the ad side. 2 set points.
Nice change up from Taylor Townsend. She hasn't served a lot down the tee to the forehand this set. That was an amazing time to make that serve, just when Andreeva was certainly expecting the wide one.
With the set points at 40-15, serve is good. Andreeva misses the return, and Taylor Townsend 7-5 in the first from 2 love down as well. 1 set away from the 4th round, and you're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Well, as we get a look at the replay, Andreeva throwing her racket at her bag after losing that first set. Again, one of these weird moments where we've seen Mirra Andreeva just a few times here since obviously that incredible run earlier in the year, winning Dubai and Indian Wells. But the mental frustration here, that's what she gets lauded about, the mental toughness, and we're seeing her really struggle with it here tonight. With Whitney Houston playing in the background, Taylor Townsend with a 1-set-to-love lead. Also in control right now is Taylor Fritz, who's won 9 of the last 10 points against Jerome Kim. Just grabbed the first break of the night in the third set. Fritz leading 4-3 right now. Gil Gross headed back over there. He'll give us an update at the end of the third set. Taylor Townsend right now going to talk to John Williams, get a couple of words there. 12 of 15 net point one in that set, and it really picked up late as Andreeva really seeming to struggle, and Townsend just applied a ton of pressure. It appears that Mirra has left the court here for just a couple of minutes, so it's an extended conversation right now for Williams and Townsend.
Yeah, I thought Taylor started a little bit nervously. I mean, she was down 2-love very quickly, and I think had Mirra Andreeva applied some pressure there, Taylor wouldn't be feeling as loose and as confident as she is now. Now, I think there's some real belief.
Yeah, for sure.
She's seeing the matchup and she's saying, why wouldn't I win this match? My opponent doesn't seem to have an answer to my lefty attack.
Yeah.
And if I play my game and do what I do well, I'm every chance to win this match. And now it's on Mirra Andreeva. Can she adjust? Can she counter? Change her return position and start really focusing, directing traffic at Taylor Townsend's forehand ground stroke, which has been wild so far tonight.
Well, I agree with you tactically on that. I think it's just about her just kind of settling into just her natural rhythm. 4 winners, 13 unforced errors. It's a forehand. I mean, it's not even close to the court again, up the line into the doubles alley. There is so much I see here today that I saw in Paris as well, in terms of just that lack of clarity of what she wants to do. And that's, again, so unlike her. As I was saying while you were gone there, Naka, just some of the performances she has as she hits a backhand into line. You think back to where she was, Dubai, Indian Wells, winning all of those matches in a row at the beginning of the year, and just feels like the plot has been lost.
And once again, the lack of wherewithal. Why are you hitting a backhand down the line to Taylor's strength when you could have easily hit that cross court to her forehand? You've got to play your best patterns right now in the early stages of the game.
Second serve for Andreeva is a let. It was a slider out wide. Very quickly into a second serve here is Andreeva. Toss goes up. Serve is good. Townsend back in off the net and good. Andreeva, she pushed another one. It's not even close to the court again.
Once again, she was directing traffic at the Taylor Townsend backhand. I'm sounding like a broken record, Mike, but I just think the strategy is all wrong in so many departments. And you're right, the execution is way off what it normally is.
Backhand to a Townsend backhand into the net.
And then Taylor tries to thread a backhand down the line when her favorite shot is cross court into Mirra Andreeva's more vulnerable wing, the forehand. Just the shot selection betraying both players right now.
15-40, serve good. Townsend chip return short. Andreeva inside out back into Townsend backhand. Andreeva backhand inside out again. Running back from Townsend, good. Forehand for Andreeva inside out. Running forehand Townsend. Andreeva backhand up the line. Townsend backhand crosses into the net. 30-40, third chance now for Taylor Townsend.
Yes, Taylor couldn't quite get her footwork in place there. She had a real opening with a cross-court backhand there, which is one of her favorite shots, but she wasn't quite able to gather her balance in time to make it.
Serve is long, trying to go into the body. Second serve is good. Townsend, oh no, misses that return well long, right through the middle of the court. We're at deuce.
3 golden opportunities to take a 7-5, 1-love break lead there. And Taylor's footwork, to be frank, just let her down. That was a fairly good second serve, but that should not have been missed. She allowed the ball to get too far away from her body.
Tosses up, serve is long for the night. Andreeva serving at a comfortable percentage, about 66%. Ball gets away from her, now ready to restart the motion. Second serve here at deuce, good. Townsend through the middle. Andreeva with a backhand, running chip forehand from Townsend. Andreeva backhand up the line. That is clean. Backhand winner, Mirra Andreeva takes a deep breath, and she's got a game point.
One of her few precise shots so far tonight, perhaps the only time she's passed Taylor Townsend. Taylor only came in on a chip forehand there, so she did have plenty of time to line up her target. And she needed that. She needs a little confidence boost, find her mark with a couple of shots.
Gets a backhand, goes inside out to a Townsend backhand up the line. That is into the doubles alley. That is a big hold for Mirra Andreeva to just kind of reset the brain from love 40 down. Let's see if that kind of turns the tide, because sometimes those are the ones that do it.
And to be perfectly honest, Taylor didn't capitalize there. From love 40 the game was there to be won. It was Taylor Townsend errors that gave all 3 of those break points away, and Mirra Andreeva gets a reprieve there. A game that really could have sent the momentum spiraling away from her.
Well, let's go over to Armstrong, get an update from Gil Gross. Gil, this had been such an interesting, serve-bot type of a battle, but there's been one chance, and the man who took it now has the lead.
Yeah, it actually happened very quickly in a Jerome Kim service game. Went down love 40, and I believe got broken at love.
Correct.
And it was the forehand that just got a little bit leaky on Jerome for honestly large portions of that set, including on some of Fritz's service games, like that last one at 5-4. And I think one of the really underrated parts of Taylor Fritz is his concentration and how even he stays over the course of matches. I mean, tennis is long. We're 2 hours and 14 minutes in. And part of the goal, and Maka knows this, having coached John Isner, if you lose focus for 5 minutes, there goes the set. And Taylor is very good in these kinds of matches, and the Wimbledon first round encounter against Giovanni Pesci-Pericard comes to mind, where Fritz went 5 sets without facing a break point. Taylor is just very good at never letting it get sloppy.
Gil, you are so right. He has prodigious amounts of focus and concentration. That's so well said. He was a tough opponent for John Isner because he didn't have those little lapses. And John would feast on opponents that would just play a loose service game here and there. And then John, of course, would not. And that was all John needed, is one little bit of sloppiness. But Taylor does not give you that. He sustains his energy and his focus throughout the whole match.
And it looks, Gil, like there's a medical timeout right now as well for you there.
There is, but my view is completely blocked by the court supervisors, so you're going to be able to tell the listeners more than me.
Okay, yeah, I can see it. Jerome Kim is, well, this is I don't even know how to, this looks painful what they're doing to his right shoulder right now. I mean, this looks like medieval torture right now, Maka, that they're doing to his right shoulder to get it loosened up, and on the neck and on the back there. So we'll see how Jerome Kim handles it. Gil, thanks so much. Keep us updated from over there. Let's bring you back inside of Ash right now as it's 3 break chances for Mirra Andreeva. Serve good, backhand Andreeva to a Townsend chip forehand that she's pushed wide. What a turnaround from love 40 down. 5 straight points on serve, 4 straight points here, 9 in a row, and Andreeva 2 love.
Yes, and unfortunately, it's all been Taylor Townsend's lack of execution. Mirra Andreeva didn't hit any winners in that game. Taylor Townsend's forehand has completely betrayed her in the early part of the second set. She's going to the chip forehand now because she's lost all confidence in her topspin forehand. And that is a huge concern right now if she loses confidence. You cannot lose confidence in one of your wings.
Serve from the near side, good. Townsend up the line with a backhand to an Andreeva backhand that just misses going cross. Very aggressive return once again from Townsend. One of the strengths of her game to love 15.
Off the backhand. So once again, it's curious. The early points of the game are super important. You always serve to the opponent's weakness in the first 2 points of the game.
Serve good. Chip return lands good. Andreeva forehand inside in. Lob from Townsend, volley from Andreeva. Townsend there with the running forehand that lands good. Andreeva doesn't cover line. Townsend makes her pay. It's love 30.
Oh, Mike, how can you not cover line there? Taylor was on the dead run to her forehand side, and in that situation, it seemed impossible that she could pass cross court. And she just managed to poke it down the line, and Mirra Andreeva left it wide open.
Chip return lane short. Andreeva running back and up the line. Townsend backhand into the net. That's a really good adjustment from Mirra Andreeva from that low backhand to still get it over the highest part of the net there. Pretty impressive stuff to 15-30.
She did very well, Mirra Andreeva, just to make Taylor play a passing shot, but Taylor had a cross-court backhand look there that I would think she would make 8 out of 10.
15-30 at 2 love here in the second. Andreeva serve is into the net. Second serve, Andreeva, good. Townsend through the middle. Andreeva digs out a backhand that lands on the baseline and good, and yanked wide from Townsend. Again, incredible depth from that difficult position from Andreeva, forcing that error. It's 30 all.
Yep, fine piercing return, but Andreeva stayed low, and on her backhand side, she's been pretty solid for the most part, even though she struggled on her forehand wing tonight.
Serve Andreeva out wide, just missing wide. Second serve for Mirra. It's long. It's a double fault. First of the set, fourth of the night. And a break chance here for Townsend. She's 0 for 3, obviously, here in the set, 2 for 6 overall.
We've had a few of those second serves that just haven't had enough rotation on them, not generating enough snap with the racket head to get the required kick to bring the ball down.
For Andreeva, netted. And just a little bit of a drop-off here in this second set on the serve percentage. Second serve, Andreeva, good. Townsend backing up the line. Squash shot from Andreeva's into the net. We trade breaks here in this second set, just as we did in the first. It's 2-1 back on serve on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Mike Cation, David McPherson, Gil Gross inside Armstrong on what is a nice, cool night here in beautiful New York City. The Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. Taylor Townsend breaking back. It's right now following the exact same script that we had in the first. Andreeva with the 2-love lead. Gives away a couple of points on unforced errors. Townsend gets the break back. We obviously saw what Taylor was able to do in the first. Can she do it again in the second? Serve good. Andreeva forehand up the line to a forehand. Townsend back up the line. Andreeva forehand cross. Townsend backhand cross. Andreeva forehand middle. Townsend inside in forehand that misses just long. It's love 15.
Nice job by Mirra Andreeva, absorbing pace to the forehand there, extending the rally long enough for Taylor Townsend to self-destruct with her forehand ground stroke.
Interesting that we haven't seen as many movements forward from Townsend in this set as well, as we saw a lot of them late in the set. Andreeva goes with the backhand cross. Chip up the line. Andreeva has to throw up a lob. Townsend overhead. Good. Not surprisingly into the deuce corner. It's 15-all.
Terrific footwork on the overhead there from Taylor Townsend. She would have taken 10 or 12 little mini steps to get all the way in behind the lob and then have a little bit of forward momentum into her smash. Look at all those little mini steps. There were honestly a dozen little mini steps involved in that one overhead.
1-2, 15-all from the near side. Serve is good. Forehand for Andreeva to a Townsend backhand up the line. In behind it. Gets a short volley. Puts it away. That is some incredible touch with the hands for 30-15.
And that's what I'm talking about, Mike. Taylor Townsend is a great volley. And great volleys feel like all I have to do is get the volley or the half volley on my strings, and it's my point.
Yeah.
Pat Rafter, Pat Cash, John McEnroe, to name three, that's the amount of confidence that they have with their volleys. I just need to touch it, and it's my point. And Taylor has a similar kind of a vibe about her net game.
Lob return. Townsend puts that away, and just as if Taylor was listening, 3 points at the net here in a row, and she's 3 for 3 on them. 40-15 in game points for Taylor.
It was a great serve up the tee, and it was a stretch lob return. It wasn't a design serve volley, but she recognized that the return was floating high, and she immediately closed the net down.
Serve out wide, lob return. Townsend waiting at the net. It lands good. Townsend easy. Overhead right over Mirra Andreeva, 2-all. And yeah, this feels like a very different determination here for Taylor Townsend with a fist pump towards her team. New balls here, 2-all.
You do get the feeling, Mike, if Taylor hits her lefty first serve to good spots, it's nearly always been successful, hasn't it? That one was the wide one to the righty forehand, and Mirra was completely at sea, just reached out and block chipped it. When she's gone good lefty swinger to the backhand, it's gotten wide enough that Mirra hasn't been able to execute a clean return. So if the Taylor Townsend first serve holds up, she could be really hard to stop here in the second set.
Yeah, I think that could be the case. Andreeva serve out wide, Townsend back in through the middle, Andreeva backhand in behind it, gets a backhand volley, and she just dumps it into the net. Yeah, this is also quite uncharacteristic for her in terms of her net play. Normally so solid, as I mentioned, the world number 14 on the double side. She's just 2 of 7 at the net today.
Yes, that one was particularly egregious, chopped it nastily halfway up the net.
Andreeva's serve is long. She swats again at the ball.
If that goes and hits a ball, kid, that's a default. I mean, that was, you're playing with fire there, swatting a ball with anger.
Second serve, lob from Andreeva. Townsend overhead, Andreeva there with the forehand. What a good return from Taylor Townsend. Here she comes. It's love 30.
And poor tactics again from Mirra Andreeva. She's directing second serves to the Taylor Townsend backhand, which is very flat and penetrating and is leading to immediate opportunities to come to the net. I would be kicking that second serve to Taylor's forehand every time on a significant point.
Of 30. Andreeva serve into the body, chip return. Andreeva backhand middle, Townsend backhand middle. Andreeva forehand cross, Townsend forehand cross. Great angle, squat shot from Andreeva into the bottom of the net. Taylor Townsend, 3 more break chances at love 40.
The Taylor Townsend backhand finding its mark that time when she hits that backhand cross court cleanly. It's a really rasping shot. Mirra Andreeva tactically going wrong again, not playing the forehand side.
Serve Andreeva, T is long. We have just hit the 1 hour mark. Second serve for Andreeva, moving very, very quickly. Second, good, but it's a let.
And that was interesting because it was actually directed at the backhand, and for some reason, I don't know, Taylor was going to run around and attempt a forehand there. I would be just taking it early with my best shot.
Second serve, good. Townsend backhand middle. Andreeva digs out a backhand. Townsend backhand cross is yanked along.
Oh, a golden opportunity. It was a strong return up the middle. Got that next ball fairly short, just beyond the service line on her backhand side, and her eyes lit up. It was like a green light ball, and she just overcooked it a little bit cross court. Crowd's really involved right now.
Serve is into the net from Andreeva, and it does feel like it has been bothering her here today from the jump. Second serve, Andreeva. Good, but it is another let.
Once again, directed at Taylor's backhand.
Second serve again on this break point down. Serve good, backhand return into the net.
Just a little lack of footwork there. Taylor would expect her to make that return. That's her favorite. She was going cross court. Just allowed the ball to get away from her body a fraction. Didn't quite get her legs positioned well to make her cleanest shot.
First serve, good. Chip return lands good in the ad corner. Andreeva backhand is into the net, and Taylor Townsend fully in control now. Has rattled off 3 straight games, setting a break lead. Townsend at 3-2. Let's check in with Gil Gross over on Armstrong. Gil.
Mike, it feels like Taylor has just weathered the storm for long enough to get a level drop from Jerome Kim. He broke to start the 4th set, actually a couple of double faults from the Swiss qualifier. And I say that, but Fritz was down love 30 in this last service game, just rattled off 4 straight points with an overhead winner to consolidate the break early in the 4th. Now 2 love. One of the things that stood out for me, especially as this match has progressed, is Taylor's defense. He is really hustling into the corners and making sure that anything he gets his racket on is going back in the court, so he's asking the questions of Jerome Kim.
Yeah, well put, Gil. That so many points in the tiebreaker he won with his defense, so that's an area of his game he's made massive improvements on from, say, 5 years ago.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I have to say, the first tournament I ever had, and Gil kind of speaks to this, and right now Mirra Andreeva is just screaming at Conchita Martinez. First real sign of some friction here tonight. The first tournament I ever did with Taylor Fritz, right after he won the Boys Juniors 2015, reached the finals in Sacramento, a challenger. As you hear Fritz put away a tough volley up at the net. He saved 19 of 20 break chances against Jared Donaldson. You might remember that name, a guy who was riddled by injuries because he was so defensively strong. Even at that age, his body wasn't quite there, but just so good out of those corners, even at a very young age. It just has gotten better now at the tour level, right? And that's the thing, is his ability out of the corners has always been very impressive to me.
Yeah, and mentally, he just weathers the storm,
yeah,
doesn't he? He's
really
so
does.
tough. He's so gritty.
Sorry, Gil, go ahead.
No, I was actually going to say something very similar. So much of defense is attitude. I mean, even back then, Fritz actually wasn't the fastest guy in the world.
Yeah.
He's not the most natural athlete, but just the commitment to making the extra ball goes such a long way.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Thanks so much, Gil. Let's bring you back inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. Townsend serving now 3-2. She's at the far side of things, gets a forehand inside out, running forehand Andreeva. Townsend backhand up the line. Andreeva backhand is into the net. And again, Andreeva, you can actually hear it there, smacking her quad in disgust, screaming towards Conchita Martinez. Again, it's been a tough watch for Mirra Andreeva right now, and I wish I could say something different here. Serve here for Townsend. T, good, it's an ace.
Beautiful ball toss there, good disguise with the ball toss. It looked like the lefty slider was coming, but she just pronated over the top of the serve at the apex of the toss and just executed a beautiful T-ace.
30 love here for Townsend. Far side serve, good up the tee, back into a Townsend backhand middle that misses just long. The one thing I'll say though, these misses from Townsend, even in the last game as well, they're all really aggressive backhand misses, right? They're the kind of misses you never say they're great misses, but they're acceptable because they're going hard, flat, trying to test that, the forehand of Andreeva. Serve here for Taylor, out wide, backhand Andreeva middle, Townsend backhand up the line, in behind it, gets a backhand swinging volley off the bounce there, and Andreeva again looks at her box in disgust as Townsend puts that away comfortably through the deuce corner.
Yes, to your earlier point, Mike, yes, Taylor really trusts her backhand.
Yeah.
And even if she misses one, there was another, and the very next point, she went right back to it with full commitment and trust. When you trust your technique, that's possible. When you don't trust your technique, then it's a real struggle.
Serve Townsend good. Andreeva forehand to a Townsend backhand up the line. Andreeva backhand rolled to a Townsend forehand cross. Andreeva backhand up the line. Townsend backhand cross. Andreeva forehand just over the net. Now she's going to get a backhand, goes cross. Townsend forehand up the line. Andreeva forehand cross. Townsend backhand cross is smoked. Absolute ripper of a backhand. Wowie, wow, wow. Consolidation from TT, 4-2.
Match and the type of rally that you would think would favor Andreeva, but she just made the mistake of giving Taylor a little look at a cross-court backhand, and she absolutely obliterated that one.
Well, it just goes to show, Macca, if you allow, when the top-ranked players allow somebody who's lower ranked to have confidence and breed confidence, everybody has talent, right? It's a lot between the ears here, and right now Townsend playing with a full head of steam, goes backhand cross, chip from Andreeva, forehand Townsend cross, Andreeva backhand cross, Townsend forehand up the line, Andreeva running forehand, misses well long, it's love 15.
And such is Taylor's momentum and confidence right now. She's starting to find her range with her forehand ground stroke too. That was a nice redirect forehand up the line, topspin forehand, so she is on the verge right now. She is just a few good shots away from pulling the upset.
2-4, love 15. Serve Andreeva T. Lob return lands good. Run around forehand for Andreeva. Goes up the line and had so much time and missed it well long into the deuce corner. It's love 30.
That's been her predominant forehand miss tonight, hasn't it, Mike? Just a lack of rotation on the forehand, and she's missed them long. We've seen probably a dozen of those. Just a little chink in her armor in my mind that there's not enough racket head speed through a lot of these forehands to stop the ball getting away flat and long.
Serve is good. Townsend backhand cross. Andreeva through the middle. Townsend forehand cross. Andreeva tracks it down. Backhand cross. Running forehand. Townsend good. Andreeva forehand cross. She's pulled it wide. And 3 more break chances for Taylor Townsend. who's had multiple break chances in every return game in the set.
Yes, nice defense from Taylor there. She was really stretched to her forehand side, and she was able to make a really gutsy retrieval get. And Mirra Andreeva obliged with yet another forehand mistake.
Virtual match points here. Andreeva serve good. Ship return lands good on the baseline. Forehand Andreeva, forehand Townsend cross. Andreeva backing up the line. Lob from Townsend. Andreeva to the net. It's going to be an angry finish. Indeed it was, into the fourth row of the stands, 15-40.
That was probably the angriest bounce smash you will ever see. Taylor Townsend's lob was so short, it was almost an unmissable bounce smash. So Andreeva was able to really take out her frustrations on the ball, and she bounced it about 5 rows into the crowd over the back fence.
15-40 at 2-4. Serve Andreeva good out wide. Misses the return, does Taylor Townsend. That's a pretty good slider out wide.
Accurate slider out wide. Taylor had a rush of blood there, thinking she could thread the return down the line for a winner. She's wishing she just redirected it back at the forehand, where she's had so much success over the course of the match.
30-40, moving quickly as Andreeva service into the net. Second serve here. It's good to a Townsend backhand netted. She tried to rush it there, tried to pop and move up to the net, and just a little bit over eager. We're at deuce.
And she's made that play many times over the course of the match. That is a high percentage play for her, to take her backhand early and clean, like in doubles, and then follow it to the net. Just the moment there, a little bit of extra anxiousness.
Serve is off the net and wide from Andreeva, who's just not taking any time in between points, really rushing the process right now. Second serve, Andreeva, good to a Townsend backing up the line. Again, a really good slider high in the box from Andreeva with a game point.
Quality second serve. She was able to get it so wide that even though it was to Taylor's backhand, she did not have the balance to execute her shot. Unlike the previous one, which was there to be hit, that one was definitely a golden opportunity at 30-40.
Serve good, Townsend backhand. Andreeva late reacting to a short return.
And
back
there's
to
just
deuce.
so much contentiousness between Mirra Andreeva and her coaching box. It's just every time she loses a shot, she's remonstrating, looking at Conchita. Certainly not a good look.
Deuce now, second deuce, serve long. Serving just 55% in this second set. Second serve, Andreeva, good, but a let, just barely clearing the net. She just grabs the ball and starts a motion once again. No breathing in between points right now. Second serve is a double fault.
It's just surprising to me, Mike, that it's almost like she didn't expect this on Arthur Ashe. Like, she should have mentally prepared for adversity, knowing that the crowd will be with Taylor Townsend, and that she would be just have her defenses up against this type of a performance.
Serve netted from Andreeva.
Thank you.
On this fourth break chance, second serve good. Townsend backhand middle. Andreeva backhand middle. Townsend chips a forehand good. Backhand slice from Andreeva good. Townsend running backhand to an Andreeva forehand up the line. Slice back from Townsend. Andreeva time on the forehand in behind it. Townsend backhand cross lands good. And Taylor Townsend one hold away from the fourth round here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Well, it's Mike Cation and David McPherson here on night number 6, just about to be day number 7 in just about 12 minutes. We'll likely get there. Taylor Fritz and Jerome Kim still going here late into the night. We'll get over there, it appears, relatively shortly. Taylor Fritz is in control of the 4th set. But right now, the focus is on Taylor Townsend, looking to match her best ever slam result. 4th round here in 2019. She serves at 5-2. Near side, serve good. Forehand Andreeva. Townsend steps into a backhand, and Andreeva has no answer. It's 15-love.
A really nice forehand body serve there from Taylor Townsend. Not going for the ace, just jamming Mirra Andreeva to her forehand, getting a short ball, and then calmly flowing into the backhand down the line winner.
15-love for Townsend. Hour 13 into this one. Serve good. Andreeva through the middle. Townsend yanks it back in on the line. Lob Andreeva. Townsend overhead. Just wide. Tried to sneak it into the deuce corner. 15-all.
Just a really nice defensive lob from Mirra Andreeva there. It had just enough depth to push Taylor far enough back in the court where she couldn't execute her smash.
Townsend 2-14 lifetime versus the top 10. The other wins have been over Simona Halep here in 2019. Jessie Pegula, Rome, 2023. Townsend, 15-all serve. Andreeva forehand to a Townsend backhand into the net, 15-30.
And unlike the previous backhand, that one lacked the body weight, the conviction, and left it well short into the net. This match is far from over if Mirra Andreeva could break here. It's never easy to serve out a match against a top player on a big stage.
15-30 serve for Townsend. Good. Andreeva back into a Townsend backhand up the line. Lob from Andreeva. Townsend backtracks. Lob is good. Townsend adjusting. Overhead this time. Clean as a whistle into the deuce corner. It's 30-all.
Mirra Andreeva sent that lob way up into the sky. It was far more difficult than Taylor Townsend made it look.
Yep.
Her footwork was exemplary on that bounce smash. She got all the way in behind it, took a dozen little steps and transferred her body weight with perfect balance into the put-away smash.
5-2, 30-all. Townsend, serve, good. Andreeva inside out, backhand lane's good. Townsend running backhand to an Andreeva forehand up the line that just misses wide. It has been that kind of night. 6 winners, 24 unforced errors for Mirra Andreeva. And the crowd rises as we've arrived at match point for Taylor Townsend.
Let's see if Taylor goes with her swinger wide serve volley here. Mirra Andreeva has not had an answer for that all night thus far.
Toss goes up for Townsend. Serve netted and wide.
She was indeed going for the wide serve volley there. Just the serve clipped the tape, and now she'll have to try and do it with the second serve.
Waits for the crowd to settle. They have. Toss goes up. Second serve, good. Andreeva, backhand is going to be missed wide, and Taylor Townsend, for the first time in 6 years, into the 4th round of the 2025 U.S. Open in dominant fashion. 7-5, 6-2 over Mirra Andreeva. It's Townsend moving on here in New York.
Taylor just overjoyed, full of emotion and pride at what she's accomplished. I don't think anyone, apart from myself, expected this result tonight, mate. But I have so much respect for Taylor at her best. I did feel like the matchup was going to be especially awkward for Mirra Andreeva, and it certainly turned out to be the case.
Townsend's going to run over to her team while we set up for the interview to give them thanks. High fives all around there with the team. Mirra Andreeva off the court in a heartbeat. I just find myself thinking as that match progressed, Maka, we have such high expectations for 18, 19-year-olds here in tennis. This season is long, it's challenging, and the weight of expectation for young players is often a little bit too much, and it felt like one of those moments for Mirra Andreeva here tonight.
Yes, you're right. The weight of expectation is extreme, and she certainly just completely collapsed emotionally when things weren't going her way, and that should get better with time as you become a more experienced competitor at the top level of the game.
I think I see the same thing from Joao Fonseca on the men's side. I mean, it's it's taxing. We have those lofty expectations because of the talent that they're shown. They're not robots, they're humans. And now let's hear from Chris Eubanks and Taylor Townsend. She's got her hand to the ear. She wants to hear it from this crowd on Ash.
Taylor. Wow. I've known you for a long time. I've seen you play a lot of matches. I've seen you bring a lot of energy to the court. I've seen you in a lot of really good rhythms. I don't think I've ever seen anything like what I saw tonight. Can you put into words? Can you take a minute and put into words what you were most pleased with your performance tonight?
God damn, this feels good. All I'm gonna say is welcome to the show. I've been putting in a lot of hard work. I wanna dedicate this win to my coach. We've been blood, sweat, and tears. Also to my son, AJ. He'll be here tomorrow. He was telling his teachers at school, I'm going to New York to see my mom. So this just felt so good. I haven't been in a round of 16 since 2019. I haven't played a night match on this court since I played Andreescu and she ended up winning the tournament. I feel amazing, but I'm really just proud that, like I said to you at the beginning, I kept the main thing the main thing.
Yeah, that you certainly did. Coming out here tonight, I think a lot of fans were kind of drawn to you over the last 48 hours.
Yeah.
Many people may not know what to expect with Taylor Townsend tennis, but you gave them a clinic tonight on what you bring to the court. You always bring a lot of energy to the court, but I think something was a little bit special about this stadium tonight. Can you speak a little bit to this crowd that stuck around for a really late night thriller?
Yeah, shout out to you guys. Shout out to you guys. First off, I also want to say thank you to everyone who supported me over these last 48 hours. It's bigger than me. It's bigger than me. It's about the message. It's about the representation. It's about being bold and being able to show up as yourself, and I did that tonight. You guys saw the real Taylor Townsend tonight.
So if the last 48 hours were crazy, I'm sure these next 48 hours are going to be even more crazy. What are you going to do to be able to recover and keep the main thing for your next round?
I mean, we're standing on business on this team, so ain't nothing gonna change. I'm gonna go in the locker room, get my protein shake, get on the bike, do my stretch recovery. I have doubles, so I hope you guys can come out and support me there. But the job's not done. I'm happy with what I did tonight, but we're standing on business and we continue here in New York. Thank you guys so much.
That's a big hug from two people who have known each other for a very, very long time. Chris Eubanks and Taylor Townsend, two Atlanta residents. And yeah, nice moment for Chris and Taylor right there. Just a little chat as Taylor's signing some autographed balls to send out into the crowd. Listen, I know Chris very, very well. You know, the Ostapenko thing, it's been really bothersome for people of color, you know, and I think for Taylor to handle it with the class that she's had, I'm so impressed because it could have gotten, you know, to a different level. She knows what it meant, what was done 2 days ago, and she just backed it up with her performance on court today, and that's the biggest statement she can make.
Yes, well, I mean, she did a great job of controlling her emotions when she was disrespected after the match at the change of ends, and certainly, she didn't want to go over the edge and perhaps shove the opponent there and could have been defaulted from the tournament. You know, she really showed a lot of restraint, and then she was able to come out after a little bit of a nervous start. She was down early, but then she just played her game, played to her strengths, which are unique. She really presents a real challenge to the traditional orthodox players, and honestly, I don't feel like that's such a huge upset. They could play that match again, and I think Mirra Andreeva would struggle to counter her lefty attacking style again. But we'll see how that plays out in future matchups.
Indeed, we will. So Taylor Townsend moving on. It'll be a really interesting matchup that she has against Barbora Krejcikova in the next round. I mean, two players who really excel on both sides, the singles and the doubles side, right? I mean, Krejcikova, multiple Grand Slam doubles titles as well, along with singles titles at Wimbledon and Roland Garros. I'm really excited for that one.
That should be an amazing match because she is a very experienced, she'll play a very sound, tactical, strategical game.
Yep.
Taylor wasn't really asked to defend her forehand side as much as perhaps Krejcikova will ask her to defend. So, but she is rolling with confidence, as you can hear in her post-game interview. I mean, she's really feeling good about her chances, feeling good about being in New York and using the crowd to her advantage. Certainly, she is going to be formidable. Like, we could have a story really brewing here with Taylor Townsend.
I think we already do, Macca. Let's get a quick update from Gil. Things have tightened up here. It was 4-1 just a minute ago with 2 breaks for Taylor Fritz. Explain to us how Jerome Kim has at least gotten one of those breaks back.
Well, it was definitely the worst service game of the match for Fritz. He missed a rather gimme forehand and double faulted, so 2 gifts in that Fritz service game. But also, you know, Kim is a player who comes in and out, Mike, and he probably went away, got erratic on the forehand for about 20 minutes. He is back dialed in, and he is so dangerous when he puts his tennis together.
Nice forehand volley there from Taylor Fritz, Gil. He really got his knee down and his eyes behind the ball. Good to see that sound Australian volley technique on a young American.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go again.
The Aussie technique.
Can't help myself.
I know. Forehand from Kim. Fritz digs out a forehand through the middle. Kim goes inside out forehand. Fritz digs out a backhand. Kim, big swing on the forehand once again. Fritz goes forehand cross. Kim, forehand up the line. Just missing long, and it is 5-3. Have you really noticed, Gil, any limitations on the movements from Kim? We obviously know the shoulder is an issue, but have you noticed any movement issues for Kim?
I think the second serve has gotten a little bit inconsistent, and I do wonder about the shoulder. But also, when it comes to the legs, I do think he's lost maybe 10-15%. It's been a ton of tennis for Jerome.
It really has. So here he is, the 22-year-old, serving to stay in this tournament. Serve T, just long. Second serve here for Jerome. 3-5 here in the 4th set. Tosses up, second serve, good. Fritz through the middle. Kim digs out a backhand. Fritz goes forehand inside out to a Kim backhand middle. Fritz forehand cross. Kim tracks down a forehand middle. Fritz forehand up the line is into the net. It's 15 love.
Great competing there by Jerome Kim. Down a break, 5-3 in the 4th, and he was on the hook there, running from side to side, but prepared to pay the price. Prepared to play defense and scrap his way to get the first point of this game. Shows character.
One of 5 men's qualifiers to reach the 3rd round here in New York. Serve is just long.
2 of them are Swiss, Mike.
Which is pretty wild. Second serve here for Kim, good. Fritz forehand to a Kim backhand cross. Fritz goes backhand up the line, running forehand for Kim through the middle. Fritz goes inside out forehand. Kim backhand cross. Fritz backhand cross. Kim backhand cross. Fritz backhand cross to a Kim backhand just catches the line. Fritz through the middle. Forehand for Kim in behind it. Chip forehand for Fritz. Kim touch volley. Oh, are you kidding me? That is disgusting and filthy. He sends his fist to the air. Touch volley from Jerome Kim. Send it home, Jerome. 30 love.
And the crowd just really appreciative of what they just saw. It was a Taylor Fritz hit a slice forehand, and the ball dropped below the height of the net. And Jerome Kim accelerated his racket face really quickly to put even more slice on a slice, and got it to backspin almost into the net. Just a remarkably talented shot.
Trying to go a little Adrian Mannarino there, Gil.
I thought about that shot as well.
I know
it was
you did.
Almost exactly one of one.
Kim trying to pause here as the crowd was getting a little bit active. Second serve at 30 love. Good to Fritz backhand middle. Kim goes forehand middle. Fritz run around forehand yanked long.
It's a little strange in here. Jerome Kim is getting the underdog treatment from this New York crowd.
Do you feel like that's bothering Taylor at all, or is he oblivious to that right now, Gil?
I haven't seen any signs that it's bothering him, but I know it's bugged some Americans in the past when crowds have gone the other way. Doesn't happen in France.
I can tell you, I was talking to Ethan Quinn's coach as Kim pops an ace up the tee and forces the issue at 5-4. I was talking to Ethan Quinn's coach, Brian Garber, who told me that when Jerome Kim played Ethan in their first round match, there was a ton of support then for Kim as well. I think he plays that style, Gil, that really kind of draws you to it, right? It's a massive game, tons of explosive tennis, and people are drawn to that.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. He's coming forward, he's attacking, he's grunting loudly on 95-mile-per-hour forehands. He's going to get the crowd going. Now, look, I don't know that we've seen the kind of touch volleys that he played in that game on a consistent basis, but you're absolutely right. And I do think it's late at night, and this crowd obviously would love to see even more tennis, but Fritz is hoping to shut the door in this next service game.
Indeed he is. We are past midnight here, 12:04 local time. Welcome to day number 7 here at the U.S. Open.
Yeah, and you need maturity to handle the moods of the U.S. Open crowd. You've got to understand, in this instance for Taylor Fritz, that they just want to see more tennis. It's not that they don't like me or they're unpatriotic. They're enjoying the action. So, but I think he's such an experienced campaigner. I'd like to think that he has a really good control on his emotions, unlike what we saw on Ash just a little while ago, where Mirra Andreeva's emotions as a younger player got the better of her.
Taylor Fritz, 4-seed defending finalist. He has new balls in his pocket as well, with a Chipotle patch on the left sleeve. Taylor Fritz, 5-4, pulls down his toss here. 19 aces, 1 double here tonight. Serve Fritz into the net, has served at 62% for the night, has dropped a little bit in this 4th set. Second serve here for Fritz at the 2-hour, 55-minute mark. Serve is good. Kim, big forehand middle. Fritz digs on a backhand cross. Kim, backhand middle, lands on the baseline and good. Now he gets forehand. Inside out. It's an aggressive miss, but it does miss long. It's 15 love.
Certainly had the opportunity there. He was controlling the point, and that's a very makeable chest-high forehand for Jerome Kim. Taylor Fritz a little fortunate to get the early 15-love lead.
Serve Fritz catches the service line. He's going to get a forehand, goes through the middle, but misses well long. A rare, really simple miss here from Taylor Fritz. I mean, the stat line from Fritz is ridiculous tonight. 53 winners, just 31 unforced errors, a +22 mark.
Outstanding numbers. That was a very uncharacteristic miss, though.
Serve into the net there for Fritz. Second serve upcoming. Can Kim put a charge into this return? Second serve good. Kim goes backhand inside out to a Fritz forehand cross. Kim digs out a forehand. Fritz backhand cross. Stays at the baseline though. And Kim misses the ensuing backhand. It's 30-15. Smacks his quad a couple of times there.
I'm sorry, Gil.
That's all right. Just all tournament long, Taylor's been so consistent from the back of the court. I don't think he's had his best offensive baselining, but he's rarely missed.
Serve into the body, gets a forehand, goes inside in. Kim forehand through the middle. Fritz rolls a forehand, good. Kim forehand inside out to a Fritz forehand cross. Kim forehand up the line to a backhand for Fritz. Kim forehand right through the middle. Great depth, and draws an error out of Taylor Fritz with that depth. It's 30-all.
Yeah, certainly, to your point, Gil, Taylor, when he's missed first serves, has played a very conservative brand here, serving out the match, which can allow your opponent to dictate terms. Taylor's just trying to make every shot, try to let Kim beat himself. It's a little bit of a risky play when someone's got their back to the wall.
Great return, chip forehand for Fritz. Kim there with the backhand, in behind it. Fritz forehand, touch volley for Kim. Fritz with a lob over the back shoulder, and it's a great one. Draws the error off of Kim. There was nothing he could do. Just too good from Taylor Fritz and a match point.
He turned a really sticky situation there into a win with a glorious topspin backhand ride over the backhand smash of Jerome Kim, but he allowed Kim into the net again. He really needs a first serve to a good spot here, and one big forehand should see him home.
Serve for Fritz. T slider away does the work. The 20th ace shuts it down in 4 sets. 7-6, 6-7, 4-4. Taylor Fritz moving on into the 4th round here in New York City. Big hug for these guys. Fritz, a couple of really positive words clearly towards Jerome Kim, who has made quite the impact here in New York City, but Fritz is the one who rules the night on Armstrong.
Yes, I think we'll be hearing and seeing a lot more of Jerome Kim in the future. I love his game. He's got a ferocious serve. He goes for his shots, plays with some flair, and he showed some grit as well. He hung in there to the very end. So I think Jerome Kim has got a very bright future, and I'm sure Roger Federer is very proud of him back home in Switzerland.
Gil, your thoughts as we wrap up here on Armstrong?
This was a dangerous performance from a Taylor Fritz opponent that could have caught him off guard and potentially rattled him. But Taylor has gotten so consistent at this point in his career since the start of last year, and I think he should be so proud of this stat. Since the start of 2024, Fritz is now 17-1 against players ranked outside the top 100, and the one loss came just last week against Terence Ottman in Cincinnati. So look, Taylor just doesn't throw in these clunker performances anymore, and you only need to go back to the US Open just a couple of years ago when he had a tough one against Brandon Holt, a loss that would have been very painful for him. So this was a really good night for Fritz on a bad day for the top American men.
Yeah, absolutely right, Gil. Great work tonight. Get some rest. You're going to do it again tomorrow night, sitting in the chair. We're excited for that one tomorrow night with Gil Gross. Taylor Fritz is headed out to court here. My friend Michelle Yu going to be doing the interview with Taylor Fritz.
Taylor, congratulations. You two had never met before. He gave you all you could handle, but what adjustments did you make to get through to the finish line?
Yeah, I mean, I felt like, after the first 2 sets, I hadn't faced a break point, so I knew that what I was doing on my serve was fine. I had to keep doing that, but yeah, I had to find answers on his serve, and really unfortunate after the second set tiebreaker. I had all the chances I could have asked for to go 2 sets to love up, but after that, I reevaluated and knew I needed to start hitting my forehand a bit more on the return, and then decided to step up, start chipping returns, taking them early, and that was the answer to get some breaks in the 3rd and 4th set.
Taylor, you found a lot of answers throughout your years here at the US Open. Let's go down memory lane for a moment. 10 years ago, you were the boys champion. Last year, you were a finalist, and now you are going into the 4th round for the 3rd straight year. What does this moment mean, and how has the Taylor Fritz of 2025 evolved?
I mean, especially through this tournament, I've done a great job of just battling through these matches where it's easy to get frustrated. Certain shots aren't working. Maybe I'm not playing the level that I'd want to play, but I keep telling myself, win the match. I get a day off. I can figure it out, and I can keep improving throughout this tournament. So that's what I've done such a great job of this year, and yeah, I mean, other tournaments this year as well, just fighting through some of these tough early matches and allowing myself to get better as the tournament goes on.
As you can see, there are a lot of people here on this Friday night. You just said to me one word, it's awesome, 2 words. Why do you think New York City brings out some of the best tennis in you?
I mean, this is the US Open. As an American, it's the most important 2 weeks of the entire year, so It's impossible to be out here and not be fired up, and yeah, I mean, I want it bad, and the crowd's helping a lot and just fire me up.
Well, you're on to week 2. Congratulations, Taylor Fritz. Thank you so much. Once again, let's give him a big round of applause.
So Taylor does thank this crowd, and McGee and Morgan Riddle. Morgs moving on into the fourth round.
Yeah, Taylor is he's so hard. You know, he's gritty, he's tough, he's immensely talented, but he takes some beating, Mike. Like, he really digs deep. And when I say hard, I mean, like, he's tough. Like, he's like a hockey player. You know, he just does not let anything get to him as his career's developed. I think there's a maturity about him each and every year. That he is a legitimate Grand Slam threat. I know Sinner and Alcaraz are playing next level tennis, but do not discount Taylor Fritz's chances because he is such a fine competitor.
He's going to have a tough matchup on his hands, however. In the fourth round, Tomas Machac, who looked fantastic earlier today. Potential for a quarterfinal, Novak and Fritz as well, but I think that Machac match could be a really interesting one. I'm going to guess on Ash a couple nights from now. It has been a great night and a great day here on US Open Radio. We're going to start it again in just a little over 10 hours from now. We've got some great matchups on Ash tomorrow. Coco Gauff will be in action. Jannik Sinner taking on Shapo. Kalinskaya, Swiatek. Bublik Paul could be fascinating. You never know what Sasha Bublik is going to deliver, especially on a stage like this. Could be a lot of fun. On top of it, I mean, on some of the Armstrong matches, Musetti, Kaboli. The admin's going to be in action over on Armstrong. Osaka's in action. Zverev against Auger Aliassime.
It's happening here in New York.
All going on tomorrow. It's been fun.
Thank you, Mike.
Did you have a good time?
I had a wonderful time. It was an entertaining match, and looking forward to Bublik and Paul tomorrow night. I'll be on that call, and so tune back in tomorrow, and we'll bring it all to you.
Snacks and Kenny are in the back. Claude has been on the ones and twos for us tonight. For Macca, I'm Mike Cation signing off. You've been listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Althea Gibson is a part of us. She didn't just change the game. She made the game possible.
It's incredible. It's incredible people that were able to do certain things for us to be doing certain things now, right? And you always got to pay that forward. You always got to, be educated in that side and understand that, without X, Y, and Z, there is no Ranstieva, there's no Haley Baptiste, there's no Sloane Stevens, Williams, and all these other.
You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular.